27-year-old Kim Seojun stood under the glaring sun, wiping sweat from his brow. He was a natural awakener, born with a physique much stronger than an ordinary human. But despite his gifted body, his days were spent at a dusty construction site, lugging massive monster corpses. He had to pay off the crushing debt left behind by his parents' mysterious death. For 9 grueling years, he had been nothing but a monster transporter. With a heavy grunt, he heaved another lifeless beast into the disposal bin. There was only one thing that kept him going through the agonizing labor and the suffocating pressure of his debt. Pausing to catch his breath, he looked toward the sky. His ultimate dream was to become a pro hunter. Handing a cold soda to an older coworker, he casually asked, "How is your hunter fund coming along? I have been looking into some cheap but decent hunter academies." The older man raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Academy? Is not being a hunter just something you do once you awaken?" Seojun sighed, explaining that the world had changed. It had been over 50 years since the pro hunter exam was created. Now, attending an academy was an absolute must. Taking a sip of his cola, he added, "Most professors at these academies are top-tier, active hunters who have returned from the front lines. They teach you the kind of brutal survival know-how that you would normally have to risk your life to learn." He imagined the shiny, well-equipped students walking past the weary, uneducated ones. Because of that, a massive gap formed between those who learned and those who did not. We are in an era where you literally cannot survive as a hunter without formal academy training. A bright smile spread across his face as he pulled out his phone. "And finally, I did it." He proudly stared at his banking app, a clean balance of $40,000. "I have saved up exactly enough for 1 year of tuition. Sure, I would love to go to a better place," he thought, chuckling to himself, "but the expensive ones are out of reach. Arc Academy is not too bad." Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a loud notification. He tapped the screen. An advertisement popped up. "Transcendent Academy, this is the first time I have heard of them." The video started playing with cinematic flair. The paradigm of Transcended is shifting, a collection of experience and knowledge from seasoned professors tens of thousands of years old. Testimonials flashed across the screen. A student who passed the Swordmaster exam cheered, followed by an old man praising his sage ascension. The ad aggressively pitched its message. "You who want to become a Transcended, register now." The screen flared with an intense, blinding white light. Seojun recoiled, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. What kind of nutjob ad is this? Still, curiosity got the better of him. He scrolled through their faculty page. "Hercules, Merlin, what is up with these professor names? Wait, Heaven's Great Sage." He clicked on the familiar title. A cartoonish, cheerful monkey appeared on the screen, waving its hand. "Nice to meet you guys. I am Heaven's Great Sage, Sun Wukong." Seojun blinked. A real monkey, it calmly explained that staves and spears were fundamentally the same. The monkey continued, "Hard to understand just from talking, right? Let me show you." The video transitioned into a high-octane demonstration. The monkey twirled his staff with blistering speed, the wind roaring. "First, deflect outwards." Lightning crackled around the staff as he grasped it firmly, twirling it back inwards. With a thunderous explosion, he thrust the staff forward. The sheer force pierced the sky and shattered the landscape. Seojun jumped back, his jaw dropping in shock. "Gasp, what the hell was that?" The mountain just disappeared. He frantically checked the video quality. "Is this CGI? It looks too real. An attack like that should be impossible even for an S-class hunter." A pop-up interrupted his shock. "Would you like to register for this lecture? You will obtain Great Sage's DGP S rank." He gulped heavily, his finger hovering over the screen, completely captivated. He tapped register. Instantly, an error flashed. "You are not a member." It prompted him to register for an account, warning that he would be billed for membership. Wait, it costs money just to make an account. And what the hell is a causality calculation? The final fee loaded on the screen, a solid $40,000. Seojun squinted, counting the zeros. "Let us see, 40, 400, 4,000. He froze in place. 40,000. He stared blankly into the clear blue sky. Fucking scammers. His older coworker, Mr. Manchel, walked over carrying a monster corpse. "Hey, you are finally registering for an academy." Seojun quickly put his phone away, smiling brightly. "Yeah, a place called Arc Hunter Academy. I heard the teachers are great." They joked back and forth. Manchel teased him about taking care of the monsters he catches when he becomes famous. "Will I finally get to handle a dragon?" Seojun laughed out loud. "Not just dragons, I will let you play soccer with a licked skull." Someone once said that life is a comedy in long shot, but a tragedy when seen in close-up. High above them, the heavy metal links of a crane chain began to snap. With a sharp crack, the chain broke. A massive horned beast plummeted straight toward Seojun. Manchel screamed his name in horror. A deafening crash echoed through the site as the monstrous weight slammed into the earth. Seojun woke up in a sterile hospital room, a bandage on his cheek, staring blankly ahead. The doctor delivered the grim news. His legs were undergoing necrosis. The fractured bones had tangled with the nerves. He needed surgery immediately, and the cost was exactly $40,000. Which is why you need to be able to look far into the future, he thought bitterly. He sat alone in his hospital bed, his dreams shattered. So I looked at the future while enduring for 9 long years. He tightly gripped a small paper envelope. Everything I saved up went to the surgery. All I have left is the $3,000 Mr. Manchell gave me to help out. His phone chimed softly in the dark room. He stared at it, his eyes dead. Can I really do it all over again? A notification lit up his screen. A special sale event for new students. Register now and receive a free pass. He squinted at the logo. Wait, is not this that scam Transcendent Academy site? I could not even find this site again after that day. The membership registration fee recalculated, taking his causality into account, landing perfectly on $3,000. Seojun's eyes widened. His thumb hovered over the screen. Now that I think about it, $40,000 was exactly all I had back then too. Is it intentionally asking for every last cent I own? A hollow smile formed on his face. Well, why do I not try registering? It is not like I have anything left to lose. He tapped the button. Instantly, a blinding light burst from the envelope. The cash inside magically flew out, dissolving into glowing particles right before his eyes. A cheerful prompt appeared. Congratulations on becoming a member of Transcendent Academy. Suddenly, with a soft popping sound, a tiny, glowing, white-haired boy materialized right out of his phone screen. Seojun gasped, nearly falling out of bed. The little chibai floated closer. Nice to meet you. You are Mr. Kim Seojun, right? Seojun clutched his head, terrified. Did I hit my head during the accident? The boy placed his hands on his hips. I am in charge of your initial education. I am your mentor. The tiny entity hovered gracefully above the phone screen, waiting for a response. Seojun looked at him, utterly bewildered by the glowing hologram. Are you saying your name is mentor? The boy nodded enthusiastically. I meant that I, mentor, am your mentor. My name is literally mentor. Seojun's jaw dropped as mythological trivia clicked in his brain. Could it be that you are the mentor, as in Odysseus's teacher from Greek mythology? Mentor coughed awkwardly into his tiny fist to regain composure. Anyway, he started. Our Transcendent Academy is an institution that teaches those who wish to transcend the very limits of their race. Seojun leaned forward, still confused. Wait, so it is an academy for transcended, not hunters? Mentor scoffed, waving his tiny hand. How can you compare a transcended to a mere hunter? They are on a completely different level. Seojun was not convinced, but still, S-class hunters are basically gods. Mentor shoved the phone back into Seojun's face. Our instructors can take down your so-called hunters with just their fingers. Dead serious. Anyway, fill this out. The screen displayed an aptitude test. Question 1. Select the field you want to transcend in. Options included combat, production, medicine, and more. What is this for? Seojun asked. Mentor chirped back. It is so we can see what kind of transcended you want to become. It is a survey to craft a personalized course for you. Please answer honestly. Seojun reluctantly tapped the screen. His fingers suddenly stopped hovering over the next question. He stared at the screen, sweating. Mentor tilted his head. Is there a problem? Seojun groaned. I do not know what to select for the second question. The options for current skill level were absurd, ranging from plowing a great plain with a punch to splitting or pulling out mountains. Mentor laughed playfully. A lot of people hesitate here. Just pick the one that literally describes what you can do. Can you plow a great plain with a full-strength punch? Seojun shook his head. No. What about splitting a mountain? Not at all. I can climb one, though. Mentor looked shocked. Does that mean you cannot pull out a mountain either? Seojun deadpanned. Is it not weirder to be able to do such a thing? Mentor facepalmed, muttering to himself. He is a real scrub. How is he even able to register for our academy? Quickly recovering his cheerful demeanor, Mentor gave a thumbs up. Well, that is fine. Transcendent Academy will never kick out a member. Now continue answering, hey-ho. Time passed. Seojun slumped back, thoroughly exhausted. Good job, Mentor cheered. Seojun sighed. Why were there exactly 108 questions? Mentor tapped his tiny chin. You have a free pass. Let me analyze your profile and recommend some necessary lectures for you. So your preferred combat method is spearmanship. Oriental Kai cultivation might be better than mana. Mentor shook his head. Instructor Heaven's Great Sage is great for basics, but considering you cannot even pull out a single mountain, it is far too advanced for you. A new lecture popped up on the screen. I think this will be best. The moment your mental crumbles, physical abilities become scrap. Instructor, Siddhartha Gautama. Mentor looked at him with surprisingly gentle eyes. Not only are you physically injured, but you are also deeply troubled emotionally, right? Seojun flinched, the words hitting too close to home. Why do you not start by taking this lecture? Mentor suggested softly. Seojun read the name again. Wait, Siddhartha Gautama, are you talking about the actual Buddha? Mentor nodded. That is correct. He himself says he is not, but all the students refer to him as Buddha. Seojun looked at the reward. Completing the lecture granted an SSS rank skill called Unwavering Heart. Unwavering Heart alone can let you break through most transcension fields, Mentor explained. With a cheerful wink, Mentor warned him, so even if it feels like you are going to lose your mind, you need to watch all of it. Seojun raised an eyebrow at the ominous phrasing. I will contact you again after I have analyzed your profile. With a bright flash, Mentor vanished back into the phone. Left alone in his quiet hospital room, Seojun stared at his phone. I guess I will give it a watch, he tapped the screen. The video started. A golden figure sat under a tree. Is he the real Buddha? He looks like a living, breathing golden statue. Buddha's voice echoed with profound calmness. The word I did not exist, therefore I do not exist, Seojun frowned. This lecture is way too hard. The golden figure continued smoothly. If there is nothing to compare against, then how can a being that cannot be defined exist? Suddenly, Seojun felt his consciousness being pulled into a cosmic void. He was floating in deep space, surrounded by stars. Buddha's cosmic voice resonated. Therefore, this world and this universe was created simultaneously with your birth, and it perishes simultaneously with your death. You are simply the world. Seojun's mind spun helplessly in the vastness of the cosmos. I feel like I am gonna lose my mind. The progress bar ticked to a mere 0.06%. Back in the hospital room, Seojun sat completely paralyzed, his soul seemingly escaping from his gaping mouth. 1 week later, Seojun stood perfectly healthy in his hospital room, flexing his newly healed muscles. The doctor stared in absolute disbelief. What incredible recovery speed! This is the first time I have seen anything like this in my 30 years as a doctor. Seojun smiled confidently. It is not my imagination. Sitting back on his bed, he looked at his phone. Thanks to the lecture, my heart felt tranquil, rapidly speeding up my recovery. Even though I felt like I was losing my mind every time I listened, I am only at 1.3% progress, and it is already this effective. The doctor had suggested staying hospitalized for another week just in case. Seojun clenched his fist in excitement. I wonder what will happen when I hit 100%. Transcendent Academy, this is the real deal. Since his body was healed, he decided it was time to move on to the next phase. I can move my body now. Why do I not try out Chiron's lecture? He examined the reward and a class metamorphosis. It is a lower class compared to Unwavering Heart, but a class does not mean it is low quality. It is probably just that Unwavering Heart is an absurdly broken SSS class skill. He tapped the video. A stoic, rugged man appeared on the screen. Nice to meet you. My name is Chiron. The visuals changed to show his true form, a centaur, the legendary teacher of heroes like Hercules, Theseus, and Achilles. The focus of this lecture, Chiron began with a booming voice, is to prep students into a state where they can ascend into the early stages of transcension. Chiron added casually, please note that combat techniques will not be taught in depth in this course. Seojun nodded, completely unfazed. The real Chiron, honestly, it is not even surprising anymore. The centaur cracked his knuckles. Now then, the first step to become a transcended. A sinister, toothy smirk spread across Chiron's face. Chiron's eyes flared with intense blue light as he roared with terrifying ferocity. Get up right now and move, bitch! Seojun shrieked, scrambling out of his hospital bed in pure panic. Seojun laid perfectly still, his eyes wide and blank as he stared at the ceiling. His peaceful rest was abruptly shattered by a sharp chime from his phone. A bright blue hologram materialized in the air, announcing that a daily individual task had arrived. It calculated his current student level to assign a suitable regimen. He scanned the holographic list with growing horror. A 30-kilometer run, 1,000 squats, 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, and 150 pull-ups. Task, he thought, utterly baffled by the sheer absurdity of the numbers hovering over his hand. He thought, isn't the level of the task they gave me beyond a daily diffy, equals difficulty. It's not like I am One Punch Man. He recalled the doctor's strict orders. Don't overexert yourself for the next week. Choosing the path of least resistance, he tapped his phone to skip the workout. For now, I'll just listen to lectures and start properly once I get discharged, he rationalized. But the system stubbornly flashed a warning. Incomplete task. Please complete your task. He muttered, pressing the skip button again. The warning beeped right back at him. Suddenly, multiple holographic error screens popped up all around his hospital bed, aggressively beeping in unison. "How does it know I didn't complete the task?" he yelled in frustration. His head hung low as the glowing screens mocked his defeat. "I lost," he sighed, slumping on the edge of the bed. "Yeah, it's only a week, so no need to push myself." Resolving to study instead, he opened the Siddhartha Gautama lecture. But as he went to play the video, a small text box caught his eye. He paused. Huh. The bold letters on the screen spelled out his impending doom. Time until your free pass expires, 83 days. Moments later, he was sprinting through the public park like a madman, screaming at the top of his lungs. There was an expiration date. Catching his breath under a street lamp, he tried to calm down. Well, the Transcendent Academy is an academy too. It makes sense that there's a limit on lecture attendance, he reasoned. Stretching his legs, he did the math. The remaining time is 83 days. To begin with, it was probably 90 days. 3 months, I guess. He glared at his phone. The progress bar was stuck at a miserable 1.3%. I attended, but it didn't progress, he realized. Do I have to completely absorb the content to increase it? He remembered suffering through the same lecture all week in his hospital bed. 7 straight days of Siddhartha Gautama, yielding almost 0 results. I don't have the confidence to complete the lecture in the remaining days, he thought, cracking his shoulders. Assuming the free pass was just a trial, he realized he had no choice. I'm exercising for the first time in a while. Honestly, I just never had a reason to before. He hit the brick pavement for push-ups. Still, for the past 9 years, I carried the massive monsters that pro hunters rated. 1, 2. Remembering the heavy, 70-kilogram monster corpses he hauled daily, he figured his baseline strength was more than enough. 3. Sweat dripped from his chin as he pushed through the reps. I might not know how to use mana, but I'm confident in my sturdy body. 300. He stood up feeling proud and barely winded. 9 years of struggle pays off. This isn't much. Now to keep this momentum going. He checked his daily task progress. The screen read 81 out of 300 push-ups. He froze. Why did it only count as 81 instead of 300? He wondered, utterly bewildered. Suspicious, he dropped back down to the pavement and performed another push-up, keeping a close eye on the motionless counter. He strained, adjusting his posture into a flawless textbook push-up. The counter chimed, increasing by exactly 1. Panting heavily, he stared down at his phone in absolute horror. So, this is. Fast forward through hours of agony. His arms trembled violently as he screamed, "It doesn't count without proper form." Finally, the counter hit 300. He swung wildly from a pull-up bar, tears practically streaming down his face as he forced his muscles to complete the agonizing reps. Then he'd do 300 sit-ups and 1,000 squats, but his whole body was trembling. As the sun began to set, he dragged his exhausted body through the final kilometer of his 30-kilometer run, screeching in pure misery. How does that make sense? His phone finally displayed a full list of completed tasks as he collapsed in a heap. Spread-eagled on the brick path, gasping for air, he cried out to the heavens. "This is crazy. I can't do this anymore." Pedestrians quickly ushered their children away from the strange man rolling on the floor. "I have to do this every day. When will I listen to lectures then?" he wailed. A smug little creature popped up on his screen, noting that it was entirely his own problem. A few days later, back in the hospital lobby, looking remarkably fit in a red tracksuit, he was greeted by an elderly patient. "Oh my, young man, why is your body so much better? Going out to exercise again?" He politely bowed and smiled. Then that elderly patient said, "Oh my, you are working hard. Being young is definitely great." His attention was suddenly snatched by an urgent news broadcast. A 4-star monster, a behemoth, had suddenly appeared within Seoul. The reporter explained that a monster delivery service had accidentally moved the deep-sleeping beast into the inner city, causing it to wake up. A massive disaster was narrowly avoided when a nearby awakener stepped up, preventing any loss of life. Seojun watched intently, his eyes reflecting the broadcast. The old lady sighed in admiration. "Those hunter people saved lives again, huh? They really are grand people," she murmured before suddenly remembering something. She turned to him excitedly. "Now that I think of it, didn't you say you are also an awakener?" Seojun nodded humbly. An elderly woman warmly grasped Seojun's hands. "Then are you, young man, also a hunter? Will you also be coming out on TV like that?" she asks eagerly. Seojun stammers, taken aback. "Ah, that is." With a serious glint in his eye, he asked, "Granny, do you think anyone can just go out on TV?" Before she could answer, a grumpy, overweight man sitting nearby scoffed loudly, gripping his newspaper. The old lady warned Seojun that becoming a pro hunter these days was like a 1 in a million chance. Seojun awkwardly scratched his head, realizing how much the world had changed. The grumpy man sneered, leaning in to lecture him unprompted. You aren't even a cadet yet. If you're exercising in hopes of becoming a hunter, just give up. Seojun's mind flashed back to the grueling labor of hauling beast carcasses and his exhausting new training regimen. Don't waste your youth on something that won't even happen, the man spat. Seojun's gaze darkened. Seojun's fists clenched so tightly his veins bulged. The old lady scolded the rude man, but he brushed her off, claiming it was just practical life advice. I will decide what to do with my life on my own, Seojun replied with icy resolve. The older man reeled back, highly offended by the pushback. Suddenly he steps forward protectively, shielding someone behind him. Please worry about your own life first, he yells, his eyes burning with fierce determination. The man jumped up, his face red with rage, shouting about disrespecting elders. Seojun simply turned his back and walked away without another word. As he walked, Seojun fueled his determination. Something that won't even happen? What garbage? I am a cadet of Transcendent Academy. He had felt the tangible effects of the lectures all week. At the academy, being a pro hunter wasn't impossible. His eyes burned with unwavering, fierce focus. Breaking into a confident jog down the sunlit path, he made a silent vow to himself. I will definitely become a hunter. Meanwhile, in a desolate, debris-filled battleground, a dark-haired woman sighed in pure exhaustion. Ah, I hate being a hunter, she groaned. Two massive, monstrous beasts with glowing yellow eyes charged at her with a terrifying screech. What's the point of establishing an academy? She complained, drawing her blade. With a swift, fluid motion, she unleashed a devastating wave of blue lightning cleaving through the air. Stuff still costs money, and we still have no cadets. The razor-sharp energy sliced clean through the monster's thick hide, sending dark blood spraying into the air. She stood triumphant atop the colossal, severed corpse of the beast, electricity still crackling around her. I'm going to be annoyed to death, she muttered. Beneath her feet, the massive, clawed hand of the defeated monster gave one final, pathetic twitch in a pool of its own blood. A quiet night settles over the rundown apartment building, dogs barking faintly in the distance. Seojun collapses onto his mattress with a heavy flop, letting out a deep breath. I'm finally home. He slumps miserably onto the floor next to his bed. I was hospitalized for a whole 2 weeks, he groans. Even if it's small, my house is the best. Laying still, he just blinks, staring blankly as the sheer exhaustion catches up to him. The faucet drips a steady rhythm. He stares at the ceiling. There's about a year left until the hunter exam, he murmurs, thinking about his empty apartment. And how much was left in my bank account again? He sits up by the window, gazing out at the quiet night. The silence in his room is deafening. Tossing an arm over his forehead, he mutters to himself, I really don't have anything. Suddenly he jolts upright. Ah, now that I think about it, I haven't finished my daily tasks today. He grabs his smartphone. With a soft swipe, he opens the Academy app. I wasn't able to do it before because it would roll over into the next day. But if it's today, then maybe. A pop-up aggressively demands to know if he will register for the next lecture. Yes, he taps enthusiastically. Oh. Instructor Chiron's voice echoes in his head. It looks like you finally have enough strength to start toddling now. Seojun sweats nervously. Wait, was I still a baby? The majestic centaur Chiron stands tall in a lush forest. Regardless, since you have the ability to toddle now, you should toddle. Chiron continues his grand speech. The first step as a transcendent is. The centaur's eyes narrow intensely. Sense. A soft chime alerts Seojun that his lecture progress hit 5.7%. The next morning, the sun shines brightly over the construction site. Seojun looks around. What? I thought it was going to be a big surgery or something, but it looks like it wasn't much. The site manager fiercely grabs his collar. You must have quite the thick skin to be showing your face around here. If something unsavory as that happens again, it'll be your neck the next time. Seojun bows repeatedly, crying out, Yes, yes, I didn't want to come here either, but I have no choice. I don't even have enough money to feed myself. The manager huffs and walks away. Seojun glares at his back. Looking at how he's letting me stay, though, he feels at least a little guilty about it, whining so much even though you didn't get that hurt. Seojun sighs heavily, staring at the quiet, lonely shipping container serving as a break room. Sitting alone in the locker room, he rests his chin on his hand. In the end, money's the issue. If I don't work, I don't have enough money to eat. But if I make money, I don't have enough time to listen to the lectures. He clenches his hands nervously. If I don't finish Instructor Chiron's daily tasks, I'm unable to listen to lectures at all, so. Staring blankly at his phone, he wonders, should I at least be reviewing the lectures if I'm feeling like this? What did Chiron say again? Behind him, an older worker casually opens the door. In his memory, Chiron's stern face appears. There are 5 senses that play an absolute role in combat. The older worker silently creeps up behind Seojun. The memory continues. Sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell. We call those the 5 senses. Chiron stands majestically in a mystical pool of water. Normally, those 5 senses go through perceiving, recognizing, and judging, but that process is endlessly slow. Therefore, I will teach you the method to shrink this process as much as possible. Chiron's voice grows serious. Something completely separate from the 5 senses, you're hidden. Seojun's eyes sharpen with realization. 6th sense. Intuition. The worker suddenly swings a playful chop at him, laughing. Oi, Kim Seojun, you should have said something if you came. It's been a while, you brat. Seojun effortlessly dodges it with a swift swoosh. The worker freezes in shock. Seojun looks equally surprised by his own speed. The man stares in disbelief. What? Do you have eyes on the back of your head or something? How did you dodge it? Seojun mentally sees Chiron giving him a thumbs up. Suddenly, the site manager shouts from outside, "If you're here to work, start working. What are you doing?" The older worker looks at him with genuine concern. Kim Seojun, are you really going to be okay? If it's 3 of them, it's a good 200 kilograms. You'll get hurt like that. Seojun just smiles brightly. Yeah, I'm all right. Please load them up. Seojun casually jogs forward, easily carrying a massive stack of wrapped monster meat on his back without breaking a sweat. He marches past the older worker with steady, rhythmic steps. The man's jaw practically drops to the floor. The manager watches him go, completely dumbfounded. Seeing how he can walk like that, it looks like he's all right. Another worker shouts, "Everyone, let's continue after a break." Seojun grips the straps of his heavy load, looking utterly perplexed. That's strange. Why do I feel like strength is bursting out of me? With the massive load still on his back, he decides to try something. Should I at least do the daily tasks? I won't have much time after work anyways. He drops into a squat. Uni. The manager stares at him, groaning for his own bones. Wiping his forehead with a blood-stained glove, Seojun pulls out his phone. Should I check if it counted properly? His eyes bulge out in absolute shock as he stares at the screen. A pop-up clearly shows a +3 for his squats. 1 squat counts as 3, he exclaims in disbelief. The manager watches from afar as Seojun happily analyzes his phone while balancing the enormous weight. Is it because the effectiveness increases with more weight? Then that means. Seojun's face lights up with sheer excitement. This is fire! He drops the cargo with a heavy thud, startling the older worker nearby. He dashes around enthusiastically. Ajasi, I'll carry the thing that you're carrying right now. Oh, that looks a bit heavy. Give it to me. You're going to move this as well, right? I'll take it. He laughs joyfully as he runs, lugging even more heavy supplies while the worker chases after him, yelling, "Hey," Seojun thinks. I shouldn't make separate time for the tasks. I can just do it while I work. Even if my form's different, as long as it has an effect, it counts. Later, Seojun is doing push-ups with the giant load still on his back. 36, 37, let's go. The worker behind him groans in pure exasperation. Seojun grins. And the higher the weight, the more the count increases by. Which means... Later, Seojun beams with a bright smile against a clear sky. I can earn money and save time, the perfect example of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Nice, he thinks cheerfully. Next up is pull-ups, though a grumpy older man below yells, "You brat, you're going to get hurt like that." Back in his room, Seojun flops onto his bed with a heavy thud, completely drained. Arg tilde, I feel like I'm going to die. Resting on his bed, Seojun smirks as he recalls the grueling workout. It's really efficient to do the tasks while working, but it's really hard, he admits to himself. Mr. Manchel's shocked face was priceless when Seojun had jogged while carrying heavy monster corpses. But honestly, who really would exercise while carrying monsters? He chuckles. He weakly sits up, clutching his phone. Well, at least. He brings up the holographic Academy screen with a swift swipe. He smiles proudly as a bright alert reads, "Daily tasks finished," he thinks. Thanks to that, I was able to save some time. He sits on the floor, analyzing the screens. It's still 10 o'clock after listening to both of the lectures. It's good that I was able to finish it quickly, but I feel like it would be a waste of time to finish it like this. Tapping his chin, he ponders. Should I at least review them? No, would it be better to include another lecture instead? It's not like the progress would increase by just reviewing, he smirks. That might not be a bad idea. He scrolls through the free pass lecture list. Since regular lessons cost money, I should do a free pass lecture that I could listen to for free. A loud notification catches his eye. You can become strong enough to pull mountains out of the ground like this. Instructor Xiang Yu. Seojun blinks. Oh. He stares at his phone, thoroughly intrigued. Xiang Yu, is it referring to the hegemon king Xiang Yu? A fierce vision of a legendary warrior riding a dark horse flashes in his mind. After appearing in the legend of Chu and Han, he became widely known as a man with overwhelming power. There's a reason why the proverb was birthed because of him. That's not bad, and since this is a part of the free pass, the lecture is free. He decisively taps the register button to learn mountain-pulling spearmanship. A sharp notification pops up. You want to learn the spear. A boisterous, echoing laugh fills the room. Seojun flinches as the holographic voice booms. Those who are taking this lecture are just trash who don't even know the basics. These trash want to learn spearmanship. Xiangyu manifests with a fierce, fanged grin, spinning a massive spear. All right, I'll teach you. You idiots don't need any of that basic stuff. Xiangyu barks out his orders. For now, just swing it around. Carve the concept of the spear into your body and your senses, then come back to me. The system pings loudly. Your personal daily task has arrived. After calculating the causality of the current student's level, a suitable task will be assigned. Seojun stares at the screen in absolute horror. The new task reads, swing a spear-type weapon 5,000 times. Huh. He slumps to the floor, completely defeated. He just said a few words. Is that really the end of the lecture? A chibi-sized Xiangyu screams from the screen. How dare a brat like you try to learn the spear? Just swing it. Seojun glares at the 5,000 swing requirement. And this. Later that night, looking out over the city under the stars, Seojun sighs deeply. Why are they all daily tasks? Back at the site on a sunny day, a striking woman in a sleek suit carrying a sheathed sword walks confidently across the grounds. The manager follows her, bowing obsequiously. There really isn't an issue, right? Our business has never had an accident thanks to thorough management. She smiles politely. Ah, of course, there won't be anything that you're worrying about happening here. She narrows her sharp eyes. Her name tag identifies her as B-Class Hunter Park Si-yoon. You know about the behemoth incident that happened not too long ago, right? Even though I was the one that confirmed it, I want you to make sure to thoroughly inspect it. The manager sweats nervously. Yes, of course. Behind a stack of supplies, two workers whisper as they watch the manager basically grovel. Man, he's practically on his knees for her. Who is she for him to be acting like that? Seojun, busy hauling a monster corpse, listens in. One worker whispers, isn't she the granddaughter of the Sword Star? I think her name was Park Si-yoon. Seojun's breath hitches. Sword Star. An imposing vision of Sword Star Park Minchul appears in his mind, his eyes glowing with fierce blue energy as he stands before a spectral dragon. 100 years ago, Seojun recalls, he was an awakener that was active when the concept of a gate was starting to be created. A monstrous skeletal beast crackles with violet lightning. A horrifying cyclops monster terrorizes civilians. Unlike now where we have systematic knowledge about awakeners, the monsters then were more brutal. A mother tightly shields her child from the rubble, and those types of monsters roamed the streets. It was a time when human survival was not guaranteed. With a blinding flash of lightning, young Park Minchul slices the Cyclops monster in half, saving the civilians from certain death. The monster disintegrates into glowing dust as the terrified civilians watch in awe. Minchul's eyes blaze with righteous power. Park Minchul was active as an awakener in that world. He stands tall amidst the destruction, his sword crackling with energy, a beacon of hope, and was one of the people that returned civilization to the world. He was truly the savior of the world, a hero. Time has passed, and he might be an old man now. Minchul stands in a tailored suit, resting his hands gracefully on his legendary sword. But he is still a heavyweight that can compete on the global stage. Seojun smiles softly to himself, breaking out of his daydream. Well, Seojun suddenly hoists a giant monster head onto his back, screaming at the top of his lungs. That's not my business. Seojun and the manager turn to stare at him. What is that person doing? She asks. The manager waves his hand dismissively. Ah, don't mind him. He's been like that since a week ago, like a madman. Seojun lunges past them, carrying the massive beast head while doing deep squats. 45, 46. Seojun watches him, completely baffled. Is there something wrong with his head? Seojun aggressively dumps the corpse on a table in front of the older worker. Minchul Ajasi, I'll leave the corpse here. CEEXT. The worker, actually named Minchul, looks at him with deadpan eyes. He puts on his thick processing glove with a sharp snap. All right. Seojun is already dragging another massive horn over. Minchul asks tiredly, how long are you going to keep that up for? Seojun replies brightly, if I started it, I should see it to the end. 60 Uwoon. A massive, lifeless beast with white fur and sharp fangs collapses to the ground with a heavy impact. Panting and sweating, Seojun grins widely at the older man. There's all a meaning to this. Minchul just stares blankly. Meaning my ass. Minchul sighs deeply. You'll seriously end up dying if you find another meaning. If you brought it here, go already tilde. Seojun laughs, completely unfazed. I'll come bring some more tilde. Minchul smirks as he watches the kid run off, leaning casually on the work table in front of the giant monster carcass. Suddenly his hand twitches. The massive corpse behind him shudders violently. Minchul glances back, his expression darkening into pure shock in an instant. With an explosive surge of power, the supposedly dead behemoth violently bursts to life, scattering debris everywhere. Minchul leaps backward to dodge the massive shockwave as the sheer force of the beast's awakening tears up the ground. The behemoth lets out a terrifying, deafening roar, its yellow eyes glowing with raw rage. Seojun turns back, his face pale with absolute terror as he screams, "Ajasi!" Meanwhile, at a different location, a beautiful young woman lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Park Se-yoon, the renowned sword star's granddaughter, strides down a corridor while the work leaders shamelessly grovel at her feet. She thinks to herself, I finally escaped. I'm definitely not a fan of the work leader here. She passes by a group of rugged workers, crossing her arms in annoyance. How long do I have to deal with this shit? She wonders. Suddenly, her enhanced senses pick up the faint sound of whispering. That person is her, right? The sword star's granddaughter. A distance away, the workers gossip openly. SHH, she'll hear, one warns. What's wrong when we're this far away? So what rank hunter is she? Si-yoon closes her eyes with a bitter smile. I can hear it all. The worker scoffs. B rank? What, the sword star's granddaughter is only at that level? Si-yoon thinks sadly. Although the sword star is revered as a hero by the people, to me, that name is but a burdensome label that just follows me around. Although I had my hunter education taught directly by my grandfather ever since I could walk. She recalls her grueling childhood training, gripping her wooden sword until her knuckles bled. The wall called the sword star was too high, and I didn't have the ability to overcome that wall. For me, who had endlessly been compared to my hero grandfather. My original dream was to be an educator. A younger, desperate Se-yoon cries out, I want to be a teacher. But her imposing grandfather roars back furiously, I don't want to hear it. Turning his back to her in the darkness, he coldly demands, don't say those things anymore. She reflects, I could not live a normal life because I was the granddaughter of the sword star. Although the compromise I made was the Hunter Academy. The memory shifts to a group of angry, intimidating cadets. It wasn't the sword star that was teaching, one mocks. No way. Se-yoon desperately tries to reason with them, holding her papers. Grand, the sword star has nothing to do with this. I am the instructor, the men sneer in disgust. What, we got tricked? Once it was revealed that the Hunter Academy I established would not have the sword star as an instructor. She cries out into the emptying room, excuse me. But it is no use. Everyone lost interest and left. She tightly crumples the recruitment flyer in her trembling hand. Standing alone under a single spotlight, she admits, the people had enrolled not because of me, but because of the sword star name. Back in reality, she walks through the quiet grounds, and whatever cadets were left all quit as if they were chased out by grandfather. Because of that, it's now a Hunter Academy that no one even knows of. She clenches her fist with fierce determination. If only I had one proper cadet. Just then, a frantic worker stumbles and sprints past her. Se-yoon whips around as the terrified man screams, run. It's a monster, he yells. Se-yoon's eyes widen in absolute shock. What? Inside the ruined warehouse, a massive, horrifying manticore shrieks violently as it stands over a helpless worker. The fallen man cries out, Mister, while Seojun watches in terror. Seojun drops his heavy cargo with a loud thud, breaking into a cold sweat. Why did the manticore we carried here suddenly get up? Wasn't it dead? The pinned man, staring death in the face, desperately orders him, Run, Seojun. Seojun stands frozen in the overwhelming, blood-red aura of the beast. He will die, Seojun realizes. Don't worry about me and just escape, the man begs. Panting heavily, Seojun's eyes tremble with fear. He will definitely die. A normal person can never overcome a monster, Seojun thinks. Even an awakener who cannot use mana would be the same. Not to mention, a manticore is a 4-star monster that even pro-hunters would find difficult. He looks around desperately. What about the hunters? Until just now, there was the hunter Park Se-yoon. He grabs a thick metal pipe from the construction rubble. No, if she isn't here now, it's already too late. He'll die a dog's death. The massive manticore licks its sharp fangs, ready to devour its prey. Someone needs to move right now to save Mr. Seojun grits his teeth, but who? The beast unleashes a deafening roar that rattles the entire facility. Without thinking, Seojun smashes his metal pipe against a wooden board with a loud crack. He whips a hard hat across the room with a sharp swoosh, letting it clatter loudly onto the ground. The sudden noise draws the monster's predatory gaze. Gripping his makeshift weapon with both hands, Seojun screams out his fear and fury. Yuaa! With a dramatic sweep of his pipe, he places himself directly between the terrifying beast and the injured worker. Keeping his eyes locked on the manticore, he commands, "Mister, hurry and run." The old man hesitates. "You should also," Seojun interrupts, yelling, "Then we will be overtaken, quickly." Seojun plants his boots firmly into the dirt, gripping the metal pipe so tight his knuckles turn white. "There is only me." His heart pounds like a war drum. "I need to stall for time until the pro hunters get here." The colossal shadow of the beast eclipses him completely. "Damn, don't shake in fear, don't hesitate." A profound inner voice echoes in his mind. "Move." Suddenly, the words of his ancient mentor surface. "You are the universe." A serene vision of shimmering leaves fills his consciousness, as you observe the world where it came from. His reflection shimmers on a tranquil pool of water. And what? This is Siddhartha Gautama's. The massive manticore growls viciously, advancing on him. "Lay down my emotions," Seojun tells himself, his breathing slowing down. The beast takes a heavy step, cracking the earth beneath its weight. It charges with blinding speed, and my scared and shaking heart. Seojun elegantly twirls his pipe, slipping into a perfect martial stance. Will slowly calm down. The manticore stomps down, shattering the floor tiles with explosive force. It swings a monstrous, clawed strike directly at him, roaring wildly. Time seems to slow. It's too late if I move after I think about my reaction. I have to leave my actions to my senses. The massive, razor-sharp claw slashes horizontally with a violent whoosh. Seojun effortlessly ducks the blow, a look of serene focus washing over him. Instantly, the thick, armored tail whips around to crush him. Seojun drives his pipe into the ground to anchor himself before impact. With an acrobatic leap, he vaults over the tail as it obliterates the spot where he just stood. Before I react, leave it to my senses. The infuriated beast snaps its giant jaws, trying to bite him out of the air. Suspended high above the creature's gaping maw, Seojun locks onto his target, a weak point. Floating upside down, a split second of hesitation creeps in. Do I attack or not? The majestic specter of Xiang-Yu appears behind him. Uprooting mountains isn't just about strength, the ancient warlord declares. It's the momentum of metal. Seojun's eyes sharpen with predatory intensity. He tightly grips the metal pipe, veins popping in his hands. Trust it. Trust that my blow can split mountains, don't have even a speck of doubt. A brilliant blue spark ignites in his gaze. I can split it. He plummets toward the beast like a meteor. No, I must split it. The manticore looks up in pure horror. This is the power to pull out mountains, Seojun declares. The beast screams as Seojun unleashes his full might. This is the power to pull out mountains. A blinding, vertical pillar of crackling lightning completely cleaves the manticore in half. A thunderous explosion rocks the entire construction site, sending massive shockwaves of dust and debris in all directions. Outside the blast zone, Seojun and the workers shield their faces from the gale force winds. What is happening? One cries out. What was that racket just now? Seojun stares wide-eyed into the dust cloud, utterly speechless. As the smoke slowly clears, Seojun stands perfectly still, his metal pipe resting calmly in his grip. He blinks a few times, suddenly snapping out of his divine battle trance. A look of profound confusion washes over him. Tuh! He scratches the back of his head, breaking out into a goofy, awkward laugh as he realizes what he just did. This works, he whispers in disbelief. Right on cue, a glowing holographic system window pops up with a pleasant chime. Chiron lecture progress rate increased by 10%. Siddhartha Gautama lecture progress rate increased by 2.6%. Xiang-Yu lecture progress rate increased by 13%. As the dust settled around the ruined construction site, Seojun stood frozen in sheer disbelief. What in the world happened here? She whispered. There, standing triumphantly atop a slaughtered manticore, was Seojun. He held nothing but a bent steel pipe. Seojun's mind raced. How could a mere corpse mover take down a high-ranking monster? Suddenly realizing he was going to be late, Seojun let out a sharp gasp. Leaving the baffled woman behind, he darted past her in a blur. "Mister, I have to go," he shouted, rushing back to his crew. Snapping out of her daze, Seojun rushed forward. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere?" she asked with deep concern. But his boss just laughed it off. "You know how much this kid usually exercises," he chuckled, completely unfazed by the carnage. The older workers swarmed Seojun, pulling him into a celebratory chokehold. "This guy, you did great," they cheered, happily ignoring the danger. Watching from a distance, Seojun's eyes locked onto him like a hawk. "Found him," she murmured. "All right, you all cannot go around gossiping about what happened today," the boss ordered as they packed up to head home. Walking back alone, Seojun felt his phone vibrate. A sudden notification made him stop dead in his tracks. His jaw dropped. Holographic screens displayed massive jumps in his lecture progress. The progress rate increased by a lot. This completely beats just repeatedly listening to them. He tapped his chin, putting the pieces together. Maybe it is because I caught that manticore. Like they say, 100 words are not worth a single picture. His eyes narrowed in realization. The best way to increase my progress is to use what I learned in actual combat, but there is a catch. He dragged a hand through his hair, frustrated. If I cannot enter a hunter academy, I cannot get a temporary license for dungeon raids. Do I really have to save up for tuition? Excuse me, a crisp voice called out. Seojun glanced over his shoulder. It was Seojun jogging to catch up. Could you spare some time to have a chat? She asked politely. Recognizing her as the Sword Star's granddaughter, Seojun wondered what she could possibly want. Yes, please speak, he replied cautiously. She took a deep breath, dropping all pleasantries. Will you come with me to meet my grandfather? Seojun did not even blink. I do not want to, he said flatly. Seojun and her assistant lost their minds. Wait, what? She shrieked as Seojun casually turned and walked away. Please wait, she cried out, but Seojun ignored her. He just wanted to hurry home and listen to more lectures. Seojun stood there, her pride deeply wounded. Park Seojun, age 31. Was going through a blatant rejection she had never experienced in her entire life. She was utterly flustered. She chased after him, her mind spinning. He wanted an academy with no cadets. What exactly was this guy's deal? She recalled the impossible feat she had witnessed. Despite having low-level stats, he had cleanly sliced a 4-star beast in half. The conclusion was obvious. He was clearly trying to become a hunter. Sprinting ahead, she blocked his path. We have everything you need, the best equipment, and I could. I do not want to, Seojun interrupted. I do not need academy instructions. Seojun gritted her teeth in pure frustration. Desperate, she played her final card. What if my grandfather, the Sword Star himself, were to teach you? Seojun flinched. But without missing a beat, he replied, It does not matter. Seojun was horrified. He was rejecting the ultimate dream of every pro hunter. No, I cannot just let him go like this, she thought frantically. What about the written test? She blurted out. Seojun sighed. I can handle that much by myself. She pressed harder. How will you join raids? You absolutely need an academy affiliation for a temporary license. Seojun frowned. Only government-authorized academies can issue those. Seojun triumphantly pointed at him. We received that authorization. We can get you raiding right away. That finally made Seojun stop dead in his tracks. Seeing his pace slow, Seojun pushed her advantage. We will not meddle in your training. We will even provide a separate location just for you. And we will not ask for a single cent in tuition, she declared. Seojun's heart did a massive leap. He turned around, his interest fully captured. Are you asking me to only be affiliated? If there are perks, there must be duties. What do I need to do? Just attend several competitions under our academy's name before passing the pro exams, she explained earnestly. It was an incredibly tempting offer. Why are you going to such lengths just to get me to join? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Because I saw your potential, she declared, the setting sun framing her confident posture. Her gaze was unwavering, filled with an unshakable resolve to bring him to her side. A sly smirk spread across Seojun's face. Not bad, he thought. It was the perfect transactional arrangement, a relationship where they simply used each other for mutual gain. Reaching out a firm hand, he officially introduced himself. I am Kim Seojun. She gripped his hand tightly, sealing the deal. I am Park Seojun. As they shook hands, an unspoken understanding passed between them, a realization that, eventually, they would become each other's greatest driving force. The very next day, Seojun's phone buzzed aggressively. Hello, the former boss's panicked voice came through. Seojun, what in the world did you do yesterday? The work leader was suddenly replaced. Seojun chuckled, recalling how he casually asked Seojun to ruin the negligent leader's contract. Ah, that. I did not think you would get fired straight away. The boss scoffed. Who would resign just out of guilt? A passing dog would laugh at that, but good riddance. Seojun smiled as he walked. More importantly, the boss asked, are you on your way there right now? Seojun looked up at the towering Dream Hunter Academy building. Standing by the entrance, Seojun waved enthusiastically. Mr. Seojun, over here. As soon as he approached, she handed him a sleek official card. Here is your temporary license. It was issued just yesterday, she beamed. Seojun took it, genuinely impressed. Thank you, I was wondering if they would actually do it. Although he was not officially a pro hunter just yet. The cold metal of the D-rank card felt incredibly heavy with promise. This was the undeniable feeling of taking the very first step toward his ultimate dream. Clenching the card tightly, his eyes burned with determination. This is just the beginning, he told himself. He looked up. Can you teach me the method for dungeon raiding? Seojun waved her hand dismissively. There is no need. Seojun blinked, entirely confused. Sorry. She gestured toward a rack of gleaming weapons. First, choose a comfortable training weapon. Once you choose, we can go right away. A knowing, almost mischievous smile curled onto Seojun's lips. Standing before a swirling blue portal, she revealed her plan. I already made an appointment for a raid, since I figured you would want to dive right in. Inside the dungeon, a massive rat monster lunged, only to be violently smashed to the ground by a swift, crushing strike. Resting the long spear on his shoulder, Seojun glared at Seojun. Why did you follow me in? Didn't we agree not to meddle? She chuckled. You are our only cadet. We would not just neglect you. She offered a cheerful thumbs up. Just think of it as a special one-on-one session for our top hopeful. Seojun sighed dramatically. Well, what an honor. It is your first raid, she reminded him. Treat me like a safety device, though with only 2-star kobolds around, you should not get distracted. Seojun strode past the twitching monster carcass. A 2-star monster. This is the perfect place for someone with no real experience to test out new techniques, he analyzed calmly. Gripping his spear, he marched deeper into the cavern. Thankfully, just like with the manticore, their mana defense is easily pierced. Normally, attacks devoid of mana would bounce harmlessly off a monster's barrier, but Seojun's eyes ignited with a brilliant blue glow. Suddenly, another giant rat ambushed him. Seojun effortlessly dropped to a crouch, dodging the lethal claws by an inch. It is weird, he noted. Using the momentum of his dodge, he spun around with blinding speed, a sharp whooshing sound trailing his weapon. The attacks of someone like me, who cannot even use mana, are surprisingly effective, he declared, swinging the spear in a wide arc that slammed into the beast with a heavy crunch. Instantly, holographic alerts flooded his vision. The progress rates for his martial arts lectures were ticking upwards. His face lit up with pure joy. Yes, it is increasing. Standing victoriously beside his defeated prey, he calculated his gains. Even if it is a slow increase with just 2 kobolds, this is absolutely worth it. Plus, the raid pays well. He shot Seojun an excited, predatory grin. I am going to increase the speed a bit. This is honestly just like grinding for experience points in a game, he cheered, charging forward to slice through the beast horde with gleeful efficiency. Mr. Seojun, Seojun's voice trails off. She watches him with a heavy sigh. I knew he was a weird person from the beginning, but his craziness transcends all imagination, Seojun thinks. She watches him sit cross-legged, glaring intensely at his phone. He mutters, you must absolutely avoid a hydra's poison. I see. From her perspective, he's just staring at an empty, blank space. As soon as he returned from the raid, he started staring at nothing, she thinks. Just how many hours has it been? But that isn't even the weirdest part. Suddenly, crackling energy bursts around him, illuminating the room. She stares in sheer disbelief. What? How did he just do that? She recalls his first dungeon raid. A supposedly uneducated cadet absolutely massacring kobolds with the finesse of a 10-year veteran. And his ridiculous strength. If you have nothing to do, let's move this together, he had shouted, casually carrying 2 massive rat monsters. Seojun remembers thinking he could have just hired a delivery service, but he insisted on using it as a workout to save money. I can't hide a cadet like this from grandfather forever, Seojun groans, holding her head. Meanwhile, Seojun suddenly shrieks in panic. Damn it, he whines, looking up at the night sky. It's past midnight. I didn't finish listening to all of the lectures. Seojun just facepalms. Is he some sort of Cinderella? Did she really make the right decision? But despite his panic, Seojun soon sparkles with pure joy. His phone screen lights up with a bank balance of over $9,000. To think I earned this much money in one day, he chimes happily. He rubs his nose proudly. I did the moving and dismantling all on my own, so it was pretty spicy but worth the effort. The problem is that it takes too much time, he sighs, his smile fading. I ended up not finishing yesterday's lectures. Should I try asking Mr. Manchell to work with me instead? I can trust him, and his new moving service isn't a bad idea. Walking down the bustling city street with a duffel bag, Seojun ponders his recent gains. Well, I'll contact him when I have the time, he decides. He wonders what to do with the nearly $10,000 he has earned. Saving it is good, but he really wants to use it more wisely. The raid helped me earn money and increased my lecture progress rate, but it isn't going as quickly as expected, he muses, poking a dead rat monster with his spear. Catching the last kobold didn't raise it at all. Is there a faster method of getting stronger? He wonders, visualizing the legendary Sun Wukong swinging his mighty staff. Suddenly, his footsteps halt in the middle of the street. Oh right, Sun Wukong, he shouts, completely startling a random passerby. A system window appears showing the basics of staff and spear arts taught by Heaven's great sage. Seojun grins. He couldn't afford it before, but now. His heart pounds as he stares intensely at his screen. He slams the register button. A bright blue warning pops up. Registration fee, $27 million. Seojun blinks in stunned silence. 27 million, he screeches, his voice echoing against the towering city buildings. He collapses into a crouch, defeated by the absurd price. This crazy ass, that amount transcends all imagination. I couldn't handle that even as a pro, passers-by mutter nervously about the strange man squatting on the sidewalk. Nothing I can do, I'll think about that lecture later, he grumbles, swiping on his phone. Does the Transcendent Academy sell any items or anything? If I can't attend lectures, I should at least get some equipment. He walks down the street radiating a depressing, fiery aura, but then he spots it, the Transcendent shop. His jaw drops in shock. Elixirs, the Aegis shield, even the lance of Longinus. These are all considered training equipment. Even for someone like me who doesn't know weapons, these seem unusual. If accepted students made them, they were made by the Transcended. To think I can easily obtain mythic-level items. His eyes sparkle again. For now, let's find equipment I can use right away. He taps on the lance of Longinus. Purchase. A loading bar appears, calculating the causality rate to affix an appropriate price. 68, 69, 70. Seojun's voice rings out as he aggressively does push-ups back at the academy. He pushes himself desperately. Seojun stands over him. You seem to be doing it more desperately today, she notes. Did something happen? Seojun thinks back to the shop. He knew it would be expensive. The risk was calculated. But man, am I bad at math, he cries internally, sweating profusely. $100,000. There's no way I'd have that much money. To make matters worse, the system strictly prohibited second-hand reselling. I should probably just close my eyes, get a loan, and resell it. Yeah, no. In the end, it all comes back to money, he thinks, his shoulders slumped as he walks the halls. Mr. Seojun calls out, waving a file. Do you have some time? The academy contention, Seojun asks, blinking in surprise. I've heard of it but don't know the details. Seojun smiles. It's a competition where numerous academies attend to show off their supremacy. She hands him a thick stack of papers. It evaluates an academy's overall level. It's a 4th-level league competition. Performing well earns you the right to participate in a higher league, which brings in more applicants and government authorization. That's why academies don't hold back on their resources and send their best hopefuls. Seojun connects the dots. So, the reason you're explaining this to me is... Seojun smirks triumphantly. Yes, you're correct. I want you to participate as our Dream Hunter Academy's representative. Seojun ponders. Wouldn't I be able to raise my lecture progress greatly with this? He nods firmly. It can also be considered experience. That sounds good, I'll participate. Oh, really? Seojun asks in surprise. Well, it was already part of our agreement. What do you usually do during the contention? The evaluation combines scores from a dungeon raid and a cadet tournament, she explains. My battle experience is just a manticore and kobolds, Seojun thinks nervously. I have no experience fighting other cadets. I want to do this properly. Is there anyone free to spar with me? He slowly turns his gaze. He stares directly at Seojun. Miss Seojun, if you don't have anything to do, would you mind sparring with me? He asks innocently. Seojun flinches. What with me? Moments later, she's reluctantly gripping a wooden training sword. What am I even doing right now? She grumbles, imagining him mocking her. Seojun grins excitedly. This is a great opportunity. She's a B-rank hunter trained by the Sword Star. A novice might not be in a position to judge a pro, but I'm curious about how strong she really is, he thinks, his heart racing. Will you really do this? She asks one last time. You do know I'm a B-rank hunter, right? He smirks confidently. Of course. He readies his wooden staff. So please go easy on me. She sighs, lowering her blade. I'll concede the first blow. Come in any time you want. Then I won't refuse. Seojun lunges forward, closing the distance in a sudden flash. Seojun watches his approach calmly. Of course. His staff swings down with a sharp whistle. She blocks it effortlessly with a loud clack. It's awkward, she critiques. His approaching steps are fast but sloppy. His gaze telegraphs exactly where he will attack, she thinks, dodging smoothly and raising her weapon. It seems I overestimated him from the kobold dungeon. A cadet is definitely just a cadet. I don't know where his confidence comes from to taunt me, she thinks, her wooden sword suddenly glowing with intense blue mana. But with this one attack, she swings down heavily. It's over, she declares. With a heavy crash, the glowing blade slams down, right onto Seojun's perfectly positioned staff. He holds his ground. Kyuk, Seojun grits his teeth, his arms trembling under the immense pressure. This is very tough. Seojun's eyes widen in sheer shock. How did he block a blow containing mana? The weapon was supposed to deflect out of his hands. She was supposed to just put her sword to his neck. The image of her expected victory flashes in her mind. It was supposed to be like that, she gasps, staring at the struggling boy in disbelief. Through his gritted teeth, Seojun flashes a dangerous, confident smile. Then, I'll also go at it for real. Fast forward to a fierce sparring session with Seojun. The air rings with sharp, rapid metallic clangs. The momentum suddenly shifts. His attacks become noticeably faster and sharper, pressing her backward. It's a stark difference from before. His wooden spear blurs through the air as a brilliant blue aura surrounds his focused gaze. A lesson echoes in his mind. Make obvious attacks. He spins his spear with a sharp whoosh. Then mix in some feints. In modern terms, fake outs. If your opponent is an existence that can reason, it will take a different tactic. He slides forward, his spear striking out rapidly. Throw away the idiotic thought that your opponent will just stand there and receive your attacks. Sparks seem to fly as their wooden weapons clash violently. Make obvious attacks, obvious defenses will follow obvious attacks. With a smooth, spinning motion, he redirects her parry. Pull in the reflected spear as if you are spinning it back towards yourself. Seojun stumbles backward, her eyes wide as she loses her balance. Repeat this until your opponent is in a position where she can't block your real attack. Seojun leaps high into the air, fully intending to finish the match. And when the time comes, put your all into your next attack. Gripping his spear tightly, he dives downward with explosive force. Now. But suddenly an immense, terrifying aura flares within Seojun's eye. Her combat instincts take over. A thunderous explosion rocks the entire facility. A massive pillar of blue energy obliterates the ground where Seojun just stood. Dust and debris cloud the air. Seojun stands amidst the rubble, panting heavily. What the hell just happened? She stammers. She gasps in sheer horror. Seojun is slumped against a shattered wall, violently coughing up a spray of blood. Panic sets in as she sprints toward him. What do? I used my full power without thinking, she cries out. Mr. Seojun, are you all right? Coughing weakly, he raises his head. I'm all right. He brushes the dust off his shirt and laughs off the near-death experience. Rather, I ended up losing. Seojun looks at him in utter disbelief. Ended up? Does that mean he thought he could win, even though it was a contest between a B-rank hunter and a cadet? Seojun grins sheepishly. Of course I can't do it yet. He rubs the back of his head. Of course a hunter is a hunter. It's completely different from fighting a monster. Seojun just stares at him, utterly bewildered by his casual attitude. Looking away, Seojun clenches his fist. Is this the difference between me and a pro hunter? I have a long way to go, he thinks. Suddenly his phone chimes. He pulls out his phone to see his lecture progress rates have gone up. It increased, just like I predicted, he beams. He realizes the system is pushing him to gain diverse combat experiences. He turns back to her with a sly smile. Miss Seojun, you don't really have much to do until the tournament, right? I guess not, she replies cautiously. He steps closer, eyes gleaming. Then during the times when there are no dungeon raids, could you spar with me like this? She flinches. Again, spar. He gives her his brightest, most persuasive smile. Yes, spars with Miss Seojun help a lot. She blushes slightly, impressed by his insane dedication. Yeah, who cares if he's a bit weird? He's working this hard. Yes, that sounds good. Relieved, she agrees. At the end of the day, I promise to help Mr. Seojun. I'll do everything you ask. If you win, I'll even give you all of the prize money. Seojun freezes. A massive question mark pops up over his head. Oh, there's also prize money? Of course, she nods. The tournament is still a competition. His voice quivers slightly. How much was the prize again? Seojun taps her chin thoughtfully. Probably around $100,000 is what I think I heard. At those words, Seojun's mind goes completely blank. Visions of a glorious, incredibly expensive spear dance before his eyes. He suddenly leans in, a terrifying aura of pure greed rolling off him. When did you say the Academy tournament was again? Seojun leans back, sweating. Why is he suddenly like this? The date. There's around 2 weeks left, she answers. Seojun's eyes literally burst into roaring flames. 2 weeks. Completely fired up, he shouts. Do you have any sandbags here? No, she starts to say before he interrupts. Miss Seojun, can I rip this out? With a sickening crunch, he points to a massive structural block of concrete. Seojun grabs her hair in full panic mode. Rip out? Cost performance? No, what is this? True to his word, he hoists the giant boulder over his head, an aura of fire exploding around him. One, he roars, doing squats. Mr. Seojun, what are you doing? She shrieks. She totally gives up. Never mind, there are sandbags in the corner over there, so please use those. He drops the rock with a grin. Oh, thank you very much, too, Seojun sighs heavily. I don't even know anymore. 2 grueling weeks of intense training later. The day of the tournament has finally arrived. The Academy Plaza is swarming with excited crowds, food stalls, and nervous cadets. Seojun arrives, looking like a total tourist with a large cylindrical bag slung over his shoulder. I finally arrived. He glances around, overwhelmed by the bustling crowd. There seems to be a lot more people than I thought. Nearby, a random spectator starts delivering a dramatic monologue about the tournament's significance. Seojun deadpans. What is he? No one asked him, but he's explaining everything on his own. It's an explanation character. Snapping back to reality, he realizes he's running late. Oh right, I don't have time for this. He rushes up to a guide to find the waiting room. He finally stands before the imposing white door labeled Player Waiting Room. He gulps nervously, gripping his bag strap. What should I do? He pushes the door open and immediately freezes. The room is packed with massive, terrifying giants who look like battle-hardened veterans, not academy students. His confidence instantly evaporates. He stares in awe at a guy posing with a giant battle axe. Look at that sparkling equipment. What are those muscles? They all look so confident. Feeling completely out of place, he slinks over to a bench in the corner. Because each academy sent their best cadets, everyone looks so strong. There he sits, wearing a basic shirt and sweatpants, holding a plain wooden spear wrapped in random scraps of clothing. He couldn't look more out of place if he tried. The other cadets quickly notice him and begin to whisper. Who is that peasant-like person? What academy is he from? One mocks, adjusting his glasses. Seojun casually scrolls on his phone, looking completely unbothered. I can hear everything, you punks, he thinks, ignoring their taunts. Let's just ignore them and watch the lecture. The mocking continues. What is he doing after coming all the way here? He should just pack up and go home. But the cadet with the glasses suddenly gasps, realizing something. A comrade? The glasses-wearing cadet thinks dramatically. Touched by what he assumes is Seojun's loneliness, he directs a stare of deep pity at our oblivious hero. The bespectacled boy nervously walks over. Hello. Seojun looks up. You're a cadet participating in the tournament, right? The boy asks. I am too. I'm Lee Mingi, natural awakener. Seojun nods. Yes, I am Kim Seojun. Before Mingi can even ask to sit down, a thunderous shout echoes across the room. Are you messing with me? The massive guy with the horned helmet roars furiously. Mingi points nervously. It's Jang Dukshul. He's a hopeful from Gotchery Academy. As you can see, he uses an axe as his main weapon, and he's the typical power type. Dukshul is aggressively bullying another cadet, Lee Chulmin, grabbing him by the shirt. If someone tells you to F*** you should just F*** off. Seojun sits beside a bespectacled guy who leans in to gossip. I heard he's a bit unusual. He uses twin daggers, the guy whispers. Seojun looks utterly confused, wondering why this guy is explaining things without being asked. Is he one of those infamous explanation characters? Seojun thinks before replying. You seem to know a lot about others. The guy blushes, laughing nervously. I'm a bit interested in this and that. Haha. Raising his giant axe to strike, Dukshul yells, You fool! But a chillingly calm voice cuts through the tension. Why don't you guys be quiet? A tall young man with fiery red hair and a sharp suit glares at them with terrifying intensity. You're not the only ones in the waiting room, he warns coldly. With just one sentence, the entire room falls dead silent. Mingi gulps. He's a cadet named Lee Junwon. He's a hopeful from Revenant Academy, but in actuality, he's the winner of this academy contention. As long as he is participating, his win is certain. You know the Sword Saint? Mingi whispers. Seojun blinks, unimpressed. Wouldn't it be weirder not to know? Rumor is his granddaughter made a scouting offer, Mingi continues. Seojun's eyes widen in shock. Miss Seojun did. Anyway, I don't know the reason, but I heard he declined, Mingi says in awe. Seojun awkwardly averts his gaze. Nope, that might not be the reason why, he thinks, knowing full well Junwon rejected her because her academy was literally a fake piece of paper. Meanwhile, Junwon aggressively kicks a trash can across the room, shattering it. Damn, why do I have to participate in this tournament with these lowly bastards? He seethes with frustration. If it weren't for my uncle's wish, even if I win this competition, no one would recognize me for it. He grinds his teeth, remembering Seojun's smiling face when she handed him that shabby flyer. If I had used that girl properly and just sucked out all of the benefits for myself and discarded her. Suddenly, his train of thought stops as he senses something from across the room. He turns his head slightly. His piercing eyes lock dead onto Seojun, who is casually holding his wooden spear. Who is that peasant? Junwon scowls in utter disgust. F asterisk. Now it's so bad that peasants like him participate. Meanwhile, Seojun is just happily daydreaming. I wonder how much my lecture progress rate would increase if we fought. The tension is broken by a loud announcement over the speakers. The first match of the Academy tournament will soon commence. All cadets, please finish your preparations. Suddenly, Seojun stands up swiftly, catching the glasses guy off guard. It seems like they'll start soon, Seojun remarks, his eyes locked on the horizon. For the last 2 weeks, Seojun had trained his heart out, successfully getting his lecture progress rates over 30%. Walking down the brightly lit corridor toward the arena, he reflects on his growth. Although I didn't feel any sudden increase in strength or anything similar as I progressed. His footsteps echo with firm resolve. I could feel the difference between 19% and 20% more clearly than before. And the real-life experience I was lacking compared to other cadets was supplemented with dungeon raids and sparring with Miss Seyoon. He tightly clenches his fist, a confident grin spreading across his face. Whether it is monster hunting or duels, there's no issue. He steps out into the blinding light of the arena. $100,000, just wait, I'll be there soon. The announcer's voice booms through the stadium. The first match is the Dungeon Maze Race. Seojun stands alone in a massive, desolate concrete corridor. He blinks. Maze. A glowing blue system window pops up in front of him, detailing his newly upgraded lecture progress rates. The tournament has officially begun, and this peasant is ready to shock them all. The scene shifts to a massive, roaring stadium. Confetti flies as the announcer's voice booms across the arena. The first round of the tournament will commence. The stands are packed with eager spectators. A man waves his arms enthusiastically. Ah, Sunbi, over here. His friend pushes through the cramped rows, accidentally bumping into a woman wearing a baseball cap. Why did you grab seats in a corner like this? He grumbles. The woman quickly pulls her cap down to hide her face. Oh no, I am sorry, she whispers. The man waves it off politely. It is okay. The junior leans in curiously. What happened? Is it someone you know? No, she just looked a bit like someone, the senior replies, taking his seat. So, what are the details on the first round of the tournament? On the giant screens, cadets are dropped into a stark white labyrinth. The first round is the Dungeon Maze Race, the junior explains. Attacking other cadets is prohibited. Escaping the maze is the only objective. Is finding your way also a skill necessary for hunters? Or are they testing their intuition? No matter if it is the lowest league competition, would they make a simple maze that can be left to luck? The screens show cadets clashing with fierce beastmen. It is more likely that there are monsters within the maze, a spectator reasons. Hunting those monsters will aid in escaping. It may provide hints. A cadet picks up a glowing slip of paper next to a defeated monster. This is probably an attempt to test the most important skills a hunter needs during a dungeon raid. The senior nods, impressed by the competition. On another note, the cadets this time seem to be quite skilled. Suddenly, his junior points excitedly. Ah, Sunbi, look at the jumbotron over there. On the massive screen, a red-haired cadet unleashes a devastating crimson aura, his blade slicing through a giant monster with a sharp hiss. The red-haired cadet glares intensely, his eyes sharp and focused. The crowd erupts into amazed cheers. How can anyone call those the movements of a cadet? He is on another level. Even a complete outsider like me could tell he is amazing. Who is he? The woman in the cap watches silently. He is Lee Junwon. Well, you can say that he is the confirmed winner for this tournament, she thinks. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as she spots a familiar face. Wait, Lee Junwon. Why is that person here? She thinks, her heart racing. Realizing someone might recognize her, she ducks down with a soft slide. Eek, no, I cannot be discovered as the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, or I will not be able to watch quietly from the stands. She watches the screen, curious. I wonder, is Mr. Seojun doing well? Meanwhile, deep within the maze, Seojun strikes a concrete wall with his spear. The weapon vibrates violently in his hands with a sharp ringing sound. Seojun sighs, dropping the spear's tip to the floor. Like I thought, they made sure we could not break through the walls. He swings the spear back over his shoulder casually. Oh well, I guess I can only do this the normal way. If I had known this would happen, I would have checked to see if there was a Theseus lecture available. He places his bare hand flat against the cold surface of the wall. If I use the power to uproot mountains about 2 times, I could break a wall, he mutters, beginning to walk. I may have learned a tip to escape from a maze. He rounds a corner and stops dead in his tracks. His eyes narrow at the sight before him. It is a 3-way fork, he observes. Seojun places a hand firmly on the wall with a soft slap. Well, if I follow the most basic rule of escaping the maze, I just keep my hand on one side of the wall and continue to walk that way. Eventually, I will reach the exit. A weary smile crosses his face. The problem, of course, is the word eventually. He steps forward, to the left just like this. Suddenly he halts, his eyes glow with a faint blue light. A strange sensation washes over him, vibrating like a plucked string in his mind. "What is this?" he whispers, bewildered. "What is this indescribable feeling?" Swirling blue currents of energy trace an invisible path to the right. Instead of the left path that I was originally thinking of taking, I get the feeling that I need to take the opposite path. Is this perhaps also a part of the sixth sense intuition from Chiron's lectures? He gulps nervously, staring into the bright, empty hallway. He takes a tentative step. I do not know." Throwing his spear over his shoulder, he strides forward confidently. "Might as well trust my intuition," a system prompt pings, showing his lecture progress increasing. He walks on, his eyes darting around the eerily quiet corridor. Weird. An announcement echoes from above. "Cadet Joe Suckman is eliminated," Seojun hums in thought. When I hear the announcements that come out from time to time, the other cadets seem to be meeting monsters and fighting. He strolls casually down the hall, his footsteps tapping lightly on the tiles. But why is nothing happening around me? Is my intuition even avoiding the monsters? He wonders. Seojun's heart skips a beat with excitement. If that is true, does that mean when I hit 100% progress and learn metamorphosis, I can see the future and stuff? Like seeing how my opponent will attack 3 seconds into the future? A voice suddenly calls out from behind him. "Young." Seojun snaps out of his daydream, deadpanning. "Yeah, that is just a delusion. There is no way that is true." A bespectacled cadet carrying a katana runs up, breathless. "Please be careful. Did you just hear? You do not know when or where a monster will pop out." Seojun sighs. Yes, I know." Seojun stares blankly at the nerdy cadet. "To think when I veered to the right, this punk would be there. Although I did not meet any monsters, I met people." The cadet points frantically. "Young, why did you come out from there? You have been walking with confidence this entire time. Do you know something?" Seojun shrugs nonchalantly. "Nope, I am just going whatever way I feel like going." The cadet gasps, horrified. "No wonder. Walking however you feel like in a maze will lead to trouble. I know the method of escaping a maze, so I will lead in the front from now on." The cadet steps in front of Seojun, gesturing wildly. "Do you know of the left-hand method and right-hand method? If you just continue to follow along the left-hand wall, even a complicated maze can be easily solved." Seojun pushes past him. "Takes too long. I am just going to go the way I feel." The cadet flails his arms. Then you will definitely get lost." "Then let us go separately," Seojun replies, walking away. The cadet rushes after him. "No, rather, why are you following me in the first place?" The cadet pushes his glasses up with a confident gleam. "That is because we are comrades in a similar situation." Seojun blinks, utterly confused. "What?" The cadet scratches the back of his head with an awkward laugh. That is, I participated by myself. From what I saw before, I thought you also participated alone," Seojun realizes. "So that was why he spoke to me first in the waiting room." "I was thinking, should not the weak people pool our strength together?" the cadet suggests. Seojun's eye twitches. "Weak me." The cadet gestures to Seojun's casual outfit. "Well, even I think I do not look like much from the outside. Since Hyung is also working hard alone, I will make an exception and show you something exciting." He triumphantly pulls out his phone. "Tada, cute, right? It is my younger sister." Seojun stares at the lock screen in silence. Sure." Seojun turns on his heel. "I am not sure who she takes after, but she is really cute. I will be going now." The cadet dives and grabs Seojun's ankles, sliding across the floor. Wait, please wait." "Do not want to," Seojun groans. The cadet scrambles to his feet, gripping his katana. "It is dangerous to travel alone. There is $100,000 on the line." Seojun thinks to himself. He might talk too much, but he did explain things in the waiting room, but still no. The cadet continues pressing him. "You keep saying alone, but did your younger sister and parents come to cheer for you?" Seojun stops, his expression darkening. My parents passed away and I only have my younger sister left," Seojun replies softly, memories of his empty, lonely home flashing through his mind. He grips his spear tightly, a heavy silence falling between them. The cadet slaps his own cheeks in panic. Gasp, "I told him that without thinking. It is going to make him uncomfortable and bring the atmosphere down." I am sorry. That already happened a long time ago, and I was just trying to say that my sister is too young to watch me here." Seojun turns back, his face unreadable. "You were right, comrades in a similar situation." The cadet blinks, stunned. "Sorry," Seojun smirks, turning his back. "Well, if you want to follow, do as you please." He glances back over his shoulder, a competitive spark in his eye. "And I am telling you this ahead of time, but the prize money for first place is mine. So out there is no team." He walks off down the corridor. The cadet stands frozen, entirely bewildered. Ha-young, let us go together, the cadet finally yells, sprinting after him. What kind of pace is this? You are the one who said you would follow, Seojun laughs, striding forward effortlessly. The cadet pants, trying to keep up. I get that, but you cannot just rush through this while going wherever you want. The cadet stares at Seojun's back, marveling at his intuition. What is this, really? He does not hesitate at all. He is too confident in himself to be going forward without any thought. It is as if he already knows the way, the cadet thinks. Then Seojun suddenly stops in front of a solid wall. Gasp! A dead end, the cadet wheezes, barely catching up. Seojun steps up to the blank wall. Seojun, is it here? He mutters, placing a hand on the surface. With a swift push, the entire wall slides open like a hidden door with a heavy whoosh. What are you doing? The cadet asks. The cadet shields his eyes, utterly shell-shocked by the blinding light. Huh. Outside, confetti rains from the sky. The Jumbotron blares the news. The first maze breaker has appeared. New record, 27 minutes and 12 seconds. The crowd goes absolutely wild. What, there is already a person who broke through? A spectator shouts in disbelief. Who is it? Lee Junwen. The woman in the cap watches the screen, her mouth dropping open. Wait, is that perhaps? Seo. Mr. Seojun, the crowd screams as he casually walks out of the maze. Seojun just sighs, resting his spear on his shoulder. I ended up not meeting any monsters. The bespectacled boy sweated nervously, his mind racing. How did this happen? I just happened to meet Seojun Ha-young, and while I was at it, I wanted to work together to escape the maze. The results for the first round of contention lit up the large screen. First place, Kim Seojun with an unbelievable time of 27 minutes and 12 seconds. Second place trailed closely behind, while the crowd favorite Lee Junwen fell to third, taking over an hour. A wave of disbelief washed over the cadets. Did you hear? First place only took 27 minutes. Is that time even possible? What academy is he from? Dream Academy? That sort of no-name academy's cadet won first. I thought Lee Junwen would definitely get first. Who would have thought he would be in third? As the rumors swirled, Seojun just looked at his phone, annoyed. It's so noisy that I can barely concentrate on the lecture. His piece was interrupted when the menacing figure of the red-haired Lee Junwen suddenly loomed over him with a heavy step. Seojun looked up, raising an eyebrow. A tense silence fell over the room. Everyone watched with bated breath, wondering what the fiery-haired cadet would do to the unknown first-place winner. Seojun just stared back, utterly unimpressed. What? Does he have something to say to me? Why is he scrutinizing me from top to bottom? Junwen's eyes narrowed, glaring daggers into Seojun in complete, furious silence, trying to intimidate him. But then Junwen scoffed and turned away with a dismissive smirk. That's all, huh? The tension broke, and the other cadets began to snicker amongst themselves. He was just a lucky guy. Of course he was. How else would someone from some no-name academy achieve that? I'm jealous of his luck, they mocked. Just then the instructor walked in, swinging the door open. Excuse me, everyone. The room fell quiet as the instructor held up his clipboard. I will make an announcement about the second round of the contention. It will proceed in a one-on-one tournament format, he stated. As this tournament is a competition in League 4, in order to maintain impartiality, weapons must not have any mana injected into them, or you will be disqualified. However, body strengthening with mana will be allowed. In addition, the instructor continued firmly, if the judge determines that a cadet can no longer fight, we will forcibly stop the fight. Please keep that in mind. 32 people passed the first round. In a one-on-one tournament, it should naturally start from the round of 32, the instructor finished. Seojun analyzed the situation. I wonder how the matchups will come out. Just then, a hand shot up from the crowd. Excuse me. I'll forfeit, the cadet declared nervously. Seojun blinked in shock, utterly confused. Huh. Meanwhile, outside the arena, a girl in a cap slipped into the stands quietly, letting out a soft sigh. Phew, I almost got caught. She recalled her earlier shock upon seeing the leaderboard, adjusting her hat. I was so surprised that I shouted without thinking. Who would have thought that Mr. Seojun would be first? Peeking around the corner to check the tournament bracket, she muttered, I'll go back once it becomes a bit calmer. What is wrong with these matchups? She stared at the nearly empty betting counter. Didn't you say there were 32 people who passed the first round? Then why is the tournament starting from the semi-finals? A passing man sighed heavily. What do you mean why? Everyone just forfeited. Damn, then things won't be any fun, another gambler complained, crossing his arms. There isn't any fun in betting now. The clerk shrugged helplessly. Well, I would suggest giving up anyway since Lee Junwen will win it all. That may be true, but the betting odds are so miserable. Just as the gambler grumbled about betting on anyone else, a heavy briefcase slammed onto the counter with a loud thud. $1 million on Kim Seojun. A mysterious cloaked figure stood there, unmoving. The gambler's jaws dropped in pure shock. "What? Are you for real?" The girl watched from afar, dumbfounded. "Mister, that guy is nothing but a punk with a bit of luck. He came from some no-name academy called Dream Academy," the gambler warned. "What is that person?" the girl wondered. Beneath the heavy hood, the stranger simply smirked, exuding an eerie, quiet confidence that left everyone speechless. Meanwhile, back in the waiting room, Seojun leaned casually on his spear, looking incredibly bored. This quickly turned bland. A few moments ago, a cascade of forfeits had ruined the tournament bracket. "I will forfeit," one cadet had declared, leaving the room stunned. The glasses guy had leaned in and whispered frantically, "I heard it is quite common in League 4. I guess it's only the top cadets who will win anyways." "And did you hear the rumors?" he continued, shivering. "Once Lee Junwon flips, he doesn't care whether or not it's a competition. He'll make sure you're crippled. I would never want to fight against Lee Junwon. Even if it's a contention, if we make a mistake and get hurt, who would take responsibility? It's not worth it." Another burly cadet chimed in with a resigned grin. "And there are too many strong people in this contention. And honestly, even if we continued, wouldn't we just become stepping stones for the big-name academies?" The murmurs grew louder, sweeping through the crowd. At that point, it might be cleaner just to forfeit. Like dominoes, the remaining cadets began to back out, rushing for the exit. I will also forfeit. Me too." "Damn, it started all right. I forfeit too." The room emptied rapidly in a chaotic scramble, and so everyone forfeited except for 5 people. In a tense waiting room, a burly man wearing a horned helmet laughs boisterously. "Young people have no endurance nowadays," he boasts loudly, while the other combatants sit quietly in the background. The scoreboard abruptly updated to the second round. Lee Junwon versus Lee Mingi, and Lee Chulman gets a bye. Seojun looked at his frantic friend. "Since I got first in the first round, do I automatically get first overall if I reach the finals in the second round?" The glasses guy trembled in terror. "Huh. Why are you shaking like that?" Seojun laughed. The bespectacled boy shrieked. "Young, aren't you scared? The tournament will start soon." "Not to mention my opponent is Lee Junwon, you know," the glasses guy cried out, desperately grabbing Seojun's shirt. "You seem lively enough," Seojun noted. Seojun grinned confidently. "Are you worried about losing before you even try fighting?" "I already know without fighting," the boy whined. "Then you should also forfeit," Seojun teased. The bespectacled boy hesitated, looking down at his feet. "I can't do that." Just then, an announcement rang out. "Cadet Kim Seojun, Cadet Jang Dukshul, the tournament preparations are over." Seojun pushed off the wall, effortlessly sliding his spear into his grip. "The named cadets, please head to the arena. If you won't be forfeiting, fight until the end. You might just win." With a swift, firm motion, he grabbed his trembling friend's hand and pulled him up from the bench. The glasses boy looked up at him in awe. Do you not have any concerns?" Seojun flashed a daring, arrogant smirk. "Not at all, if I have to say anything. I wonder how much experience he's worth." "What does that even mean?" the boy mumbled, thoroughly confused. Seojun turned and walked toward the arena with a light step. "Then I'll be back till to wait for me $100,000. Outside, the stadium was roaring with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, you've waited a long time. The 63rd Academy contention, second tournament competition. After all the riffraff are gone, only the toughest remain. I will introduce the cadets who will enter the ring first. The new record holder of the dungeon maze, 0 caught monsters. Is it skill or is it luck? The cadet veiled in mystery." Seojun stepped into the blinding light, waving nonchalantly. What a nice way to state that everyone else forfeited, he thought. He stopped and locked eyes with his opponent. "Your luck ends here," the giant sneered. The massive brute hoisted his giant weapon, laughing loudly. "Tricks and artifice are useless in front of overwhelming strength. Come, I will pulverize you all, the giant of the axe, Gotchery Academy's Jang Dukshul. You were able to pass first in the first round of the contention only to meet me here," Dukshul boasted. "Or rather, you were unlucky to pass the first round since that led you to meet me." Seojun merely chuckled, completely relaxed. "I wonder." Dukshul ground his teeth with a sharp, angry crack. "We won't know which one of us is unlucky just yet." The announcer shouted over the speakers. "Now we will start the first match of the second round tournament." The bold letters flashed across the massive screens. "Match start." Dukshul charged forward with explosive speed, the ground practically quaking beneath his heavy boots. "I'll make you regret speaking bullshit so freely." But Seojun didn't flinch. A calm, deadly smile spread across his face as he planted his foot with a soft thud, ready to strike. From the shadows of the tunnel, his bespectacled friend peeked out, biting his lip in overwhelming anxiety. The match started. "Will Seojun do well?" he worried, clutching his sword tight. But his attention was quickly drawn to the menacing presence of Lee Junwon leaning against the wall nearby. No, I don't think this is the time to worry about others. Junwin stood with his arms crossed, radiating a dark, suffocating aura that made the air feel heavy. Since I will have to face Lee Junwin in the next match, the boy thought, absolutely terrified. Seojun's words suddenly echoed in his mind. Are you worried about losing before you even try fighting? If you won't be forfeiting, fight until the end. You might just win. He trembled, feeling the weight of the decision. Damn, he cursed inwardly, his knuckles turning stark white as he clenched his fist. It's not just Lee Junwin. Jang Dukshul and Lee Chulman are both representatives of named academies. Cadets from no-name academies like us can't even compare. I should forfeit now at least, but before he could even finish the thought, a deafening gasp erupted from the arena, shaking the very walls. Wah! The glasses boy gasped, his eyes wide with utter shock as the announcer screamed into the microphone, "Amazing!" overturning everyone's expectations. The match was decided in the blink of an. The winner is Dream Academy's Kim Seojun. Seojun stood tall and entirely unfazed in the center of the ring, while the so-called giant of the axe lay completely unconscious at his feet. Watching from the tunnel, Junwin's arrogant expression finally cracked, his blue eyes widening in genuine, stunned surprise. The bespectacled cadet gripped his sword, staring blankly at Seojun's overwhelming, instantaneous victory. A spark of raw determination finally lit up in the boy's eyes as he found his courage. Junwin's surprise quickly melted into a fierce, predatory glare, his aura flaring wildly. I also. Down in the arena, Cadet Dukshul roared fiercely, swinging his massive, double-bladed axe with monstrous power. The heavy blade slammed down with a deafening crash, tearing up the ground and sending debris flying. The announcer screamed into the mic, as expected of Cadet Dukshul, what incredible strength! But Seojun had already flipped backward, dodging the strike with a soft, sliding sound. Seojun stood perfectly calm. But Cadet Seojun is easily evading his fierce attacks, the announcer yelled. It appears that he didn't pass purely on luck. Dukshul gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his panicked face. What's up with this guy? He thought. Dukshul swung wildly, gasping for air as his frustration peaked. I've been attacking non-stop to the point of running out of breath, but he's been brushing off my attacks like they're nothing. He ground his teeth together. Why aren't my attacks working at all? Channeling his remaining energy into a glowing green aura, Dukshul raised his axe high overhead. Let's see if you can evade this, he bellowed. With a sharp crack, the massive axe was stopped cold in midair. Seojun effortlessly blocked the brutal swing with just the wooden shaft of his spear. With a casual flick of his wrist, Seojun completely disarmed the giant. The heavy weapon went flying, spinning wildly through the air before embedding itself into the concrete floor. Dukshul stood trembling, totally stunned. Defeated, Dukshul fell backward onto the ground with a heavy thud. Seojun stood over him casually, not even slightly out of breath. The announcer stammered in shock, amazing, overturning everyone's expectations. The match was decided in the blink of an eye, the announcer yelled. Dukshul sat there still processing reality. I lost, he mumbled. The stadium erupted into cheers. The winner is Dream Academy's Kim Seojun, Dukshul muttered in absolute disbelief, in a battle of strength. Despite the overwhelming victory, Seojun looked incredibly disappointed. He stared at his phone and sighed heavily as a system window popped up, showing a pathetic increase in his lecture progress rates. Dragging his spear behind him, Seojun trudged out of the arena. That's all the progress rate has increased by, he complained. I came here expecting it to increase much more if I fought other cadets. On top of that, most of the cadets forfeited, decreasing the number of fights. A countdown timer glaringly read 52 days. Seojun began to sweat with panic. The number of days I have left on the free pass is still decreasing. What do I do? At this rate, not only Siddhartha Gautama's lecture, I won't finish Chiron or Xiang Yu's either. Exiting the stadium, he made a firm decision. I'll be on a tight budget in order to buy a weapon and repurchase the free pass. I have no choice but to win that prize money now. Just then, a cheerful voice called out, Hi Young. It was Mingi, bouncing with excitement. I saw your match. I didn't know you were that strong, Seojun smirked confidently. Sup, Mingi, why are you all riled up? Did I ever say I was weak? Mingi's eyes widened in realization. Ah, you're right. Anyway, that was really amazing, Mingi praised warmly. Suddenly, the door slid open with a soft swish and a staff member stepped out. The second match is ready. Please come out when I call your name. Cadet Lee Mingi. Mingi flinched nervously at his name. Then a sharp-looking boy with fiery red hair stepped out of the shadows. Cadet Lee Junwin. Junwin rudely shoved past Mingi. Move aside, you pests, he spat coldly. Seojun's eyes narrowed dangerously as Junwin walked away. Mingi stepped closer and whispered, Hi Young, you remember how I said we're alike in the maze? I don't know why, but from the moment I saw you, I felt some sort of kinship towards you, Mingi confessed softly. Because of that, when you beat Duckshell, I felt happy like I was the one who won, but I was also jealous. Mingi looked down, his expression turning bitter. I'm an unlucky bastard with no talent, and I'm not strong like you. But then he clenched his fist tightly, a fiery resolve returning to his eyes. But I want to be a big brother that my little sister can be proud of. Cadet Lee Mingi Tilda, the announcer called out eagerly. Mingi snapped to attention. Yes, I'll be right there. As Mingi rushed off to the stage, Seojun called out softly, do your best. Mingi looked back, his face brightening. Why, yes. Seojun offered him a warm, encouraging smile. Mingi walked confidently toward the roaring arena. And let's meet in the finals. The crowd cheered wildly as the second match between Mingi and Junwin was officially announced on the big screen. Stepping onto the stage, Mingi clutched his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. I can do it! I can do it! He muttered. Across from him, Junwin merely scoffed with utter disdain. Junwin sneered at him, irritated. What are you mumbling so annoyingly? He rolled his shoulders in absolute disgust. Everything's getting on my nerves. I'm already embarrassed by the fact that I was forced to participate in this shit tournament. This brat's my opponent. Mingi stared back silently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Junwin unleashed a terrifying, murderous glare. The sheer killing intent hit Mingi like a physical weight, making him shiver uncontrollably in his tracks. Junwin looked down on him with absolute disdain. I can tell without fighting. To Junwin's twisted perspective, Mingi was nothing more than a trembling fawn. He's a prey, a useless bastard that only knows how to be eaten, a creature at the bottom of the food chain for a talented predator like me. He's nothing but fodder. Junwin's eyes darkened with pure arrogance. This brat got here purely through luck. He should know his place. I should have placed first in both the first and second rounds of this tournament, Junwin thought bitterly. It's only natural, since I'm on a completely different level than the trash that compete in this joke. Yet. He watched Mingi draw his sword with trembling, unsteady hands. Junwin gritted his teeth in fury. Fucking hell. Does this lowly fucking pest really think he can win? Junwin growled. He shouted impatiently at the referee, Hey, ref, when are we starting? The referee nervously replied, The announcer will speak soon. Now the second match of the second round of the tournament, the announcer boomed. Mingi swallowed hard, his eyes fixed desperately on Junwin. I can do it, just like Seojun Hyung. Junwin gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. There's no need to drag out this shitty-ass tournament. We'll commence. Before the announcer even finished his sentence, Junwin vanished in a blur of terrifying speed. I'll finish it in a flash, Mingi gasped in horror as Junwin appeared right in front of him. Sparks flew as Junwin unleashed a brutal, blinding barrage of strikes. Mingi could barely raise his blade in time to block, every impact rattling his bones with heavy metallic clangs. As expected of Lee Junwin, the announcer cheered wildly. He immediately unleashed a fury of fast, precise blows. On the other hand, Cadet Mingi looks like he's on the ropes. He might not live up to the expectations of being able to at least last a little bit. Junwin's eyes glowed with raw malice as he found an easy opening. If you're a pest. He violently drove the hilt of his sword straight into Mingi's stomach. Then act like one. Blood sprayed from Mingi's mouth as his glasses were violently knocked off his face. That was a big hit, the announcer roared. Mingi collapsed into a heap, coughing violently. Cadet Mingi kneels over in pain, the announcer narrated. Will this be the end of the match? Junwin slowly walked toward him, his footsteps echoing like a death knell. Mingi clutched his gut, crushing despair washing over him. I'm going to lose. Bleeding and panting heavily, Mingi stayed on his knees. This isn't a matter of whether or not I can win. I'm no match for him at all. Junwin drew ominously closer. Mingi stared at the bloody ground. Am I really unable to do anything, even though I resolved myself to become a big brother that my little sister can be proud of? I wanted to become strong. Hot tears streamed down his bruised face, like Seojun Hyung. With a heavy, agonizing grunt, Mingi forced himself back to his feet, swaying but refusing to fall. Oh, Cadet Mingi is getting up, the announcer shouted. Gripping his sword with whatever pathetic strength he had left, Mingi lunged forward. Just once. It's okay if it's just once. Even if it's just the tip of his fingers, he prayed inwardly. Mingi swung his blade in a desperate final arc as Junwin simply stared at him without a single flinch. I want my attack to reach him. Junwin's expression remained perfectly cold and entirely unimpressed. A massive metallic clang echoed across the entire stadium. Mingi was sent crashing to the ground, sliding across the concrete until he lay face down and completely unmoving. There will be no upset, the announcer declared. The winner is Revenant Academy's Lee Junwin. In the arena stands, the crowd murmurs in awe. As expected of Lee Junwin, they whisper, that guy was no match. But as the dust settled, a single drop of crimson blood slid down Junwin's cheek. The crowd whispered in awe, Junwin's not at a level where he should be competing in this. He might be a cocky asshole, but he has the skills to back it up. Junwin touched the cut on his cheek. His eyes widened slightly before darkening into a terrifying, murderous glare. Barely conscious, Mingi managed a weak, swollen smile. It reached me. Junwin stood over the broken boy like a grim reaper, the stadium's cheers ringing hollowly in his ears. Junwin's face twisted with pure, unadulterated hatred. This fucking pest. Paranoia filled Junwin's mind, twisting the crowd's cheers into mocking whispers. He's acting all cool after defeating a guy like that? I guess Junwin's not all that. He trembled with violent rage. Hurt me, an elite. He snapped his head toward the referee. Hey, ref, I'm just going to forfeit. The referee blinked in total confusion. What do you mean? Without warning, Junwin delivered a brutal, sickening kick straight to Mingi's face. The crowd gasped in absolute horror. I can't keep up with this damn joke of a place anymore, Junwin spat. As the audience erupted into a frenzy of outrage and confusion, Junwin screamed, the reason why this tournament is such a retard fest is because you guys accept every damn one of these fools. And that's why you guys are only fucking League 4. The referee ran over in a panic. Cadet Lee Junwin, what is the meaning of this? The match is already over. If you continue, we will have to take action. Junwin glared back at him. What action? I said I was forfeiting. And aren't you guys pissed? Watching even brats like this mess around trying to become hunters. To ruthlessly prove his point, Junwin mercilessly stomped his heavy boot onto Mingi's head, pressing his bruised face into the dirt. Crawling up not knowing their place, Junwin snarled, sadistically putting all his weight onto the helpless boy. Suddenly, a massive blast of force knocked Junwin off balance. Seojun had leaped into the ring, catching Junwin's descending blade with the sturdy shaft of his spear in a terrifying display of speed. Seojun stood protectively over Mingi, his eyes burning with a dark, unmistakable fury. I was waiting, since we'll fight in the finals anyway. Seojun pressed his spear forward, his voice dropping to a chilling, demonic growl. But I changed my mind. You deserve to be beaten up right now. In the arena, Junwin stands over a defeated Mingi, his sword drawn. Move it, he orders Seojun, who has just stepped onto the battlefield. Junwin points his massive blade right at Seojun's face. What? Move your damn foot. Instead of backing down, Seojun glares back as Junwin steps heavily on Mingi's head. What if I don't want to? With a sharp swing of his sword, Junwin attacks. Seojun quickly shoves Mingi out of the way, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. Junwin clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance. Seojun drops to his knees, checking on his bruised friend. Are you okay, Mingi? Stay with me. Junwin rolls his eyes mockingly. What a beautiful sob story between pests. Mingi weakly calls out Seojun's name. Junwin sneers, his eyes practically glowing with arrogance. Is it fun to look down on people like that? Seojun looks up, his voice steady but laced with barely contained anger. What is your problem? Why would you trample on someone like this? Junwin scoffs, pointing his blade down at the arena floor. Are you asking because you really don't know? It's because it's repulsive seeing a pest not knowing his place. Are you saying that pests can't dream? Seojun asks. Junwin bursts into laughter. Dream? Wow, I didn't know people still said unrealistic crap like that. Can you do anything with hard work? Junwin continues to mock them while the crowd murmurs, wondering why the referees aren't stepping in. In the stands, a mysterious cloaked figure smiles menacingly. Orders from above. For now, let's just watch. Up in the bleachers, a girl clutches her hands anxiously, whispering Seojun's name as the tension peaks. Junwin bursts into a maniacal fit of laughter. Damn, I didn't know you were this much of an imbecile. Let me give you a lesson about the world, Junwin preaches, his face twisting into a cruel smile. It's a place where only the capable succeed, where you survive by squashing others. Seojun listens in silence, his expression darkening as the harsh words sink into his very core. That's how the world is, you dumbass, Junwin taunts. Seojun slowly stands up, hoisting Mingi over his shoulder. Truth be told, I used to think similarly. Memories flood Seojun's mind. The 9 long years he endured to become a pro hunter, facing countless towering walls of reality, resenting his lack of money and talent. Hard work simply helped maintain the status quo, Seojun reflects bitterly. It never improved anything for me. He knows there are few things more pathetic than hanging on to a dream that can't be solved with mere hard work. He remembers the countless times he wondered if he should have just given up earlier and tried his hand at something else entirely. Steeling himself, Seojun hands Mingi over to the nearby referee. Please take care of him. Fear used to take hold of him, making him doubt his own worth countless times. That crushing weight of reality is exactly how so many people fall into deep despair. Seojun turns back to face his tormentor, gripping his wooden spear tightly. However, so what about it? His eyes burn with a quiet, undeniable intensity. That's not something you can just evaluate and trash on. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Seojun lunges forward. The referee yells in panic, "Cadet Seojun, this is a violation of the rules." Ignoring the warning entirely, Seojun swings his spear with a fierce, whistling gust of wind. Junwin sighs dramatically, completely unimpressed by the sudden attack. A sadistic smirk stretches across Junwin's face. What a freaking joke. With a heavy, resounding clash, Junwin blocks the spear strike, sending shockwaves through the arena. Their weapons lock together in a fierce struggle. "You damn pest," Junwin snarls. Seojun glares right back. "You're the real bug." Seojun jumps back into the air, dodging a swift, brutal kick from Junwin and creating distance between them. Junwin doesn't let up for a second. He charges forward with terrifying speed, his sword raised high to strike. A flurry of sparks fly as their weapons clash repeatedly. Seojun barely deflects the rapid, heavy blows coming his way. He's strong, Seojun thinks, gritting his teeth as the sheer force pushes him backward. No wonder people have such a high opinion of him. Junwin swings his massive sword with lethal intent, a terrifying arc of blue energy trailing behind the heavy blade. "Don't think about that," Seojun tells himself, tightening his grip on the spear. "Just go with the flow, move according to my senses." With a heavy, bone-rattling thud, Seojun cleanly parries the attack right back at him. Junwin's eyes widen slightly, genuinely surprised by the sudden, fierce resistance. The two fighters leap back simultaneously, staring each other down across the deeply cracked arena floor. The referee tries to intervene, but Junwin screams at him in a frenzy. "Don't butt in. I'm a predator, a being that reigns above prey." Seojun drops into a low stance, his eyes glowing with an eerie, predatory blue light. Junwin grinds his teeth. "How come I'm seeing the eyes of a predator on a damn pest?" Junwin lunges again, his blade aiming straight for Seojun's chest. "Let's see if you can still spout nonsense when you're up against reality." With a thunderous explosion of sheer power, Junwin brings his sword down, shattering the ground beneath their feet. Seojun struggles, blocking the devastating blow with his wooden spear, his arms trembling violently under the immense pressure. Junwin grins menacingly. He actually blocked that. The exchange turns into a high-speed blur. Ringing strikes echo as Seojun fiercely parries blow after blow. "Is it my imagination?" Junwin wonders, his frustration mounting to a boiling point. "He seems to be getting more proficient as he blocks more of my attacks." Seojun counters with a swift, sliding thrust. Junwin dodges, realizing with creeping horror that he's watching a monster grow right in front of him. With a sharp hiss, Seojun lands a solid, heavy strike on Junwin's chest. Both fighters grunt in pain as they viciously trade blows. A massive shockwave violently sends both of them skidding backward across the torn-up arena floor. Junwin catches his breath, staring at Seojun in absolute, unadulterated disbelief. "I was pushed away by this nobody." Furious, Junwin's sword erupts with a blinding, menacing red aura. "No freaking way!" he screams, completely unhinged. Seojun breaks out in a cold sweat. "An aura sword? There's no way I can win when I don't know how to control mana." Junwin charges, fueled by pure, unbridled rage. "I'm going to kill you!" From the stands, voices cry out for him to stop. Seojun's mind races in a panic. "I need to run." He knows running is the logical choice, but his feet refuse to move an inch. "If I run, I'll be denying everything I've built up to this point." He remembers the ancient tales of the Chu Kingdom, how he once jumped into enemy lines completely by himself, fully aware it was a suicide mission. They were right, the results were already decided. It was a lost cause with no way out alive, Seojun thinks, watching Junwin violently close the distance. That was the first time I'd ever despaired. I was afraid that I might lose. Despite that crushing, suffocating fear, he fought anyway. Why just because? Seojun tightens his iron grip on his spear, his knuckles turning completely white. Because it was something he absolutely had to do. Even if your defeat is certain, fight like crazy and believe you will win. His mentor's powerful words echo in his mind. "Xiang, you fought. Even with the power to uproot mountains, you cannot win against anyone without that fighting spirit. And lost, and that is the boldest freaking fighting spirit, the power to uproot mountains and the spirit that overturns the world." Seojun's own aura flares to life, glowing a brilliant, blinding blue. Junwin's eyes widen in sheer, terrifying shock as Seojun charges forward to meet him head-on. "Don't make me laugh," Junwin roars, swinging his red-hot blade. "I'm a predator that can trample pests like you." The two clash in an absolute explosion of blue and red light, their powerful auras tearing through the very fabric of the stadium. "Die, you son of a bitch!" Junwin screams, putting all his desperate strength into the strike. Seojun roars back, pushing his spear forward with everything he has, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. Their weapons violently collide with a catastrophic boom, sending arcs of pure, destructive energy wildly into the air. The sheer force of the impact triggers a blinding flash, engulfing the entire arena in a massive, earth-shattering shockwave. A thick, heavy cloud of dust settles over the ruined stage. The audience murmurs in total shock. Who won? Through the dense smoke, a battered, shadowy figure slowly stands up, swaying slightly. Seojun, battered and bruised, holds his spear high, while Junwin collapses to the ground, utterly and completely defeated. Seojun pants heavily, leaning on his spear for support, sweat and blood dripping down his weary face. Junwin lies motionless on the shattered floor, blood trailing from his mouth, completely knocked out cold. The giant screens of the stadium overlook the silent, destroyed arena, beautifully displaying Seojun standing victorious over his opponent. The massive crowd is stunned into complete silence as Seojun, the undeniable victor, stands tall amidst the utter wreckage. The stadium erupts into a deafening roar as the dust finally settles, revealing Seojun standing victorious over Junwin. The crowd excitedly chants Seojun's name into the open sky. Watching from the stands, Seojun is completely dumbfounded. She remembers him barely surviving a mana-imbued sword just 2 weeks ago, yet now he's wielding a massive aura spear. She stutters in disbelief. Mr. Seojun is? And no way. Amidst the cheering crowd, she suddenly notices a strange, cloaked figure standing ominously in the aisles. A chill runs down her spine. It's the exact same person she saw at the gambling center earlier, and she can't fathom how he got here. The cloaked man trembles violently, clutching his chest and muttering that this outcome is completely impossible. Seojun finds his dramatic reaction incredibly excessive. He's acting as if some eternal law of nature has just been shattered. She narrows her eyes, slowly piecing the puzzle together in her head. She recalls that the cloaked man had actually placed a huge bet on Seojun winning. A sudden wave of confusion washes over her. "Huh," she mutters to herself. Looking back, she realizes the mysterious man has completely vanished. The title card flashes brightly, Transcendent Academy. Later, Seojun trudges down the sidewalk, exhausted and carrying his massive spear wrapped heavily in white cloth. He lets out a long, heavy sigh, his face covered in fresh bandages from the brawl. The referee's harsh words echo in his mind, officially declaring him disqualified. The ref had explained that although Junwin's actions were excessive, the match was already forfeit, and Seojun intervened despite multiple warnings. Seojun admitted the ref wasn't wrong, but quietly wondered why the organizers didn't step in sooner. He told the ref he was prepared for the consequences, but asked what would happen to Junwin. The ref confirmed that Cadet Junwin was disqualified, while medics strapped the unconscious boy to a stretcher. Using an aura sword was deemed attempted murder. Junwin avoided prosecution, but faced a harsh 5-year ban from the Pro Hunter exam. Checking the final results on his phone, Seojun notes that Lee Chulman won by default, with Mingi taking second. He smiles, deciding that winning without actually fighting is the true victory since his progress rate went up. A system window pops up, revealing a massive spike in his lecture progress rates after fighting Junwin. Notably, Xiang Yu's lecture has finally passed 50%. He reflects on the strange power he felt in the arena, guessing it appeared thanks to passing that specific milestone. Tapping his screen, he figures he might be able to take another lecture, knowing things get easier as his progress rate climbs. Suddenly, Seojun jogs up from behind, calling his name. He turns around, slightly surprised to see her. She anxiously looks him up and down, asking if he's hurt anywhere. He steps back, assuring her he's perfectly fine and surprisingly sturdy. She pats her chest, breathing a deep sigh of relief. Seojun just stares at her in awkward silence. He nervously breaks the silence, apologizing to her. She blinks, completely confused, and asks what he's sorry for. He admits he could have won the prize money, but ruined it by sticking his nose into the fight. She waves it off, telling him he has absolutely nothing to apologize for. In fact, she's more concerned about whether he's okay. He tilts his head, wondering why he wouldn't be. She points out that he seemed really interested in the prize money. The color completely drains from Seojun's face. He clutches his head and screams in terror as reality hits him. Seojun sweats awkwardly, realizing he had completely forgotten about the money. He panics about needing to buy the Lance of Longinus and more lecture passes. She curiously asks what exactly he was planning to do with the funds. Squatting on the pavement in absolute despair, he cries about a specific weapon he wanted to buy. Seojun mentally pictures him drooling over $100,000 spear. Heavily heaving his wrapped spear back onto his shoulder, he sighs and accepts his fate. With a soft, genuine smile, he admits he has regrets, but he would have regretted it far more if he hadn't stepped in to save Mingi. Seojun stares at him, deeply moved by his selfless resolve. He confidently declares that the money problem will work itself out, but is immediately interrupted by a loud shout. Mingi runs down the street, waving his arms frantically. Seojun turns and calls out his name. Panting heavily, Mingi asks if he's leaving. Seojun nods, confirming that's the plan. Seojun places a reassuring hand on the boy's head. Mingi looks up, his eyes trembling with unshed tears and deep emotion. With desperation in his voice, Mingi asks if he'll ever be able to be like Seojun if he just keeps working hard. Seojun flinches, caught completely off guard by the heavy question. Mingi stands there, his fists clenched and shaking as he nervously waits for an answer. Seojun falls silent, his expression unreadable. Breaking the silence, Seojun honestly tells him that it will probably be very difficult. The harsh truth is that Mingi's talent severely lags behind what is required to become a pro hunter today. Seojun explains that while hard work is important, the world is too harsh to survive on dreams alone. He gently advises Mingi not to get too hung up on becoming a hunter, reminding him he's young and can find success elsewhere. Mingi forces a bitter laugh, admitting that Seojun has a valid point. Trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere, Mingi claims he just came to say a final goodbye, not to bring down the mood. Looking utterly defeated, he bows his head and thanks Seojun for everything. As Mingi begins to walk away, Seojun calls out to him, urging him not to let anyone's harsh words get to him. Seojun states the undeniable fact that Mingi lacks talent, warning him that people will constantly say he'll never succeed. But Seojun's eyes burn with intensity as he tells Mingi that someone else's opinion doesn't ever have to become his reality. Tears stream freely down Mingi's face as Seojun delivers his final piece of advice. If you wish for something, do it. That's all you need. Walking away into the sunset, Seojun waves as Mingi promises to visit him with his little sister someday. Seojun walks alongside Seojun, admitting she's surprised by this caring side of him. He stretches, casually claiming he's just busy sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. She giggles, thinking it's cool that he now has a fan, though a student might suit him better. She suddenly snaps her fingers, realizing she missed a golden opportunity to recruit Mingi to their academy. She stops in her tracks, staring thoughtfully at Seojun's retreating back. He continues walking forward, his heavy spear bouncing slightly with each step. A warm feeling blooms in her chest as she thinks about the future of their academy. She runs to catch up, cheerfully offering to buy him a weapon as a substitute for a scholarship. He immediately agrees, shamelessly declaring he's going to pick something expensive. The scene shifts to a sprawling, traditional Korean estate bathed in the golden light of dusk. A man in a sharp suit sprints frantically down the wooden corridors, his footsteps echoing loudly. He demands to see the headmaster, but the guard nervously explains that the old man is meditating and ordered no interruptions. The man insists it's an absolute emergency, leaving the guard stammering in fear. The heavy wooden door slides open with a sharp, echoing clack. Seo Moonchul, the close aide to the Sword Saint, immediately drops to his knees in the doorway. The old man's face is hidden in the shadows, as he coldly reminds Moonchul of his strict orders not to be disturbed. A terrifying, oppressive aura erupts from the Sword Saint, filling the room with suffocating pressure. Sweating profusely and glued to the floor, Moonchul forces out the news that Lady Seojun participated in the recent academy tournament. The overwhelming pressure lingers heavily in the silent room. The Sword Saint turns slightly, his aura dissipating like mist as he asks for confirmation. Moonchul explains they are still gathering details, as a brief image flashes of Seojun playfully testing weapons with Seojun. He reveals the shocking news that Seojun seems to have recruited a brand new student. Moonchul offers to take care of the matter himself, but the old man immediately shoots him down with a firm no. Sword Saint Park Minchul stands tall, a dangerous glint in his eye as he declares he needs to personally see what kind of guy this new student is. Back at the Dream Academy, a sharp swishing sound cuts through the air outside the building. 4,980, 4,981. Inside, the young man tightly grips a wooden staff, his knuckles white as he thrusts it downward with incredible focus. With a thunderous crash, the staff slams into the ground, kicking up a massive shockwave of dust. 5,000, he shouts. Wiping his brow, he lets out a heavy sigh. Daily task complete, he declares, completely oblivious to Ms. Seojun standing silently behind him. He freezes, a sudden chill running down his spine as he senses a menacing aura looming just behind him. Slowly turning around, he winces. Ms. Seojun, I feel a sharp glare on the back of my head, he stammers. She smiles sweetly. Oh my, I think that's just your imagination. She crosses her arms, looking utterly unimpressed. You wanted to change your equipment so badly, yet you were super picky at the workshop I took you to, and in the end, you didn't buy anything. He nervously rubs his neck. I just felt like it was a bit too much. She squints suspiciously at him. Liar, you're not one to typically say no or care what others think. He grins sheepishly, realizing she is reading him perfectly. After seeing weapons crafted by a transcendent being, normal weapons just wouldn't cut it anymore. He sighs internally. This is all thanks to that damn causality, he thinks, picturing himself begging for cash instead. Rather than buying a spear here, why don't I just ask for $20,000 in cash? What? Why did the price go up? I can't do something like this. It seems that it affects causality if it's not earned through proper hard work, he grumbles. Seojun sighs in exasperation. I even told you I was buying. That's not a chance that'll come again. She gives him a playful wink before turning slightly, leaving him to wallow in his regret. Suddenly changing the subject, she leans closer. And another thing, I wanted to ask you before, but what kind of mana cultivation technique do you use? He blinks, caught off guard. Mana cultivation technique. Yes, she insists, gesturing emphatically. You need to learn a mana cultivation technique to handle mana. Seeing how you can defeat monsters, you can clearly handle mana. And seeing how you fought in the tournament, it doesn't seem like it's a low-class one. He rubs his cheek, looking slightly embarrassed. But I've never seen you cultivate, she notes. Now that I think about it, he admits, I haven't learned a mana cultivation technique yet. A visual flashes in his mind, a silhouette enveloped in a radiant cosmic aura. A mana cultivation technique refers to the exact method that enables a hunter to use mana efficiently. Depending on the efficiency, techniques are divided into high-class and low-class variations. Every hunter has their own special method, some of which are even patented and sold in expensive lectures. He looks at her curiously. That was the reason why I was trying to attend an expensive elite academy, he explains. Do you teach the Sword Saint's mana cultivation technique at the Dream Hunter Academy? She quickly shakes her head. Number grandfather strictly forbade that, he chuckles softly. I shouldn't be surprised, or else Dream Academy would be booming right now. But instead, I teach the mana cultivation technique I invented, she states proudly. He stares at her in shock. What, you created one yourself? She nods calmly. Yes, since I was interested in teaching. She strikes a confident pose, practically glowing with pride. Why do you ask? He waves his hands frantically. Well, I was just curious, haha. Inwardly, he's stunned. He had assumed her talent was low, but inventing a technique was incredible. His expression softens into determination. But she's right. Mana cultivation is basic for a hunter, and I felt firsthand the difference between being able to use mana and not in the fight with Junwin. He gently pinches his chin in thought. Since I now have breathing room to take another lecture, it seems like a good idea to take a lecture on mana. Seojun watches him closely, sensing he's trying to brush off the topic. If he doesn't want to answer, I guess it can't be helped, she decides, turning to walk away with a soft click of her shoes. Well, keep training. He pauses. Where are you going? She keeps walking, not looking back. I have some business to attend to. He grins, teasingly calling after her. Business? You? I'm surprised you have something you need to do. She stops, annoyed, and snaps her fingers. Seriously. Anyway, make sure you lock the doors if you leave before I'm back. Yeah, don't worry, he chuckles, waving goodbye. Once she's gone, he drops the smile. The question is what lecture to take. Meanwhile, Seojun marches down the street, her face bright red with embarrassment. Do I really seem like I have nothing better to do? She grumbles. When's mentor getting here? He'd be real helpful right now. Back at the academy, the young man boots up a new video on his phone. The screen glows as Archmage Merlin appears. What is mana? The old wizard asks. In a world formed by the strict law of causality, it is a way of shaking up and overturning the laws of the world. That is what mana is. He nods slowly, carefully absorbing the heavy philosophical explanation. A system notification chimes. Once you learn mana, you can see the world. Merlin smiles warmly. You all got that right? Easy, right? The young man slumps in defeat. I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind in a different way than with Buddha's lecture. Merlin suddenly points directly at the camera. That's enough explaining. Time for you to try it out yourselves, the Archmage declares. Instantly, a new daily task window pops up, demanding he manifest 1,000 mana orbs. He stares at it in sheer disbelief. This is also a daily task. With a soft sliding sound, he assumes a ready stance. I guess I'll give it a shot, he murmurs, as a faint blue aura begins to hum around his body. Blue energy crackles around his fingertips. It is thanks to the senses I learned from Chiron, he ponders. It's not that burdensome to feel and control mana, but this is hard. I can feel the mana, but I can't shape it at all. How am I supposed to manifest it? Merlin's recorded voice continues to instruct. To use mana is to connect the world of your mind with the physical world. You are taking something you've imagined and bringing it out into the world by tricking and convincing the world, making it descend into reality as if it follows the law of nature. The young man's eyes burst wide open as a profound realization hits him. The prime example of this, Merlin booms, glowing brightly on the screen, is the strong power that doesn't exist elsewhere, the manifestation of mana as aura. Drawing in a sharp breath, the young man focuses all his energy into his cupped hands. Oh, so this is. A brilliant, blinding sphere of light erupts between his palms, whirring intensely. A mana orb, he shouts, a victorious smile spreading across his face. However, as the blinding light fades, he is left staring at a pathetically tiny, misshapen blue blob hovering weakly in his palm. It might not even count as part of the daily task, he mutters miserably, holding his precious, tiny mana orb. On his phone, Merlin shakes his head in disappointment. How is that a mana orb? He lets out a long sigh, staring intently at the flickering light. Well, I'm sure I'll become more proficient over time. Suddenly, a thunderous thud echoes from the doorway. You! A deep voice booms. The young man spins around to see a terrifyingly imposing old man with a gray beard and a sharp suit standing over him. Startled, the young man awkwardly juggles his tiny mana orb. Who are huh? The old man glares down at him, his presence suffocating. I came to see who the new student at Seojun's academy was. The old man's sharp eyes dart to the glowing blob in the young man's hand. But the thing in his hand, if my senses aren't wrong, it's definitely mana, a condensed manifestation of mana. He narrows his eyes. That's something that's hard to do. He might look slow, but he has exceptional talent. The old man's face twists in furious suspicion. There's only one reason a talented guy like him would join Dream Academy. He's scheming to use my granddaughter. His aura flares as he demands, I asked who you are. The young man quickly bows. Nice to meet you. My name's Kim Seojun. Seojun offers a polite, nervous smile. That spooked me. Who would have thought Seojun's grandfather would suddenly come by? I've only ever seen you on the internet, so it's an amazing feeling seeing you in person. Oh, did you come see Miss Seojun? That's a shame. She just left on business a bit ago. The Sword Saint's jaw drops slightly. What, Miss Seojun? Seojun tilts his head, completely oblivious to the danger. Huh, are you not here to see Miss Seojun? The old man simply glares, enveloped in an ominous shadow. How come you're unfazed? The Sword Saint asks, stepping forward. Seojun looks utterly confused. What do you mean? Instantly, a dark purple, suffocating energy explodes from the old man. The killing intent I just poured out. Unless you're an S-class hunter, you should be paralyzed by it. Seojun looks around nervously, barely affected but confused. Killing intent? Is this an effect of unwavering heart? The Sword Saint steps closer, his voice commanding. Tell me right now, what is your objective here? Seojun takes a step back. What do you mean, sir? With a heavy, menacing stomp, the Sword Saint grips the hilt of his sheathed katana. Someone with your talent would be welcomed anywhere. So what is your reason for getting close to Seojun? A terrifying blue flame erupts from the old man's body. You better tell the truth, he growls. The sheer pressure finally hits Seojun, forcing him to stumble backward in shock. And no, Seojun stammers frantically, waving his hands in defense. I think there's been a huge misunderstanding. The oppressive aura swarms over Seojun. I didn't think you'd tell me so easily, the old man states coldly. Seojun's heart pounds in his chest. This is dangerous. With a sharp hiss, the Sword Saint swings his sword with blinding speed. Seojun dives desperately to the side, tumbling across the floor as the strike narrowly misses him. The old man pauses, his eyes twitching as he locks onto Seojun's impossibly fast evasion. Seojun looks back, his eyes wide with absolute panic as the deadly intent washes over him. Meanwhile, under a peaceful, sunny sky, Seojun stands in the courtyard of a grand traditional estate. What? Grandfather's not here? She asks in surprise. An attendant shakes her head. Well, he didn't give any details. I think Councilman Seo would know. Should I give him a call? Seojun looks down, a deep frown settling on her face. I wanted to talk to Grandpa about Mr. Seojun. Where did he go? She wonders with a heavy sigh. Back in the academy, the air crackles with deadly blue energy as the Sword Saint stands mercilessly over Seojun. Now speak, he commands softly. Trapped under the suffocating weight of the Sword Saint's aura, Seojun swallows hard, his grip tightening on his wooden staff as the terrifying question hangs in the air. What is your objective here? Lady Seojun arrives at the main house looking surprised. What? Grandfather's not here. The head maid bows respectfully. Yes, the headmaster is currently absent. Seojun bites her lip. This is bad. I wanted to keep it a secret as long as possible, but with him having competed in the academy tournament, I can't hide Mr. Seojun anymore. I decided to confront the issue head-on since I have to do it now or later, she resolves. She turns to a suited man. Then please ask Councilman Seo, but another voice interrupts. Lady Seojun. Councilman Seo strides forward with a welcoming smile. To see you at the main clan house, what a rare sight. She bows her head slightly. What great timing, I was about to contact you. He pauses, blinking in surprise. Me, for what? I came to see grandfather, Seojun says firmly. The councilman's smile vanishes, his jaw tightening. He looks away, his tone deadpan. The headmaster went to your academy, milady. Seojun's eyes widen in horror. Without a word, she spins on her heel and breaks into a frantic sprint. The maid touches her cheek in confusion. Why did the lady run off like that? The councilman remains perfectly still, watching her leave. Seojun sprints with all her might. I let my guard down. I knew he'd visit sometime, but to think he'd visit this soon. No matter what, I cannot let those two meet without me. Meanwhile, inside the training hall, the young man drops to his knees under a crushing aura, staring up at the imposing figure of the sword saint. Sweat rolls down his face as he stares in shock. What in the world? He looks at the weapon in the old man's hand. The scabbard. Did he just swing his sword without unsheathing it? The white-haired sword saint stands motionless, emanating absolute dominance. The young man realizes, I think he intended to restrain me rather than kill me. He throws his hands up in defense. I don't know why you're doing this, but it's a misunderstanding. Please wait. Who are you really? The old man ignores the question. Not only did you manifest mana, the boy gasps, visibly shaken. The sword saint sighs, closing his eyes in disappointment. You showed such movement, yet you still want to claim it's a misunderstanding. With a sharp clang, the old man strikes again. The boy barely blocks it with his wooden spear, grunting under the heavy impact. You sure don't hesitate to speak foul lies? The old man barks. The boy slides back, desperately trying to de-escalate. I don't know what Miss Seojun said, but please calm down and... You scallywag, the sword saint roars. The boy recoils. I feel like I've said something wrong, but I can't tell what it might have been. The old man's eyes flare with an intense blue light. I wanted to at least take your circumstances into consideration, but... Lies, I know you have no intentions of talking this out. The boy gulps nervously, falling silent. Realizing words are useless, he readies his spear. Whatever. If the sword saint really wanted to kill me, I would have been dead the second I sensed his presence. A massive, ethereal blue dragon forms behind the old man, radiating the aura of the sword saint, the heaven above the heavens. The boy tightens his grip. He's the person closest to my ideals. A fierce grin spreads across his face. This is a great chance for me. His heart pounds as blue mana swirls around him. The sword saint glares. This scallywag. A powerful gale whips through the room as the boy drops into a combat stance. His ambience has changed, the old man notes. I've met countless hunters over the decades, the old man thinks, locking eyes with the boy. But there's only one whose eyes stayed fierce even after facing me. The boy dashes forward with explosive speed. You must be greatly skilled. The sword saint swings his scabbard, unleashing a massive shockwave. So why did you approach my granddaughter? The boy struggles to hold his ground, his arms trembling. KGH, damn it, I can't sense it, let alone see it. A chilling realization hits him, his eyes widening in dread. The old man raises his sword high, glowing with terrifying power, ready to bring it down. The boy frantically spins his spear to deflect. I can feel that even this simple strike is on a level that I can't begin to fathom. He launches a rapid barrage of strikes. I want to know how long I can last. Clashing sounds echo through the hall as the boy darts around the old man, who effortlessly blocks every hit. With a sharp clang, the sword saint casually parries another thrust. The boy lunges in with a swift sweep. How trivial, the old man states, swatting the boy away with a loud thud. All you have to do is answer my question, and yet... Tumbling across the floor, the boy thinks, no, this isn't it, something's missing. I can't let this end here, just a little bit more. He forcefully halts his momentum, skidding on the ground. Tricks won't work. The only chance I have is right now, while he's going easy on me. Coughing up saliva, he pushes himself back up. KGH. The sword saint brings his weapon crashing down again. I only get one shot. I have to end it in one go. But how, he thinks, a sudden clarity flashing in his eyes. The scabbard slams into him with a sickening crunch, twisting his body. Gritting his teeth, he endures the crushing pressure as sparks fly between their weapons. With your will, you use mana to trick and convince the world, to make it descend into reality as if it follows the law of nature. He twists out from under the blade, channeling everything he has. A massive vortex of blue energy engulfs him. This is the best I can do right now. Take this. He unleashes a devastating sweep, colliding with the old man's guard in an explosion of light and sound. The impact shatters the floor. Blood splatters, and the boy collapses onto his hands and knees, completely drained. The sword saint lowers his weapon, slightly stunned. Panting and bruised, the boy mutters, "That hurt a lot, you scallywag." The old man erupts in disbelief. "You finally showed your true colors, seriously," the boy snaps back. "What true colors? You were the one who attacked me first." The old man winces, clutching his head. Talking makes it hurt more. When is Miss Seojun getting here? Suddenly his aura turns violently red. Miss Seojun. The spectral dragon reappears, its eyes glowing fiercely. "Fine, if you wish for it so much. Let me personally present you with death," he growls, stepping forward. The boy tightens his grip, terrified. "I'm fucked." Just then, a loud voice cuts through the tension. "That's enough." They both freeze, turning to see Seojun standing at the entrance. "What are you doing?" she demands. Panting heavily, she glares at the old man. "Grandpa." Seojun rushed in, her eyes wide with panic. "Mr. Seojun, are you okay? You're bruised all over." The old sword saint glared stoically while Seojun groaned on the floor. "I don't think there's a major injury, but I can't deny that it hurts." "What did you say, you scallywag?" The old man raised his wooden sword with a sharp crack, ready to strike again. Seojun scrambled away in a panic. "What? Are you gonna hit me again?" Seojun watched the chaotic scene unfold, utterly speechless. "My God." She stepped between them, holding Seojun back. She had never seen someone talk back to her grandfather, the legendary sword saint. Seojun complained loudly. "Could I at least know why I'm getting beaten up first? Does being the sword saint mean you can do whatever you please?" She stood firmly, shielding him with her arm. "Stop it, Grandpa." Turning to Seojun, her face was filled with guilt. "I'm sorry you had to go through this, Mr. Seojun." He waved his hands casually, trying to brush it off. It's okay. It may look bad, but they're just bruises. There's no need for you to apologize." She bowed deeply, showing her sincere respect. "I'll explain everything later, but I'm truly sorry." Seojun looked at her, caught completely off guard by her earnest apology. The old man stood silently in the background with his arms crossed, watching them closely, while Seojun looked tense and troubled. "Now that I think about it, I should at least get it checked out. I'll head to the hospital right now," Seojun said, rubbing his shoulder. She nodded quickly. "Yes, and don't worry about the cost of treatment. I'm really sorry." Leaving the awkward family tension behind, he announced, "I'll be on my way then." His footsteps echoed with a soft clack as he departed. Seojun turned her head slowly, the fabric of her suit rustling softly. She finally looked up at her imposing grandfather. "Grandpa." They stood facing each other in the vast, empty training hall. "Let's have a chat," she demanded. A suffocatingly heavy silence hung between them as neither spoke. She clenched her fists, trembling slightly. She had decided to confront him, but her voice failed her. His earlier warning echoed in her mind. "He's highly suspicious. Don't get close to him." Finally, she blurted out, her voice shaking. "He's not suspicious." The old man's fist tightened in anger. "What do you know?" A dark cloud of lifelong resentment washed over her. "What do you know? You don't know anything, so do as I say." It was something she had heard endlessly for the last 31 years. With just a few words, he always ignored her opinions. Even the Dream Hunter Academy she founded, as a compromise to reality, wasn't free from his towering influence. He would cause trouble whenever she got a new student, driving them all away. She knew why he acted this way, and she knew the ulterior motives of those who came. That was why she couldn't stop them when they wanted to leave. Her grandfather's face hardened with absolute authority. "However, wrap this up tomorrow. If you can't, I'll..." She glared right back at him, cutting him off. "I don't want to." "Mr. Seojun is different," she stated firmly. The old man flinched, surprised by her defiance. What did you just say?" she shouted, her emotions finally breaking out. I don't want to let him go." "I said no, I don't want to," she yelled. "Why do I have to do as you say?" Tears pricked her eyes as she screamed. "It's been less than a month. This place is my academy, not yours." She thought to herself, "We haven't formed precious memories. Nor do I have special feelings towards him." She remembered watching Seojun practice under the streetlights, her heart beating with a soft thump. "But I get an odd feeling whenever I watch him." A gentle smile graced her face. "It made me think I want to be with him longer." Her grandfather roared, "This isn't time for you to throw a tantrum. You might not know, but he..." She fiercely interrupted. "Fine, I don't, so what about it?" Clutching her chest, she cried out, "I might not be able to answer why yet. I don't know, which is why I want to find out what that is." She stood tall, confronting the source of her lifelong pressure. I can't live under your shadow forever, nor do I want to. She panted softly, catching her breath. Even right now. The Sword Saint stared down at his granddaughter, an unreadable, stoic expression on his aged face. She looked down, her anger slowly fading into a sigh. I'm sorry for raising my voice. She turned the doorknob with a soft click, but I'm not going to do as you want me to this time. As she left, he whispered softly into the empty room, Seojun. Dark memories surged within him, a massive, terrifying dragon roaring under the night sky amidst a thunderous explosion. It's a dungeon break. Kaya, save me. Run. A desperate voice echoed from his past. Headmaster, there's been an incident. The devastating words struck him like a physical blow. Your son. The old man's face, etched with profound grief and loss. He remembered seeing a very young Seojun, clutching a plush bunny, looking at him with innocent, confused eyes. He stood solemnly before his son's funeral altar. After losing my son to a sudden dungeon break, and I faced Seojun, who was now alone. He held the little girl's hand, leaving her toy behind on the floor. I decided that she at least needed the strength to defend herself. That's what I had decided. He justified his harshness to himself. That's why I was so strict. Even when she collapsed in the courtyard during training, he showed no mercy. Even if she didn't like swordsmanship, get up right now. At this rate, you can't even become a hunter, let alone become in a class. Even when she confessed her dreams, he crushed them. Even if this wasn't the path she desired, you want to become a teacher. Do you think I taught you all this time just so you could become a teacher? He had roared at her, his face twisted in desperate anger. I don't want to hear it. You just have to listen to me like you've been doing. Back in the present, he stood alone in the dim room, her absence heavy on his shoulders. He closed his eyes. After oppressing her for all these years, I knew that the emotional rift was widening, but I ignored it on purpose. He tilted his head back, letting out a long, heavy sigh. So this is the result of all that. He stood alone in the empty hall, bathed in the soft sunlight. Rebellion. The next morning, birds chirped peacefully over the quiet, sunlit neighborhood. Seojun walked with steady steps, his sneakers softly pattering against the pavement. He let out a big yawn, lazily stretching his arm while carrying a long, heavy object wrapped in cloth on his shoulder. He smiled confidently. I'm all Gucci. Today's task shouldn't be a problem. He approached the familiar building of the Dream Hunter Academy under the bright morning sun. He chuckled at the memory of the old man's fiery rage. When the Sword Saint came at me the other day, I thought I was going to die. Luckily, I got off with just some bruises. I know that the Sword Saint went easy on me, but if Ms. Seojun came even a bit later, it might not have ended with just bruises. His expression softened with empathy. I didn't know Ms. Seojun has such a backstory. He recalled the previous night, sitting on his bed while holding his phone. Ms. Seojun called me and told me the gist of it. She had explained everything while leaning against a brick wall in the cool night air. Her current situation and her complicated relationship with her grandfather. He looked up at the academy, smirking lightly. But you still shouldn't just beat someone up like that. Just because I understand doesn't mean that it wasn't rude. He reached for the academy door handle. I should get an apology out of the Sword Saint somehow, so this never happens again. Suddenly, system notifications popped up, showing a massive 7% increase in his lecture progress rates just from getting pummeled. His determined expression instantly shifted into a greedy, plotting look. Never again. He pushed the door open with a bright, overly cheerful grin. Well, even if it was rude, I don't think it'd be the worst thing if it happened again. The lecture progress rate went up so much after just a small beating. Hello, Tilda, so you've come. But his cheerful greeting died in his throat as his eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. The Sword Saint was already there, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall with a dark, intimidating aura. Why are you just standing there? Come on in. The old man glared fiercely. Come sit down for a bit. Seojun broke into a nervous sweat, forcing a stiff smile. Is he going to beat me up again? I see, you made a deal with Seojun. A deep, authoritative voice echoes. Seojun sits cross-legged on the floor, facing an intimidating older gentleman. A sheathed sword rests quietly between them on the pristine tiles. The older man glares down, his eyes sharp with suspicion. Is that the whole truth? He demands. Seojun frowns, clearly annoyed. Yes, that is what I was saying. There was nothing to hide anyway. The old man studies him closely. He doesn't seem to be lying, but his strength and talent are undeniable. Swirling with an intense blue aura, Seojun sits in deep meditation. A mere cadet shouldn't be able to display such prowess. Not to mention, looking at this scallywag inexplicably makes the old man's anger rise. Seojun stands up to leave. If you don't have anything else to say, may I go now? He asks. The old man narrows his eyes. Where are you going? It is not like I am going anywhere. I was just about to train, Seojun replies nonchalantly. The old man's eyes immediately light up with a sudden idea. The old man smirks inwardly. If he watches the kid train, he might finally figure out what he is hiding. Do as you see fit, he commands, as they stand before the towering Dream Hunter Academy building. The old man groans, his expression hardening as he stands against the wall. There is only one thing he is absolutely certain of right now. Are you perhaps meditating right now? The old man asks, towering over Seojun, who sits casually staring at his smartphone. Seojun blinks. What did you just say? Seojun hesitates for a second before replying awkwardly, it is something similar. The old man instantly launches into a passionate lecture. Meditation is definitely good training. However, what you did earlier was a bit excessive. It is about strengthening your mind and heart, he rambles. Seojun just nods along, completely glued to his screen. Ah, yes. The old man squints in disbelief. What is with this scallywag? Does he truly have zero interest in his profound teachings? Clearing his throat loudly, the old man decides to throw him a bone. If you want, I have a few things I could teach you, he offers. Seojun looks up, utterly surprised. Wait, the sword saint wants to teach him personally. The old man feels a surge of triumph. Look at that immediate response. But just as he prepares to generously instruct him, Seojun completely shuts him down. But I am not very interested in your teachings. I am all right. The sword saint freezes, coughing awkwardly into his fist to mask the devastating blow to his pride. Seojun sighs, looking slightly exasperated. Also, you keep disrupting my progress, so if you have something to say, can you wait until later? The heavy door swings open with a soft squeak, and Seojun enters. Good morning, Mr. Seojun. About yesterday, she begins cheerfully. She abruptly freezes, spotting the imposing figure in the room. Grandpa, she gasps in shock. He turns gracefully. Ah, Seojun, you came. She marches right up to him, visibly upset. Why did you visit again? If you try to bully Mr. Seojun once more. The old man quickly leans in and whispers, that scallywag isn't in the right state of mind. He desperately tries to explain himself, rambling defensively about how Seojun dared to reject the teachings of the sword saint. Seojun just stares at him, thoroughly unimpressed. Everything he is doing is weird. Actually, he is just nuts, the old man mutters bitterly, glaring at Seojun, who remains blissfully distracted by his phone. Seojun tilts her head, a hint of amusement in her eyes. What part exactly is weird? She asks smoothly. The sword saint stammers, so you are saying this isn't strange. She flashes a knowing smile. Well, you might think it is weird at the moment, since I used to think that as well. Brushing past her bewildered grandfather, she walks right up to Seojun. Mr. Seojun, I am here. He looks up brightly. Ah, Miss Seojun, when did you get here? More importantly, is your body all right? The old man watches them from behind, his eyes narrowed in utter disdain. He really doesn't like that scallywag. He is only saying mundane things, but Seojun is enjoying it so much that a bright, genuine smile refuses to leave her face. They chat and laugh together warmly, lost in their own world. The old man grumbles internally. Is the conversation really that enjoyable? Now that he thinks about it, has he ever seen his precious granddaughter smile in such a carefree way? He stands frozen, watching them laugh from a distance. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. Seojun's giggles echo in the room, filling it with a radiant light he hasn't seen before. His large fist clenches tight in sheer protective fury. That scallywag dares. He dares to target his precious granddaughter. The sword saint trembles with rage, but suddenly a suited subordinate bursts into the room, shouting, Master. What is it? The old man snaps irritably. The subordinate pants heavily. I came because I have some urgent news for you. The Order of Truth called in asking to meet with the Sword Saint, the man reports anxiously. The old man scoffs in disgust. Those Order of Truth punks. The subordinate swallows hard and clarifies. Sir Kalia directly requested it. The old man's eyes widen in absolute shock. Kalia, he personally came. The subordinate hesitates, shifting his weight nervously. And Sir Kalia also has an additional request. He takes a deep breath. He asked if the person by the name Kim Seojun could come as well. Seojun pauses, pointing a finger at himself in sheer bafflement. Me. He is looking for me? Seojun asks, completely clueless as to why a high-ranking official would want him. The entire room falls dead silent. Everyone slowly turns to look directly at him. The sword saint rounds on him. You scallywag, are you one of the Order of Truth's people? How else would Kalia know about you? Seojun glares right back. I am curious about that too. Suddenly Seojun gasps. Ah, was it perhaps that? She recalls a distant memory from the Academy gambling house. A long while ago, I saw a suspicious man in a black hood there. Could that person possibly be involved? She wonders. The old man strokes his beard thoughtfully. Even if that man is related to the order, it is unusual. Kalia wouldn't take an interest in something trivial. He looks at Seojun. Have you heard anything about that person? Seojun simply scratches his head. I also have no idea. Seojun looks completely unfazed as he addresses an older, distinguished man. However, do I have to go? How bothersome, he sighs loudly. The men behind him, including a stern old man, look absolutely baffled. The Order of Truth. Among them are the 7 apostles, who receive the exact same treatment as heads of state. Sir Kalia is the successor to the currently vacant spot of the Apostle of Chastity. Normally, there is no way for someone like him to personally ask you to come. Seojun shrugs indifferently, tossing his hands up. And why should that matter to me? He is just a foreigner whom I don't know. Honestly, he'd much rather spend that time training. The old man's sweat drops at his sheer audacity. Well, that is true. The subordinate mutters in disbelief. Is this why they speak so highly of Sir Kalia? The stern old man frowns, demanding, what do you mean by that? A man in a suit steps forward nervously to explain. The truth is, Sir Kalia had already predicted that Kim Seojun might reject his request. The man clears his throat and continues. So he asked me to forward this message if that occurs. Just by coming, he is willing to give you $100,000. Seojun's eyes widen as the amount registers. $100,000. His mind races with intense suspicion. How in the world did this mysterious Kalia know he needed exactly $100,000? The Order of Truth. Rather than believing in a human-made deity, they are a religious order that serves the truth as their god. Led by the enigmatic Grand Voice, with the 7 apostles acting as central collaborators. They claim their words are the truth, hence the words of God. A century ago, they were treated like a mere cult. However, during the Cataclysm, they combined their immense strength with countless heroes, bringing back peace to all of mankind. And among all that chaotic history, the most decisive part was the giant monster Berserk subjugation, a beast so overwhelmingly powerful that all the world's heroes could do nothing. The only people able to defeat it were the Grand Voice and the 7 apostles. They were the ultimate key to the end of the Cataclysm. Back in the present, a rather plain, unassuming hotel on the outskirts of Seoul. For a cadre of a worldwide religion, it is a very modest place. A robed figure greets them respectfully. I know, Mr. Kim Seojun, correct. The cloaked figure gestures gracefully toward the entrance. Please come in. Sir Kalia is waiting for you. Walking down the pristine hall, Seojun ponders. If that hooded man really was from the order, maybe he is tempting him with the prize money he failed to receive. But why exactly was he watching him? The robed figure opens a set of double doors. Does Kalia know some deep secret about him? Or perhaps he knows about Transcendent Academy? He will just have to find out after meeting him. The guide leads them into a bright, lavish room. If you just wait a bit, Sir Kalia will meet you here. Seojun sighs, dropping onto a plush sofa. As if he would be waiting for us. I knew this would happen. The old man sits heavily next to him, equally unamused. Someone asks, Sir Sword Saint, you're already acquainted with Sir Kalia, right? The older man coughs into his hand, startled by the sudden question. Seojun glances over. Today is the first time I will be meeting him. The old man looks completely stunned. What, is today going to be your first encounter? Yeah, we did call each other a few times, but this is the first time I am meeting him face to face, the old man admits. He explains he saw the original Apostle of Chastity during the Cataclysm, but never met his successor. Seojun suddenly realizes something profound. The Sword Saint is a legendary hero who took part in the Cataclysm. He keeps thinking of him as just Seojun's grandpa, forgetting his true status. The old man's face darkens with solemn gravity. But have you met the Grand Voice before? Seojun shakes his head lightly. I haven't. The old man leans back, lost in deep thought. All that I saw of him was from a distance. Suddenly, the sharp click of a door opening breaks the heavy silence. Both men snap their heads toward the sound. A tall, imposing figure steps into the room, their presence commanding attention. Nice to meet you, a smooth voice rings out. The Sword Saint frowns, entirely unimpressed by the grand entrance. Isn't this the first time I am seeing you in person? You are the one who called us here, yet you made us wait. A stunning woman with long, braided blonde hair and brilliant blue armor steps completely into the light, offering a graceful, serene smile. Kalia, the old man acknowledges. The Apostle of Chastity's successor has finally arrived. With a soft click of her heels, Kalia entered the room, radiating confidence in her bright armor. I would be grateful if you thought of it as me taking my time to cleanse my body and mind in order to properly deliver my God's words. The Sword Saint scoffed loudly. You're the one who called us here, yet you made us wait. It's quite new to hear that nonsense in person. Kalia offered a graceful bow. My introduction is late. I am Kalia, a believer in the order of truth who spreads the words of our God, as well as a person walking the path of chastity. Seojun blinked, caught off guard. Nice to meet you, I'm Mr. Kim. Seojun, correct? She interrupted smoothly, her blue eyes piercing his. Thank you for coming all this way. Seojun looked visibly startled. How is it that you know me? He asked cautiously. Kalia playfully covered her mouth. Oh my, I guess there is a need to clear up some misunderstandings before we get to the main topic. You participated in the Academy contention a little while ago, right? She explained warmly. At that time, one of our believers watched over you. He had so much praise for you that I was intrigued and wanted to see for myself how great you really are. Thus, I invited you here. Seojun leaned forward, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Is that it? For just that reason you got interested in me? Kalia smiled serenely, completely unfazed by his sharp tone. Then what is your true motive for inviting me? You didn't just call me over for such a simple reason, right? He challenged. I was thinking of telling you that story right now, she replied smoothly. Shall we take a seat first? They all took their places in the luxurious lounge. Seojun asked the pressing question, Dungeon Recon. Kalia took a delicate sip of her tea, the porcelain clinking softly. Yes, correct. I was hoping the Sword Saint would accompany me in a dungeon reconnaissance. The Sword Saint snapped, practically glaring holes into her. And why would I join you? Kalia remained perfectly calm. You know better than anyone else that it didn't end. The old man's eyes went wide with sudden shock, rendering him completely speechless. What do you mean? Seojun interjected. A distortion. Kalia looked at him patiently. There is a report of distortion in one of the dungeons in Korea. I think that the Sword Saint knows precisely what this means. Stop spouting nonsense, the Sword Saint growled. Back then, I definitely... Kalia cut him off again. The Order of Truth has decided that there is a need to check out the dungeon. The old man glared sharply at her. So that is why you came to Korea. Kalia paused, a sly, knowing smile touching her lips, because at the same time you would be able to solidify your position as the successor. The Sword Saint scoffed, leaning back into the sofa. As expected, the Sword Saint can't be tricked, shamelessly stating that it was the Order of Truth's decision wasn't funny. Kalia's tone turned entirely serious. Will you be able to help? Setting her teacup down with a light clink, she added her condition. It depends on what you can give me. The Sword Saint crossed his arms, looking triumphant. It looks like the Sword Saint doesn't want a favor from me, and you don't seem to lack anything. Ah, Kalia said suddenly. I heard your granddaughter is running a hunter academy. The Order of Truth can. Instantly, a suffocating, heavy dark pressure slammed into the room with a terrifying thud. Seojun shuddered, completely paralyzed by the sheer terror of the aura. So this is the Sword Saint's killing intent when he truly wants to finish someone off, he realized with dread. The Sword Saint's eyes glowed with a lethal, electrifying promise. One more time, if you try to involve Seojun again, I will not leave you alone. Despite the crushing tension in the air, Kalia maintained her pristine composure. I've made a mistake. I apologize. She lowered her head slightly, the grinding pressure beginning to recede. I'm sorry. With the heavy aura fully gone, Kalia offered a compromise. Besides that, I don't have anything in particular to offer you. Then let's do this. I will listen to one of the Sword Saint's requests. The old man scoffed bitterly. How laughable. You expect me to trust you when you can just pretend to not know about the deal. If you want, I can swear on the name of the Order of Truth, she offered. The old man looked visibly stunned. This alone wouldn't be the deciding factor for the apostle's seat, she noted inwardly. It doesn't matter what you think of it, but aren't you unable to look away now that you know? Fine, the Sword Saint finally relented with a sigh. If you swear on the name of the Order of Truth, I will help you out. With a blinding flash of divine, shimmering light, their hands clasped together, permanently binding them in the ritual of the vow of truth. Kalia then turned her bright, piercing gaze back to the boy. Now, as for Mr. Seojun, Seojun flinched defensively. She smiled brightly. I'll be straightforward. We, the Order of Truth, wish to sponsor you. Seojun hesitated, clearly wary. Sponsor? I already have an academy I am associated with. We are not asking you to leave the academy, she assured him gently. While you are active, we wish to support you in areas that the academy is unable to help you with. Then if I do accept this sponsorship, Seojun asked cautiously, what must I give back? Kalia laughed, waving her hand dismissively with a warm smile. We are not sponsoring you because we expect something back from you. A relationship between the Order of Truth and you, Mr. Seojun, is more than enough. As if there were no strings attached, Seojun thought cynically. He looked at her directly. What if I refuse? Kalia shrugged playfully. Then there is nothing we can do. Seojun smirked, leaning in. Honestly, it isn't a very attractive proposal, but if you truthfully answer one of my questions, I will think about it positively. Kalia leaned closer, highly intrigued. What is your question? Please tell me. Do you perhaps? Seojun started, his face suddenly dead serious. He stopped himself abruptly. Wait, will she truthfully answer just because I asked her to? After all, if Kalia avoids answering or answers in a roundabout way, there is no way for me to find out. But it's too unusual for me to just gloss over it, he concluded firmly. Then, Seojun suddenly reached into his pocket with a decisive rustle. With a swift, aggressive thrust, he shoved his smartphone right in front of Kalia's face. She recoiled, completely startled by the sudden motion. What do you see right now? He asked, his eyes locked intensely onto hers. On the smartphone screen, Kalia stared blankly at the glowing device, utterly silent. On the screen, a golden image of a holy figure shone brightly, surrounded by profound philosophical text about the nature of the soul, bodies, and reincarnation. Kalia frowned in deep confusion. That is, what are you talking about? Seojun didn't waver, keeping the phone held out. I mean exactly what I'm saying. What do you see on my smartphone screen? She looked deeply uncomfortable, leaning away. The question you're asking is weird. I don't think that it's a difficult question, but I feel that it's very difficult for me. Seojun calmly pulled his phone back, breaking the tension. There is nothing I can do if you don't want to answer. He watched her carefully, stating, a black screen. Kalia folded her hands neatly into her lap. I can only see a completely black screen. Was that a fitting answer for you? Seojun nodded slowly. Of course. Her cheerful demeanor returned in an instant. Then, will you be thinking of the sponsorship in a positive light? Seojun smirked confidently, turning away from her. I will not be receiving it, he finished with a highly satisfied grin. Later that evening, Kalia stood completely alone by a large window, staring coldly out at the glittering city lights. How was it, Calcus? She asked without turning. A cloaked figure emerged silently from the shadows. I did not see any distortions. She turned sharply, her gaze sharp. Are you certain about what you saw? The cloaked subordinate bowed frantically. I can swear on the name of the Order of Truth, I am completely certain. Kalia's mind raced as she reviewed the encounter. Kim Seojun. Truthfully, there was nothing special about him, she concluded. She bit her thumbnail, feeling an unsettling chill. Even if he were special, it would only be at the level of a cadet anyway. However, I was a bit startled when he suddenly shoved his smartphone in my face and asked if I could see anything. Just what is this unpleasant feeling I'm getting inside? It might be better to report this to another apostle. She sighed, shaking her head. No, we'll just watch over it for now. Our current priority is the distortion in the dungeon. What happened to the other heroes? Calcus bowed low. Aside from the Dark Saint and the Soul Saint, I have contacted all of them. Kalia looked deeply troubled. As you know, since those two haven't been seen. Walking through the quiet city streets at night, Seojun repeated, they haven't been seen. The Sword Saint strode beside him, grumbling. You scallywag, why did you reject Kalia's proposal? Seojun made a disgusted face. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. The Sword Saint raised an eyebrow. Leaves a bad taste in your mouth? I'm not sure about the rest of those from the Order of Truth, but at least it's certain that Kalia has no relation to the Transcendent Academy. Seojun shrugged indifferently. However, I don't want to accept the goodwill of a person who won't show their hand. Then does that mean Seojun's academy doesn't leave a bad taste? The old man scoffed proudly. Of course. Where else could you find someone as honest as Miss Seojun? Seojun smoothly changed the subject. But Sir Sword Saint, may I ask something? What does it mean to have a distortion in a dungeon? The old man grew incredibly quiet. He finally spoke, his voice heavy. It means that the magic power gets distorted. When that happens, the Sword Saint explained grimly, a dungeon's estimated difficulty during its formation is different from its actual difficulty. Such distortions have many ripple effects, but they mostly lead to sudden increases in a dungeon's rank or dungeon breaks before the time's up. Seojun gasped in shock. What? Those things happen. It's a phenomenon you can't see these days. But during the cataclysm, it was something that happened occasionally, the old man added solemnly. Then the thing Sir Kalia mentioned that wasn't over. Seojun trailed off, realizing the severity. The Sword Saint waved it off dismissively. Don't get bothered by it. Kalia just misunderstood. The cataclysm is over. The Sword Saint abruptly turned down another street. Huh, where are you going? Seojun asked, pointing ahead. Miss Seojun's academy is right up there. Nothing you need to know, the old man replied gruffly, marching away. Suddenly, his heavy footsteps halted. He whipped around, glaring fiercely at Seojun. You scallywag, if you pull any suspicious moves on Seojun, I won't leave you alone. Do you understand? Seojun grinned cheekily. Hee. One way or another, those words mean you acknowledge me, right? The Sword Saint grumbled. It means I'll be watching you. Seojun laughed out loud, pointing at him. You aren't being honest. Aren't you only getting farther away from Miss Seojun because you keep acting like that? Keek. With a sharp, violent snap, the sword saint's string of patience broke completely. With a loud smack, the old man delivered a swift chop to Seojun's head. "Huh, you're going to hit me again?" Seojun whined, holding his head. "Have a good night." As he walked away, the sword saint muttered, "That bum scallywag, really." Walking back to the academy, Seojun rubbed his sore head. Whenever something comes up, he always tries to settle it with strength. I need to improve quickly so I can face him or something. Pushing the door open, he cheerfully announced, "I'm back, Tilda." Seojun looked up, pleasantly surprised. "Huh, Mr. Seojun, you came back earlier than I expected." She peeked behind him, looking for the old man. "How about Grandpa? You said you would come back together." Seojun paused, rubbing his neck. "Ah, he came with me up to here, but then he left." A worried look crossed her face. "Did he say anything?" Seojun awkwardly scratched his cheek. Yeah, but what you're worrying about didn't happen." Seojun looked down, her shoulders slumping guiltily. "My grandfather's meddling is a bit severe, right? I'm really sorry. I should have mentioned it ahead of time." Seojun smiled gently, trying to reassure her. "The way that Sir Sword Saint expresses himself is wrong, but I don't think that it's bad." Seojun looked up at him, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. Seojun struck a playful pose, flexing his arm. "He can change that from now on, and when worse comes to worst, I can take a few hits, but of course it isn't for free." Seojun smiled warmly, a faint rosy blush on her cheeks. Catching himself, Seojun suddenly felt deeply embarrassed. "Ah, what am I saying?" he thought, looking away. "Thank you, really," she said softly, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. A sudden heavy awkwardness settled between them. Seojun hummed nervously, while Seojun offered a shy, quiet giggle. Seojun clapped her hands together lightly, breaking the tension. "Oh, you said you needed some money, right?" Seojun blinked in complete surprise. Yes, that is true, but how did you know?" She pointed at him, her eyes narrowing playfully. "You practically sing about it every day. There is no way I wouldn't know." Seojun broke into a sweat, recalling his dramatic shouts about making 100 grand while lugging giant rat corpses around. "When did I did, huh?" He sighed inwardly. "Now that I think about it, isn't money my most urgent problem? I used the 100,000 I received from Kalia to repay my debts. Those cursed interest rates." Seojun pulled out her phone. "That's why while you weren't here, I looked into it a bit and happened to find one that was appropriate." Seojun leaned in. "Something appropriate." The bright screen displayed a bold advertisement. "The 24th Dungeon Sweep Contest Recruitment Guide." She held the phone up proudly for him to see. Seojun stared at it, his interest fully piqued. "Dungeon Sweep Contest." Sometime later, Seojun stared at his phone screen alongside the young woman, Seojun. "Dungeon Sweep Contest," he read. The prize money displayed on the screen was a staggering $300,000. "What is this?" Seojun asked. Seojun calmly explained, To put it simply, it's a contest about sweeping up dungeons that weren't cleaned up." Seojun raised an eyebrow in confusion. "A contest about sweeping up dungeons that weren't cleaned up." "It's because people don't want to raid dungeons that don't make money," Seojun clarified. Realization dawned on Seojun. "Ah." Seojun nodded in agreement. "Well, that does make sense." She continued. "During the Cataclysm, the Awakeners used to have a sense of duty or belief. But these days, pro-hunters only follow the benefits. The neglected dungeons that don't make money all tend to be low rank and tedious to attack." She elaborated on the dangers. "When time passes, a dungeon that hasn't been raided will have monsters spilling out of it through a dungeon break. No matter how low-ranked the monsters are, they are still pretty dangerous to normal people. At first, there were dedicated government hunters who handled those neglected dungeons. But wasting the time of extravagant pro-hunters in those kinds of places was overall an inefficient thing. In the end, the new method that the government pursued was..." "This dungeon sweep contest?" Seojun interjected. Seojun smiled brightly, pointing her finger at him. "Correct. Most of the neglected dungeons are at a level that cadets can handle," she explained. "Since there are more than enough cadets to use as manpower right now, they can basically just use anyone. Not to mention, if they just slip in the words, it reflects on the Hunter Academy evaluations." Seojun nodded approvingly. "Oh, I don't know who thought of it, but he used his head well. If it's Mr. Seojun, I think you will easily be able to win first." "What do you think?" she asked with an encouraging smile. The prize money was incredibly tempting. He thought to himself, the prize for first place is $300,000. Not to mention the contest itself involves dungeon sweeping, he realized. Thus, I can raise my lecture progress while raiding. Seeing the massive upside, he concluded, there is no reason not to participate. He turned to her and said, "It sounds good, I'll join." Seojun beamed with joy. "I knew you would like it. I will register you right away then." Seojun looked at her with immense gratitude. Even though I hadn't requested it yet, she found out about it herself, he thought. She probably searched around in order to get this information. Seojun narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. A contest, huh? He remembered the chaos of his last competition. Like in the contention last time, I don't know what sort of variables there will be. Therefore, I mustn't think that it's too easy. His competitive spirit flared up intensely. This time, I will definitely win, he resolved, not to mention the prize money. Now that I think about it, Miss Seojun, what is the contest's progress method like? He asked. The contest lasts for a week, she began. And when it begins, the government will send out the list of dungeon destinations to the participants. The participants can then check the list, and through an app, they can make reservations for the dungeons they want to raid. However, the dungeon has to be cleared within 10 hours after the reservation has been made. Furthermore, the participants can make only one reservation at a time. Seojun nodded. So that's to prevent someone from just reserving all of the dungeons at once, huh? Seojun rubbed his chin strategically. In simple terms, the evaluation is all about how many dungeons you can sweep through and how quickly you can sweep through them. So speed is the key. Seojun nodded. Yes, sometimes, as a joke, they say that the fuel bill is higher than what you earn through the dungeons. Seojun muttered under his breath, if it's like that, it'll be a bit difficult. Seojun asked, pardon, what will be difficult exactly? He replied, we have to handle the monster corpses after a dungeon raid, right? But if speed is so crucial, Seojun waved her hands frantically, trying to stop his train of thought. What? No, please don't handle the corpses. As I have mentioned before, the money you make from corpses isn't much. No, wait, she facepalmed. You weren't thinking of handling the corpses yourself, were you? She yelled in disbelief. Seojun sat on the floor casually. There aren't any regulations against it, right? I mean, is such a small amount even worth it? She cried. Seojun chuckled brightly. If we gather it little by little, it can get quite large. How could I throw that all away? She insisted. Still, you must win first to get the prize. She shook her head in utter defeat. That's why I was saying things are difficult. Well, at the end of the day, the prize money is my top priority, so I shouldn't be too stubborn, Seojun pondered before a realization suddenly hit him. Ah. He smoothly leaned closer to her. Hang on, he said. He grabbed his phone with a confident smile. What are the exact rules? A few days later, on the day of the competition, he checked his phone interface showing his lecture progress. Because I prepared thoroughly, the progress rate shot up by a lot, but for some reason, the Chiron and Merlin lectures are no longer progressing. He analyzed the system carefully. Seeing as how a special change happens every 10%, I might need to do something different for it to advance. Standing by a road holding a spear, Seojun asked him, Mr. Seojun, did you install the app? He nodded. Yes, I checked everything I needed yesterday. I see that the helper you called hasn't arrived yet. Is he perhaps lost? She asked. That's probably not the case. Mr. is rather amazing at finding his way, he smiled warmly. I'm not joking when I say that when it comes to navigation, he could be better than the Sword Saint. Despite his looks, Mr. has quite an unexpected charm, Seojun praised as heavy footsteps approached. Really? Seojun waved his hand wildly in the air. Ah, he's right over there, Mr. over here. A rugged older man, Mr. Manchel, approached with a slight bow. Are you trying to announce something to the entire neighborhood? I thought you'd be a bit late, but you came a lot earlier than I expected. Seojun grinned widely. As if I were late, who knows what kind of bullshit I would be hearing from you. Manchel looked at him sternly. So, what do I have to do for you now? He asked, putting his hands on his hips. Let's rewind to a few days ago. Manchel was on his phone, wiping sweat from his brow. Hey, Seojun, what's up? Why'd you call me all of a sudden? What? Do I want to try working together? So in that contest or whatever, you want me to move the monster corpses for you and act as a driver while I'm at it? Seojun enthusiastically replied over the line. Yes, and of course, I too will take part in the task. Seojun explained his grand plan. To be exact, I will be the one moving the corpses and you will be dismantling them. As you already know, that's what takes up the most time. Manchel frowned. Your offer isn't bad, but the problem is whether only the two of us is enough. You mentioned that speed is crucial. If you're just trying to make sure I get a larger portion, there is no need for that, Manchel warned. Seojun gave a sharp, confident smile. No, I really do need you, mister. The dismantling work that earns the most money from monster corpses definitely needs skill. If it's Mr. Manchel, I can leave anything to him. Back to the present, an alarm buzzed loudly. The dungeon sweep contest starts now, the system announced. The trio looked up. It started, Seojun announced. Now then, mister, let's get to work. Miss Seojun, I'll see you later. She cheered him on. Yes, fighting. Seojun ran towards a massive dump truck. Mr. Manchel, you're aware of the contest rules, right? Manchel confidently replied. You explained it all to me last time. I remember everything, so don't worry about that. Seojun hopped into the passenger seat. Then, as you know, the point of this contest is to determine who can raid the most number of dungeons. In other words, speed is of paramount importance. Therefore, there are two main elements necessary for this competition. Manchel held up two fingers while steering. First is how fast you can raid a dungeon, and second is how quick you can reach one. Seojun checked his phone. Most of the included dungeons only have 1- or 2-star monsters. The amount of time it takes to raid a dungeon varies by its shape, but to me, that doesn't really matter. Thus, what's left to consider is how quickly I can get to them. Manchel glanced at a tablet sliding over to him. "What is this?" Manchel asked. "It's a list of all the dungeons in this contest and their locations," Seojun explained. "I want Mr. to plan out the way so that the time it takes to travel from one dungeon to another can be as short as possible." Seojun casually dropped the bomb. Manchel yelled in shock. "What? You want me to do it?" "Yes, Mr. is faster and more accurate than a navigation system," Seojun laughed. Manchel heavily facepalmed. "Oh my goodness." The massive dump truck revved up, its engine roaring to life. "Hold on tight," Manchel warned as they sped off. Meanwhile, at a dungeon gate, a supervisor named Go Sujin yawned lazily. She watched Seojun enter the glowing blue portal. "Let's see the person who just went in," is Dream Academy's Kim Seojun. She casually sipped her drink. "From what I can see about the academy, that Kim Seojun person must be a so-so cadet. Then it should take about an hour, I guess." She watched Manchel casually standing outside. "So there's the cadet who went inside the dungeon, Kim Seojun, and this person who tagged along. At first I thought it was a case of cheating, so it made me anxious. But he said that he would just wait outside, which isn't against the rules. Thus, I just let him stay." The portal violently hummed. "Is he just a driver?" she wondered. Suddenly, the gate flared. Seojun popped his head out as if nothing happened. "Mister, I'm done. Please get ready." Supervisor Go gasped in shock. "Huh, why is the gate suddenly?" "You sure are fast," Manchel commented nonchalantly. Supervisor Go panicked, waving her hands. "W8, having a different person interfere during a raid is a clear violation of the rules." Seojun smiled innocently. "I know, then just now, I already caught them all." She stared in pure disbelief. "What? The dungeon raid is finished." "You're done with the raid? What kind of bullshit is that?" she yelled out. Heavy thuds echoed from the portal as goblin corpses were tossed out in a pile. "What? It's true," Seojun grunted as he dragged another corpse out. She looked on in sheer horror, even though it's only been 10 minutes since he entered the dungeon. "What are you doing right now?" she asked, utterly bewildered. Seojun hauled a goblin over his shoulders easily. This. "Don't worry about it, Tilda 1, 2. He started doing squats with the corpses. Supervisor Go's soul nearly left her body. "This is insane." Manchel sighed as Seojun continued counting. 6, 7. "Are you still doing that crazy thing?" Seojun dropped the bodies on a table with a thud. "No matter what, I can't miss out on the lectures. There's just something like that." "Mister, how long do you think it will take?" Seojun asked as Manchel unrolled a set of razor-sharp knives. "As I have said before, since the ranking isn't high and the expensive portions aren't much, it'll take about 15 seconds per monster." "As expected of Mister. Then please continue to work hard. I'll keep on bringing the monsters." Supervisor Go screamed. "Wait a moment. Are you going to start dismantling them now?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Seojun asked. She screamed internally. "Of course there is." But realizing they weren't technically breaking rules, she stammered. "No problem, but—" Seojun turned back to his workout. "Then there is no issue, right?" The madman went back to doing squats with the goblin bodies. "Squats, 20, 21. Meanwhile, Manchel furiously chopped the monster parts with blazing speed. Supervisor Go watched the chaotic scene, absolutely mind-blown. After they left, she stood in the empty parking lot, staring into space amidst the dust. "What did I just see?" The massive dump truck sped down the street, tires screeching wildly. "Ha ha ha, mad fun," Manchel laughed. "We're hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, heh heh." Seojun cheered as they raced towards the next dungeon. A serene office worker, sitting on a bench outside, smiles as a butterfly lands on his finger. "It's quite nice to be able to go outside and soak up some sun after being stuck inside in front of a computer screen every day, huh?" he murmurs. "I want to stay like this." "I wonder when the participant that made the reservation will arrive," the worker wonders. With a screech of tires, a massive truck drifts into view, completely ruining the peaceful vibe. 2 figures sprint past the stunned worker, yelling, "Go, go, go, move." Inside the dungeon, eerie blue skeletons rise from the dark with hollow, clattering sounds. Kim Seojun grips his staff tightly, his eyes flashing with intensity. "I'll end you instantly." He spins his weapon in a wide arc, unleashing a swirling vortex of energy that shatters the skeletons into a shower of bone fragments. He leaves the broken pieces scattered across the dungeon floor. "Go ahead," the older bearded man, Manchel, says calmly, carrying a massive pile of skeleton bones in his arms. "Oh, this skeleton's bone count is quite high." The office worker notes as the bones are dumped in front of him with a loud clatter. Manchul rapidly tosses more remains into the pile. 1, 2. Seojun and Manchul dash past the exhausted worker again. Done. Next. Let's go. The worker can only stare in disbelief as their truck speeds off down the road, leaving a cloud of dust. A question mark hangs over the worker's head as a butterfly lands on him. He's completely bewildered. Meanwhile, back at the Ministry of Public Administration and Security, a manager asks, "Assistant Manager Kim, did you finish writing up the progress report for the dungeon sweep contest that started today?" "Yes, I organized it and placed it on top of the team leader's desk," Assistant Manager Kim replies. "Is that so? Good work." The team leader opens the file, flipping through the pages. "Let's see." Looking at a dossier for Lee Soyan, an observer remarks, 16, she did quite a lot." They realize that the total number of dungeons handled today was quite high. 16 should mean that she's in first place, they conclude. He scans the rankings. Second place has 16 clears, third has 14, fourth has 12. He pauses, confused. Second place, the person with 16 clears, he asks the room. Did someone raid 17? His eyes widen as he sees the top spot. First, Kim Seojun 32. What? 32. He stands up, frantically waving the report. "Assistant Manager Kim, wait a minute. Is there a problem?" "Is this report correct?" the leader demands, pointing at the page. "Look over here. First place has 32 dungeons cleared. There's no way that this is possible in one day." Kim's sweat drops. That. I was also very suspicious about it, so I checked in with all locations. There were no issues, Kim explains nervously. The leader is stunned. He really raided 32 dungeons. Yes, his dungeon-to-dungeon pathing was impeccable, Kim says. More importantly, from what the overseers at the dungeons told me, it took him only 10 minutes to finish the raids. The leader looks pale. 10 minutes? Does that make any sense? Even if they're only 1 to 2-star ranked dungeons, it should take a cadet at least 30 minutes. The office erupts into hushed whispers. Could it be that he isn't a cadet, or did someone help him? The leader asks. Kim shakes his head. Of course, I checked that out as well, but there were no violations of the regulations. There was no sign of cheating. What academy is the cadet from? It's called Dream Academy. It's a small hunter academy located in Seoul's Yunpyong district. The leader claps his hands together. Wait, wasn't that the academy that the granddaughter of the Sword Saint runs? No wonder. I thought I had heard the name somewhere. So that was it. A beat of silence passes between the two men as the realization sinks in. Suddenly, the leader grimaces. It wasn't the Sword Saint who registered, was it? He frantically shuffles the papers. I'll check immediately. Underneath the pile lies the profile of the second-place participant, Lee Soyan from East Academy. You seem to have missed first place. The words echo ominously in the dark. Lee Soyan stands at attention, her expression perfectly composed. My apologies. The man behind the desk scolds her. Did you think that your apologies would be enough? If you fail to get first place in this contest, the damage that our academy will receive is not negligible. She bows her head. I will work even harder. She raises her head, her eyes sharp. 32 dungeons? Do you think that is a feasible number? If I finish each dungeon raid within 10 minutes, she calculates mentally. No, even if we consider that, if we think about the travel time between each dungeon, 32 of them is impossible. The man turns his chair. I think that it is possible if someone secretly helps out. Soyan looks up. You mean? The man stands and walks towards the window overlooking the city at night. Soyan, you just continue to do what you were doing. I will handle everything else. Was he planning on bending the rules in the first place? He smirks. This is Lee Sukman, headmaster of East Academy and Soyan's father. Do you feel it's cheap? Inside a sleek, dimly lit office, a man turns away from the window. Not at all, he says smoothly. Don't think that it's cheap. In the end, the law of this world is that everyone chases benefits. What is important is the end results, who won, and what advantages they received. The process never matters. Soyan stares silently, a heavy weight in the room. You aren't still thinking about Jinsu, are you? Sukman presses. Definitely not, she replies sharply. Jinsu was an idiot. I don't think that you're stupid enough to do something as idiotic as that. Of course, please don't worry, father. Soyan turns on her heel and strides down the long, empty hallway, her footsteps echoing. Her side profile shows a mixture of resolve and hidden frustration. A memory flashes through her mind. A smiling young boy tells her, as a matter of fact, Soyan, if you're a pro hunter, you need to have something in your heart that you'll never willingly compromise on. You're being stupid. Who even thinks like that in the current era? Everyone becomes a pro hunter just to earn money, a younger Soyan argues. The boy laughs confidently. Just you wait. This brother of yours will become a pro hunter that moves people's hearts. Haya, I'm begging you, don't go around saying something like that, all right? She tells him, clearly embarrassed. The memory shifts to her walking with her head down as the boy teases. What? You find your brother embarrassing? Yeah, incredibly so. In the memory, she abruptly stops walking, standing face to face with Jinsu. Jinsu smiles gently at her, a look of pure kindness. Soyeon grits her teeth, snapping back to the present. If you're dead, stop showing up in front of me, she seethes, her eyes burning with grief and anger. She marches forcefully down the corridor, her fists clenched tight. Meanwhile, under the night sky, Seojun groans loudly. Arg, how is there not a single spot that isn't sore? He hands a sports drink to his older partner, Manchel. Ajasi, you worked really hard today. I have to do this shit for another week, right? If I keep this up, I might end up dying. Manchel snorts. So there are times when even Ajasi acts like a child, huh? As if, have you ever driven while planning the route 5 steps ahead? This really is brain-crushing work, you punk. Manchel yells back. Seojun laughs. Haha, that's true. But if you thought about the money you earned, I bet you wouldn't be saying that. For you to say that, how much did we earn? Seojun calculates on his phone. If we take off the commission and taxes, we should have about 7,800 left. If we split it 50-50, we each get about 3,900, Seojun beams. Manchel frowns. What do you mean 50-50, split it 70-30, and you are definitely 70? You did the raid and moved all of the corpses, so how could I have the gall to take half? Seojun complains. But Ajasi did the dismantling. Do you know how important that job is? Not to mention you were also driving and planning the route ahead of time. Manchel crosses his arms. That's why I'm taking 30%. I was originally thinking of doing 80-20. Just do as I say. If you don't, I won't show up tomorrow, Manchel threatens playfully. I get it. Then 30% of 7,800 is 2,340. Manchel adds, since the number doesn't look pretty, I'll just give you 2,500. That much is fine, right? Seojun sulks. What? Why does the amount suddenly become that? Seojun asks in shock. Just pretend you don't notice and take it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have received this much anyways. If you really need a reason, just think of it as gas money, Manchel insists, turning away. Seojun smirks softly as he watches his tough-talking partner take a sip from his drink. Okay, got it. Sitting outside on a bench with a drink, a middle-aged man glances back in mild amusement. But mister, you aren't surprised at all, a voice asks. He replies calmly, surprised? What would surprise me? You mean the amount of money. Suddenly, Manchel drops a bomb. I already saw you. I saw you fighting in the academy tournament. Seojun gasps, startled. You were there. If you came, you could have let me know and contacted me. Contact my ass? That would just put unnecessary pressure on you, Manchel scoffs, looking away. Seojun smiles, touched by his silent support. Manchel Ajasi is always like that, Seojun thinks as Manchel burps loudly. He might speak roughly, but he will always root for you when you aren't looking. He took care of me. He was always my pillar of support. Seojun leans forward. Ajasi, since it's come to this, why don't you just create your own monster delivery service? Manchel scoffs. Delivery service? Me? Where would I have the money? Nope, not right now. Later, when I become big. Seojun grins. Thanks, Ajasi. The next day, under the bright sun, a man holding a clipboard stares at the duo. Ah, so you two are the rumored dungeon dismantlers. Seojun, completely covered in monster blood and carrying a massive beast, looks confused. Dungeon dismantlers. Manchel whispers, what kind of bullshit is that? The man smiles excitedly. Ah, it doesn't mean anything too special. It's just that you aren't just raiding the dungeons, you guys are completely dismantling them. The name stuck. Truthfully, stories about you two are traveling around a lot. I was doubtful at first, but after seeing you two with my own 2 eyes. The overseer nods approvingly. Anyway, there are no issues here, so please keep up what you were doing. Ah, sure, Seojun replies awkwardly, still hugging the bloody carcass. Seojun checks the contest ranking board on his phone. He's firmly in first place with 73 clears. Lee Soyeon trails far behind with 36. Exhausted, they lean against their massive truck. If we keep this up, we'll have no problem winning. No, with all the shit we are doing. If we don't win, there's something wrong with the contest, Seojun pants. Seojun pumps his fist, re-energized. I knew it was the right call to make the proposal to Ajasi. There are only 5 days left. Stay strong, Ajasi. Manchel glares, exhausted. Shit, even if he dies, he still won't mention the word rest. Instead, if I win, I'll buy you a grand meal, Seojun promises. You think you can handle it? I'm going to choose something really expensive, Manchel threatens. Of course, I'll buy you everything. Bring Suyeon as well. I haven't seen her in a while, Seojun adds. Manchel laughs heartily, wrapping a massive arm around Seojun's neck. I guess I'll have to demand a whole cow. It's going well, Seojun beams down at his phone. This feels good. We just have to keep following this path to the prize money. But on the 3rd day of the contest, Manchel stares at his phone, a confused hum escaping his lips. What's wrong? Seojun asks, jogging over. Take a look at this, Manchul says, showing him the screen. Seojun's eyes widen in absolute horror. The app map is completely red. Every single spot says reserved. Nearby, Seojun gasps. There isn't a single dungeon available for reservation nearby. Standing in the bright courtyard, they stared at their phones in sheer disbelief. There wasn't a single dungeon available for reservation anywhere nearby. To make matters worse, the closest available dungeon would take at least an hour just to get there. Looking at the map densely packed with red, reserved, tags circling his exact location, Seojun realized this was way too blatant to be a mere coincidence. Something smelled incredibly fishy. The old man sighed heavily, noting the others were being extremely wary and interfering with their plans in the shittiest way possible. Seojun nodded in agreement, deciding they needed to find any available dungeon for now since they couldn't confirm the trap just yet. But at the next dungeon, and the one after that, the exact same infuriating thing happened. The old man screamed in pure frustration as the reservations magically blocked them again. As a result of this sabotage, Seojun only managed to raid a pathetic 10 dungeons that day. Looking down at his phone with a deepening frown, Seojun knew something was seriously weird. The old man pointed out that it wasn't weird at all, it was a certainty. This was the second-place participant, Lee Soyin's vicious scheme. Even though the app showed reservations, proving it was a coordinated attack was difficult. He decided he would try protesting to the host's side. Seojun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He might be leading the scoreboard right now, but this was only the third day of the competition. A cold realization hit him. If this coordinated blockade continued, he might actually lose his hard-earned first-place spot. Turning to the older man, Seojun apologized sincerely, saying they'd have to push back the dismantling work until they successfully increased the point gap between them and the competition. The older man smiled warmly, telling him not to worry. Victory was far more important. The older man sighed, pointing out that no matter how ridiculously fast Seojun cleared a dungeon, he couldn't magically beat the physical driving distance. Seojun nodded slowly, a clever plan already brewing in his mind to counter their blatant interference. Seojun turned back to his team with a confident, almost mischievous look, announcing that he had just thought of a brilliant counter-strategy. With a sly, knowing smirk, he raised a finger to his lips and asked, "What if we do something like this?" Meanwhile, the local park was bustling with groups of suited men scattered around, all murmuring to each other as they stared intently at their phones. A supervisor sharply warned his chatty men not to get too relaxed. The moment Kim Seojun made a reservation, they had to immediately snatch up all the surrounding dungeons. One guy confidently brushed it off, bragging that he was staring at the screen so hard it might wear down, and complained that this was the exact same boring task they did yesterday. The supervisor watched them, wondering just what exactly Kim Seojun was doing to raid dungeons so ridiculously fast. His subordinate shrugged it off, happy to just take the easy lemons life was handing them. Suddenly, the supervisor's phone beeped loudly. Jumping onto a park bench like a madman, the supervisor threw his hands up in victory and yelled for everyone's attention. The bastard had finally made a reservation. A subordinate tapped away on his screen, cheerfully reminding everyone of the plan: reserve all dungeons within an hour's distance. But they couldn't do it all at once or it'd look suspicious. They had to take turns reserving during the brief 10 minutes it took Seojun to raid. They just wanted to make sure they got their money. But suddenly, the crowd of suited men began to mutter in deep confusion. Staring closely at their screens, one man asked what on earth he was looking at. Panic quickly swept through the park. The supervisor demanded to know what happened. Someone shouted the unbelievable truth. The dungeon Seojun just reserved was right next to the one Lee Soyin was currently raiding. In a total panic, someone aggressively snatched a phone right out of another man's hands to see the disastrous screen for themselves. The men suddenly realized the brilliant trap. If they made the reservations around Seojun now, they would inadvertently block Lee Soyin from raiding her nearby dungeons too. One guy naively suggested just canceling the reservations later, but the supervisor firmly reminded him of the harsh regulations. Once reserved, a dungeon couldn't be canceled for 10 hours. It absolutely had to be cleared. The supervisor's hands shook with violent rage, gripping his phone so hard the glass threatened to shatter under the pressure. A single, incredibly frustrated curse echoed into the dark void. Damn it. Inside a dim dungeon, a sharp slash of magical energy violently cleaved through the air, striking a furry purple monster with a heavy, explosive impact. Lee Soyin stepped gracefully through the dissolving remnants of the beast, her sword dripping with dark liquid as she effortlessly cleared the area. Outside the gate, the bright blue sky hung peacefully over a quiet street, where a black luxury sedan waited patiently for its VIP. Soyin slid into the backseat, casually wiping her blade, and ordered the driver to head to the next gate quickly. The driver, wearing sunglasses, stuttered in shock, absolutely amazed that she was already finished in just 15 minutes. Soyin stared at the driver in cold silence. Sweating nervously, he didn't start the engine right away. She coldly asked him if he was going to drive or not. The driver fumbled over his words, nervously agreeing to go. Soyin asked impatiently why he wasn't moving. Gulping hard, the driver finally admitted the disastrous truth. All of the dungeons in the vicinity were already reserved, and he had absolutely no idea where he was supposed to take her. Soyin's eyes widened in utter, horrified disbelief. A heavy notification flashed on the scoreboard. Seojun's score leaped to 98, while Soyin trailed behind at 73. They had been completely, thoroughly jebaited. Soyin finally realized his vicious tactic. He wasn't just randomly reserving dungeons. He was intentionally booking them right next to hers. And because her own hired men were forced to block the surrounding area to stop him, she was taking the hit too, trapped by her very own strategy. Standing in her dark, modern office, she clicked her tongue in deep frustration. If this continued, she would never surpass his score. She always knew he would notice her interference, but to think he would respond in such a ruthless manner was entirely unexpected. A calm, collected voice from the side told her not to worry and to just keep up her current routine, promising that a different method was already in play. Soyin closed her eyes, took a breath, and obediently understood. On day 5 of the dungeon sweep contest, a striking woman in a sleek uniform stands near a swirling blue portal. Someone approaches her from behind. "So you're Lee Soyin." Outside a gate, the older man with the spear smirked, mockingly asking the imposing figures who they thought they were, claiming they were just fellow victims of a very difficult situation. Soyin arrived on the tense scene, coldly reminding the men that fighting between participants was strictly prohibited and severely penalized. The older man defensively stated he wasn't there to pick a fight. He had simply reserved the dungeon right over there. Soyin turned her piercing gaze, bluntly asking the young man with the spear if he was Kim Seojun. He cheerfully replied, asking in return if she was the famous Lee Soyin. Seojun confidently declared that no matter who ended up winning, they should play fair and square, as this competition was started with good intentions. Soyin narrowed her eyes dangerously, accusing him of implying she wasn't playing fair. Seojun awkwardly laughed it off, waving his hand playfully and insisting he wasn't suggesting anything like that. With a serene, almost angelic smile, Seojun began to walk away, leaving Soyin glaring absolute daggers at his retreating back. Soyin grumbled bitterly under her breath. Good intentions, he was definitely making her laugh. In her mind, the dark, undeniable truth of the world echoed. There was no such thing as good intentions. They simply couldn't exist in this cutthroat world. She firmly believed that the creatures called humans were born selfish, moving only based on benefits. If something benefited them, they acted. If there were no benefits, they wouldn't lift a single finger. Gripping her sword tightly, she affirmed her grim philosophy. In the process of seeking benefits, useless concepts like good intentions, justice, and equality were nothing but illusions. Stepping into the dark, eerie dungeon, her sword glowed with a lethal purple aura. Telling her men they would finish quickly and leave, she effortlessly sliced through the goblin-like monsters, leaving a brutal trail of blood in her wake. Emerging victoriously from the glowing blue gate, she was immediately greeted by the cheers of an impressed crowd. A woman screamed in awe, amazed to finally see the rumored huntress in person. However, Soyin merely maintained her icy, emotionless expression, completely unfazed by the praise. Suddenly, her pristine, cinematic moment was violently interrupted by the chaotic sight of Seojun and his team rapidly tossing green monster corpses through the air, shouting frantic counts of 1 and 2 as they worked at breakneck speed. Soyin stood frozen in utter confusion. Seojun, cheerfully lugging a dead monster over his shoulder, casually asked if she was finished with her raid, adding innocently that he thought she would take much longer. Pointing at the glowing gate, Seojun shamelessly asked if he could take the leftover corpses she was going to throw away. Soyin repeated the word corpses in sheer bewilderment, completely thrown off guard by the bizarre request. Recovering slightly from the shock, she told him to do as he pleased. Seojun practically beamed with joy, loudly thanking her for the free loot. As Seojun loudly yelled, "One!" while hauling away the monsters, a single drop of sweat rolled down Soyin's cheek. She just couldn't understand this guy at all. Seojun happily bounded around, collecting the heavy green goblin bodies, shouting his count while Soyin simply stared in silence, completely baffled by the ridiculous spectacle unfolding before her. Finally, unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked him why he was doing all this. Seojun, still clutching a monster, naively asked if she meant his weird exercise routine. Realizing she meant the dismantling, he let out a hearty laugh. What did she mean? Why? Of course it was to earn money. Soyeon furrowed her brow, thoroughly unamused. Annoyed, she turned away, stating coldly that she had wasted her time, leaving Seojun to happily carry off a giant green tail with his crew. As he watched her leave, Seojun smiled warmly. He knew she believed there was no such thing as good intentions in this world, nor hunters who possessed them. But he silently promised her that she would soon see him become a true pro-hunter that moves people's hearts. He recognized the harsh truth of this era, where any bastard could just call themselves a pro-hunter. To most, being a pro-hunter was just a job, but as he looked out at the city, he was determined to be something much more. Meanwhile, far away in a much more dangerous dungeon, a massive pillar of blue energy erupted with devastating, world-shaking force. A sword radiating intense energy was gripped tightly by the Sword Saint. He questioned the dire situation aloud, noting that Circalia had definitely classified this as a mere 6-star dungeon. Before him lay the massive, bloody corpse of a terrifying red dragon. He demanded to know why a 10-star monster was hiding inside a 6-star gate. A female knight in armor quickly reported that the initial estimate was absolutely 6 stars. She cautiously suggested a distortion caused the Drake to appear. The Sword Saint immediately called bullshit, stating distortions didn't occur like this, and voiced his dark suspicion that the Truth Society was scheming something terrible. His weathered face darkened with a grim memory. This felt exactly like the catastrophic incident from 30 years ago. The knight urgently swore in the name of the Order of Truth that they had not schemed anything. Just as the Sword Saint began to angrily argue back, a young girl's voice interrupted, telling the two bastards to stop fighting right in front of her. Young Jimin, the Magic Saint's apprentice, casually sat on a floating fence in her oversized witch hat. She told the Sword Saint she had followed him to investigate the anomaly and casually asked where the Magic Saint had wandered off to. Annoyed, the Sword Saint yelled at her for calling him Gramps, pointing out she was technically old herself. Jimin just laughed brightly, teasing that even if she aged, his grumpy way of speaking never changed. Turning serious, Jimin looked up at the swirling purple energy radiating from the massive dragon corpse. She felt an abnormal flow of magic power and agreed with Gramps that it was definitely not a natural distortion. Jimin asked the Sword Saint if he noticed anything unusual while fighting it. He crossed his arms arrogantly, claiming there was nothing unusual about facing a measly 10-star monster. Jimin rolled her eyes, pointing out he sounded like a cocky jerk. The female knight interrupted their bickering, summarizing that if it wasn't a distortion, it was a massive issue they couldn't disregard. Something like this hadn't happened since the terrifying fall of the giant beast Berserk. She worriedly asked if a similar situation could occur in a different dungeon. Jimin tapped her chin thoughtfully. The possibility was extremely low, but she couldn't say there was zero chance at all. Stepping forward with determination, Jimin decided there was a dire need to investigate this dangerous anomaly further. Back in the city, an association official told her colleague they needed to tell the president to recheck all low-rank dungeon estimates immediately. Pointing ahead, she stared in shock, asking if that was the dungeon gate. Her colleague nervously agreed, noting that while rare, 2 gates sometimes attach to each other. The 2 officials stood frozen before an ominous, unbelievable sight. 2 glowing portals, one red and one blue, flanked a massive, terrifying dark purple vortex in the center. But as the vortex violently pulsed with dark energy, they realized the horrifying truth. This was the very first time 3 dungeons had been seen attached to each other. The sabotage began early. Manchel scratched his head with an axe, laughing with entirely unconvincing awkwardness. "Oh my, this wasn't the dungeon I reserved? I thought it was the one I made a reservation for," he acted out. He dramatically picked his ear with zero remorse. "Oh no, what have I done? I made a big mistake," he mocked lazily. Another hunter played the exact same trick on them, waving unapologetically. "Ah, it wasn't my dungeon. I didn't know that. Sorry," the man said, while Seojun and Manchel stared in disbelief. The Dream Hunter Academy building shook with a thunderous roar. Are they all out of their minds?" someone screamed from within. With their original sabotage method exposed, the opposition changed tactics. The scoreboard showed Lee Soyeon catching up to Seojun quickly. Seojun exploded with fiery rage, flames practically manifesting behind her. "This isn't right. Even if I have to use my grandfather's name, I will lodge a severe complaint," she yelled, while Seojun and Manchel cheered her on. A new system announcement popped up on their screens. It worked! The management ruled that overseers could transfer stolen clear points back to the original reservers. Seojun breathed a heavy sigh of relief, staring at his phone. Although all of yesterday ended up as a waste, this should be enough, he murmured. Riding in the car, he smiled confidently. They will no longer have a method to bother us, he thought, right before a loud honk interrupted the peace. A sudden traffic jam blocked their path. A truck driver yelled out his window, but the car driver blocking the road just acted innocent. "Ah, sorry, my car suddenly ran out of gas," the man lied. The fabricated excuses piled up across the road. "I suddenly fell asleep. I wanted to look at my phone." The intentional, coordinated sabotage was infuriating. The agonizing delay cost them dearly. The Day 4 ranking updated, showing Lee Soyun taking the lead with 111 points. "So we ended up being overtaken," Seojun noted grimly. Back at base, Seojun gritted her teeth in frustration. The dungeon management team leader says he will personally look into it, but that just means he's stalling until time runs out, she complained. Manchul slammed his hand down, realization dawning on him. "I looked into it. Lee Soyun is affiliated with an academy whose headmaster is Lee Sukman," he revealed. He explained that Sukman was a retired pro acknowledged by the Sword Saint himself. Seojun raised an eyebrow. "His skills are that great." Seojun immediately shot that notion down. "Not at all. His skills are pitiful and only his mouth is lively. He just has connections everywhere," she stated flatly. They considered asking her grandfather to step in, but Seojun admitted it wouldn't be right, and worse, she couldn't even reach the Sword Saint. A heavy, gloomy silence fell over the room. "Then what will we do now? We can't just lose first place like this," Manchul groaned. Seojun bowed her head, her voice thick with guilt. "Sorry, Mr. Seojun," she murmured. She felt completely useless, but Seojun shook his head vigorously. "We only got this far because you actively helped us. Otherwise, we'd be much further behind," he reassured her. Manchul nodded in agreement. "Seojun's right. Seojun, you've done your best. Now it's up to us to figure things out." The older hunter then pointed a finger straight at Seojun. "To be exact, this guy has to figure things out. I know you have something you're scheming." In response, Seojun flashed a dark, menacing smirk. In the rival management office, fists slammed onto desks with a thunderous thud. "We were overtaken again. What the hell is going on?" an executive screamed. They finally realized Seojun's new, untouchable strategy. "He is only making the reservations once he gets near the dungeon," an underling panicked. They were losing their minds. "It only takes 5 minutes. Bribe the overseers," they ordered, while Seojun and Manchul were happily speeding to their next target. An underling trembled as he delivered more bad news. "The dungeon management team is keeping a strict watch." The other academy put pressure on them. Seojun was shown enthusiastically giving a thumbs up. The furious boss demanded to know who had that kind of influence. "Was it Gaeon?" he barked. The underling swallowed hard. "No, it's rumored the academy is run by the granddaughter of the Sword Saint." The boss froze entirely, the color draining from his face at the legendary title. "Sword Saint?" he stuttered. Panicking, he screamed at his staff. "Find a method, find anything. East Academy absolutely must win this competition," he commanded. The race became neck and neck. Soyun cut down monsters with swift, glowing slashes, pulling ahead slightly in points. Seojun countered instantly, his spear spinning into a blur of motion as his score ticked upward. Soyun crushed her prey underfoot without breaking a sweat, pushing her score even higher. Sparks flew with harsh metallic clangs as their weapons tore through their respective dungeons in a frantic rush. By the end of the day, it was an absolute deadlock. They were tied at exactly 141 points. In the contest host meeting room, the atmosphere was explosive. "Joint first place? There's no way that's allowed," someone shouted. Accusations flew wildly across the table. One side cried foul play over the cheating, while the other haughtily dismissed it as groundless conjecture. Seojun slammed her hands onto the table, shaking the very room. "Conjecture? You got proof that all those accidents were a coincidence," she roared. Despite Seojun's fierce, dagger-like glare, the management calmly decided that they absolutely could not have a joint first place. The rival manager smiled smugly. "As there is no definitive proof of cheating, they cannot be penalized, so we have a suggestion," he proposed smoothly. Outside under the bright sky, team leader Shin Youngseok stepped forward to greet them. "Ah, you came," he said, preparing for the final showdown. Seojun arrived on the field, his spear resting casually on his shoulder with a confident look. Soyun matched his calm demeanor, stepping up with her hand gripping her sheathed sword tightly. Shin clasped his hands together. "Now that both of you have arrived, I will explain the rules for the final match, which will determine the winner," he announced. Before the two competitors stood shimmering portals, pulsing with unpredictable magic. Actually, there were 3. A red, a purple, and a blue portal hummed softly. "Of the 3 dungeons in front of you, you each may choose one to raid," Shin instructed. The rules were bizarre. Whoever finishes their raid first and raids the remaining dungeon will win, Shin explained. Seojun immediately questioned why they needed to clear the leftover one at all. Shin awkwardly admitted they were looking for double dungeons, but couldn't find any. However, we can't just have the remaining dungeon hanging around, now can we? He justified weakly. He rubbed his neck, laughing nervously. Also, shouldn't the winner have at least one more dungeon clear on their count? The paperwork will be a mess otherwise. Seojun and Soyeon stared at him, completely unamused. Shin quickly clarified that all three were standard 2-star dungeons with no real difference in difficulty, leaving the choice entirely up to them to discuss. Seojun approached his rival, his voice low. There's very little chance that they're scheming something at this point, but just in case, he murmured. If it's all right, may I choose first? He asked politely. Soyeon gave him a curt nod and told him to do as he pleased. Seojun confidently selected the glowing blue portal on the right, while Soyeon opted for the crimson-red one on the left. Taking their positions, they stood in front of their respective gates, the air thick with tension. Right before the starting signal, Seojun muttered something entirely unexpected. Don't be too upset about this, he warned her. Soyeon shot him a thoroughly bewildered look, exclaiming, "What?" just as the team leader raised his hand. "Set go," the referee yelled, and they both charged headfirst into the swirling vortexes. Inside the blue dungeon, Seojun sprinted down ancient, crumbling stone corridors, his rapid footsteps echoing loudly. Seojun glares ahead with intense focus, walking right past Soyeon in the shadowed hallway. He thinks to himself, don't be too upset. What did she mean? Ah, whatever, forget about it. Winning is more important, he yelled, pushing his legs to run even faster. But as he ran, a deeply eerie silence settled in. At first I thought it would be a kobold dungeon, but I can't even hear the breath of a monster, he realized with a sinking feeling. Without warning, a soul-chilling roar shook the very foundations of the dungeon. Seojun froze in his tracks. What, exactly, is this? He stammered. A massive, razor-sharp claw slammed onto the stone floor with a heavy thud. There's no way that's a kobold, he gulped. A colossal manticore lunged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with murderous malice. It's a manticore. Why is there a 4-star monster in here? Seojun yelled, diving out of the way of its fangs. Cursing violently under his breath, Seojun gripped his spear tightly, sweat beading rapidly on his forehead. He unleashed a devastating strike, a blinding arc of blue energy crashing down upon the beast with explosive force. Blood sprayed violently as Seojun dashed past the monster's flailing heavy claws, securing his hard-fought victory. Breathing heavily, he sprinted back toward the exit. I handled it quickly, but it took way longer than a normal 2-star dungeon would, he calculated frantically. Knowing Soyeon was likely speeding through her own standard dungeon, he threw himself into the glowing blue exit portal. Seojun burst back out onto the grassy field, heavily startling team leader Shin. There was a manticore in the dungeon I chose, Seojun bellowed angrily, leaving the official completely speechless and wide-eyed. Shin stammered in absolute disbelief. Wait a minute, there was a 4-star monster in there, then that means you handled it by yourself. Recovering his composure, Shin cleared his throat nervously. I completely understand Mr. Kim Seojun's request for a rematch given the unfair conditions, he conceded. But I don't think it will be necessary to cancel this match, Shin added, shaking his head. Infuriated, Seojun demanded to know why. Shin pointed toward the remaining portals, because participant Lee Soyeon has not yet left her dungeon. Seojun's burning anger vanished instantly, replaced by a blank look of sheer confusion. He slowly turned his gaze toward Soyeon's red portal, which was now violently sparking with an ominous energy. The portal darkened, practically humming with an unseen, terrifying power. How strange, a mysterious voice echoed from within. Deep inside the crimson dungeon, heavy footsteps landed with a soft, deliberate crunch. It's been a while since I've stepped inside, the voice whispered. Soyeon stood alone in the dark, her sword drawn in confusion. But why is there nothing here? She wondered aloud, completely unaware of the colossal, green-eyed dragon looming silently right behind her. In a flashback, a younger Soyeon mercilessly twists her brother's arm during training. He laughs through the pain, teasing her sharp tongue and questioning why she disobeys their father's orders. Annoyed, Soyeon firmly states that she refuses to cheat just to win, even if it goes against her father's direct orders. Her brother smiles brightly, telling her that as a true pro-hunter, she must never compromise what she holds dear. Soyeon mutters for him not to take it too far. Soyeon suddenly snaps, calling him a gullible pushover. She yells that being too nice only leads to failure, and he should learn to be a little shady like everyone else. He questions her, asking what she means by compromising the ideals of a true hunter. Frustrated, Soyin shouts that heroes are either old or dead, and they now live in an era where true heroes no longer exist. With unwavering calmness, he softly replies that they do exist. Soyin looks at him, completely puzzled. He smiles warmly, comparing true heroes to rare, uncorrupted politicians who haven't sold their souls. Soyin rubs her temples in disbelief, comparing his optimism to flying pigs. He bursts into laughter, promising to be the first one if there aren't any. Running through the pouring rain, he promises Soyin that someday she will definitely meet someone special. Soyin pushes frantically through a crowd with her umbrella, as her brother's voice echoes about finding someone who doesn't care about relationships or connections. Soyin stops dead in her tracks in the rain, her eyes wide with overwhelming horror. Paramedics cover a lifeless body lying in the middle of the wet street. She solemnly remembers her brother as the biggest sucker and pushover in the world. Standing in a dark office, her father coldly clicks his tongue, mocking her brother for dying to protect a complete stranger. Her father then looks down at her, expecting her not to disappoint him like her brother did. Looking down into the shadows, Soyin reflects on how her brother died without even understanding his own role in life. She coldly agrees with her father, vowing that she is entirely different from the pushover who just died. She loudly declares that she will never live her life the way her brother did. Back in the present, crackling crimson lightning surrounds Soyin as she steps into the dungeon, finding the eerie silence strange. A colossal demonic beast with glowing green eyes materializes behind her, while she remains completely unaware of the looming threat. Outside the portal, Seojun looks visibly worried that Soyin hasn't come out yet. A staff member informs him that she is still inside and suggests a rematch if Seojun wants one, since he technically won under worse conditions. Seojun realizes he only needs to finish the remaining dungeon to win, but a sinking feeling tells him something is horribly wrong. He initially suspected the mismeasured dungeon was a scheme by Soyin's team, but suddenly wonders if it was a deadly accident instead. Panic erupts among the staff as their magic power measurement devices suddenly malfunction and act completely erratically. The device readings wildly fluctuate, jumping from a 3-star to a dangerous 4-star ranking in seconds. A massive distortion ripples through the portal. A veteran hunter explains that this distorts the magic power, drastically increasing the dungeon's true difficulty. The team leader sweats nervously, admitting he hasn't seen a phenomenon like this since the original cataclysm 20 years ago. Deciding to play it safe, the staff agree to call in professional hunters to investigate the dangerous anomaly. Suddenly, the portal violently erupts in a blinding flash of red and purple energy as a staff member calls out for Seojun. The staff look back in shock to find that Seojun has completely vanished. The once calm portal now violently pulses with dark, crackling crimson energy. Inside the nightmare dungeon, Soyin is sent flying back, coughing up a spray of blood. She gasps for air, desperately clutching the bloody stump where her left arm used to be. Well, shit, she curses. Completely defenseless, she collapses against the rubble as a massive shadow engulfs her. A monstrous 6-star beast known as Nercura towers over her. She wonders if this brutal end is the poetic justice her brother always talked about. The demonic beast roars, sending a shockwave through the cavern. Soyin smirks bitterly, refusing to believe in something so childish. She thinks to herself that poetic justice simply doesn't exist in a cruel world like this. The beast raises its massive hoof high into the air, ready to crush her. As the hoof comes crashing down, she notes that happy endings only exist in fairy tales. Closing her eyes with a bloody smile, she takes comfort in the fact that her death will be slightly less stupid than her brother's. The monster unleashes a final, deafening roar right in her face. Suddenly, Soyin's eyes snap wide open in absolute shock. A figure stands tall between her and the monster, blocking the fatal blow with a spear. It's Seojun. Veins bulge on Seojun's face as he struggles against the beast's crushing weight, desperately asking if she can move. Still in disbelief, Soyin urges him to run away, begging to know why he's throwing his life away. Gritting his teeth in pain, Seojun yells that he will buy her some time to escape. With a fierce shout, he violently swings his spear, knocking the massive monster back to create distance. Sweating heavily, Seojun realizes that merely deflecting attacks is the absolute limit of his strength against a 6-star monster. Refusing to back down, he dashes forward, shouting an insult to grab the goat-headed monster's attention. The beast lunges angrily, and Seojun barely dodges, glad he successfully drew its aggro away from Soyin. The monster retaliates with a blindingly fast swipe of its razor-sharp claws. Seojun frantically parries a rapid flurry of heavy strikes, sparks flying with every thunderous clash. He narrowly avoids being crushed, knowing a single direct hit will be instantly fatal. Slowly adapting to its brutal attack patterns, Seojun begins to read the beast's movements. He formulates a desperate plan to bait the monster in a specific direction by continuously deflecting its strikes. Suddenly, the beast's claw tears right through his guard, slicing deeply into his shoulder with a spray of blood. Seojun gasps in agony, blood dripping from his mouth. The sheer force of the blow sends him flying helplessly through the air. He crashes violently onto the rocky ground, landing right next to the paralyzed Soyun. Groaning in pain, he looks up as the terrifying beast roars, enveloped in a swirling aura of demonic red energy. Clutching his spear, Seojun struggles back to his feet, warning Soyun that he won't be able to buy much more time. Tears well up in Soyun's eyes as she completely breaks down, desperately asking why he is going this far for her. She screams that this fight has nothing to do with him, and there are absolutely no benefits to throwing away his life. Glancing back with a bruised and bloody face, Seojun harshly reminds her that he only entered the contest because he desperately needed the money. He furiously tells her to get out of the dungeon and win, ignoring her screams that she won't be thankful for his sacrifice. With sheer resolve, Seojun completely rejects her cynical worldview. Staring at her seriously, he admits he knows she has done terrible things and has no intention of forgiving her for them. A spectral silhouette of Soyun's deceased brother overlaps with Seojun's back. "But I don't think that means you should die," he says softly. Soyun drops to her knees, completely stunned as Seojun's words perfectly mirror her brother's dying belief that she would one day meet a true hero. Gripping his weapon tightly, Seojun declares that her past sins aren't a reason for him to abandon her. A beautiful flashback shows her brother smiling brightly, describing a hero as someone who saves others without considering relationships, connections, or logical reasons. With unyielding fury in his eyes, Seojun roars that there is no better prize than saving a person's life. The monstrous Nerkura unleashes an earth-shattering bellow, radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Seojun charges head-on into the deadly vortex of the beast's terrifying power. Covered in dirt, Seojun grips his spear tightly, his eyes wide with adrenaline as he braces for impact. "Damn!" he curses under his breath. His eyes widened in absolute terror as the monster's massive fangs closed in. Time seemed to slow as a memory surfaced. Intuition is within the domain of thought. He recalled a centaur lecturer explaining. Most cadets seem unable to understand this phrase. The idiom domain of thought means that it is based on judgment. Someone might ask, didn't you say that if you move after you think and judge, it'll already be too late? Seojun had analyzed it on his phone. That is correct. Moving after you think and judge is too late, but a lot of people believe this means you shouldn't judge the situation. The centaur's voice echoed in his mind. Intuition is within the domain of thought. Blue lightning crackled around Seojun. Bring together your thoughts and your intuition. Seojun's eyes glowed with a fierce blue light. This means to leave your judgment to intuition, thereby conjoining thoughts and intuition. He fluidly dodged a swipe of the beast's giant red claws. That is the true intuition of the transcended. He moved like a ghost, slipping past the devastating barrage with a soft sliding sound. But the beast was relentless, sending Seojun skidding across the rocky ground with a heavy impact. Bleeding from his cheek, Seojun's focus sharpened. I can see it. He parried another monstrous strike, where he will attack next. Watching the creature's glowing green eye, he muttered, I can feel the movement of his muscles one by one. With a metallic clash, he launched himself high into the air, evading a fatal bite. Breathing heavily, he calculated his odds. If the situation continues like this, I should barely be able to hold on until a pro hunter gets here. The team leader requested reinforcements, so it shouldn't be long. He hung upside down in midair. However, his gaze shifted downward, landing on a gruesome sight. How long will Lee Soyun be able to endure? She was collapsed on the ground, her left arm completely severed, bleeding profusely. With a thunderous boom, Seojun propelled himself off the wall. There is no time to waste. His spear ignited in a blazing blue torrent. I have to defeat it now. Power to uproot mountains, spirit that overturns the world. The Nerkura snapped its jaws open to swallow him whole. Seojun caught his breath, his eyes shadowed. I can feel it instinctually, he realized. I can't win. Yet he tightened his grip, pouring every ounce of his energy into the weapon. With only the power to uproot mountain spearmanship, if I add the power of aura. A blinding blue laser pierced straight down into the roaring maw of the crimson beast. Blood erupted in a violent spray as the attack cleaved through flesh. Soyun gasped, her eyes trembling as she watched. She stared at Seojun's back, a lone figure standing amidst the raining blood. The massive Nerkura crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, lifeless. "This makes no sense," a distant voice seemingly whispered. Exhausted, Seojun leaned his forehead against his spear, panting. Soyin managed to croak. How? A system notification chimed, showing massive increases in his lecture progress rates. Supporting Soyin's limp body, Seojun limped forward. "I came here to save you, but I don't know if I'll end up making a fool of myself and dying with you. You're not dead, right? Please tell me you aren't dead. I'm incredibly nervous that I wasted my efforts here." Soyin weakly replied, "I'm not dead yet." Relief washed over him. That's great. "For now, since we don't have any time, let's get out of here quickly," he urged. She remained completely silent. They finally emerged from the gate into the bright sunlight. An official ran up in a panic. "Participant Kim Seojun, WH, what is this? Are the two of you okay? What happened inside?" Panting, Seojun replied, "I'll explain later. Can you call the medical team first, as you can see here?" The official screamed, "Oi, call the medical team over quickly. It's an emergency." Seojun collapsed onto the grass. Laying on the ground, Soyin looked up at him. "I will never think of you as my savior." Seojun slumped back, annoyed. "And I still don't think I did anything wrong. Think what you want. I didn't help you because I was expecting anything." Sirens wailed across the city. "How could the situation end up like this? We have to get them to the hospital immediately." As Soyin was loaded onto a stretcher, the narration shifted. As the news of the dungeon sweep competition spread, chaos occurred worldwide. Headlines flashed. The 6-star monster Nerkura appeared in a 2-star dungeon. Though mismeasured dungeons happened, such a drastic difference was unprecedented. The government and association were on high alert. Whispers filled the streets. "Kim Seojun, it's my first time hearing that name. That cadet defeated a Nerkura." People read the articles in shock. "Wow, how did a cadet catch a Nerkura? What academy does he attend?" The answer left them stunned. "Dream Hunter Academy." In a grand hall, a knight reported to a cloaked figure. "The Apostle of Temperance is looking for Sir Kalia." A blonde paladin murmured, "I'm guessing this has to do with the distortion that occurred in Korea." Elsewhere, a girl shoved her phone excitedly. "Gramps, I heard that the cadet that handled the distortion monster this time belonged to Seojun's academy. Is this true?" The sword saint grimaced. "If you are talking about that scallywag that I don't want to ever see again." "Yes, you are right." She blinked. "Scallywag that you don't want to ever see again." Meanwhile, in a quiet hospital room, the hero in question was face-planted on his bed. "Ah, my money," Seojun groaned. The Ajasi sitting next to his bedside. "Why, do you feel it was a waste now that you think about it?" Seojun threw a fit. "Of course it's a waste. I was supposed to win first place." Pacing his bed, he suggested, "Should I ask her to just wager the prize money on rock, paper, scissors? Or should we play two-handed rock, paper, scissors?" The Ajasi deadpanned. "Two-handed rock, paper, scissors. Huh, didn't you say she lost her left arm in the accident?" Seojun pointed at him shamelessly. "That's why." The Ajasi looked at him with utter disgust. "Wow, I thought you lost just the prize money, but to think you also lost your humanity." Undeterred, Seojun tapped his chin. "Or we could have a handstand competition, and whoever keeps it up the longest gets to keep all the money." "Ah, is this a bit too unfair?" Suddenly, the door swung open. "I'm here," Seojun announced. The Ajasi muttered, "Well, damn, if you were going to be this messed up, why'd you even save her?" Seojun ripped his hair out in frustration. I don't know either," Seojun asked. "Why is he like this?" The Ajasi shook his head. "No need to care about him. He lost his humanity at the thought of splitting the prize money." Seojun tilted her head. Who would he split the prize money with? He's the only winner." Seojun paused, hands frozen midair. "What, She delivered the bombshell. Lee Soyin forfeited on her own. Not only that, she admitted to all of the cheating she did, not only in this contest, but contests in the past. She even reported all of the atrocities that the East Academy headmaster Lee Sukman, her own father, committed, she explained. Seojun was baffled. "Lee Soyin did all that? Why so suddenly?" "I did wonder if she was scheming something else," Seojun admitted, "but Lee Soyin told me this." A memory played of Soyin in hospital clothes. "I still think that Kim Seojun is incorrect. But my thinking may have been incorrect as well." Seojun rubbed his chin. "I wasn't sure exactly what she meant, though." "Anyway, it's Mr. Seojun's solo win," Seojun cheered. "Additionally, due to your actions, the government has added some benefits, if I just mention the important points." Seojun held up a dramatic finger. "The reward will be tax-free, and there will be an additional reward of $100,000. Seojun's jaw dropped. "An additional reward of 100,000? Seojun beamed. "Yes, well, it's only called a reward on paper. In actuality, it's reparations for what you've been through." Seojun scrambled with the math. "If we add another 100 grand, how much is this? 400,000. Si-yoon wagged her finger. And there is another important factor. She popped a confetti cracker. Our Dream Hunter Academy has finally been promoted to a League 3 Academy, Seojun and the Ajaci gasped. Really? Is that true? Yes, because Mr. Seojun won first place this time, the Academy judgment requirements were finally met. There are several additional benefits, but what's more important to Mr. Seojun is that you can now raid up to 4-star dungeons. Because I interfered unnecessarily, I was concerned that I had thrown away an opportunity for the Academy. That's great, the Ajaci nodded. This all happened with the help of Mr. Seojun, thank you so much. The Ajaci added teasingly, now you just need to slowly start getting cadets other than me. Seojun went completely silent. Clearing his throat, the Ajaci quickly deflected. Well, everything worked out then, right? Seojun smiled broadly. Yes, it seems like we don't need to play rock, paper, scissors anymore. Seojun rubbed the back of his neck. Oh, it's already this late. Would you like to eat something? I can buy you anything you want. I'm fine with anything expensive. Seojun, is there anything you want to eat? She smiled sweetly. I want sushi. Sushi is great. Sitting up in bed, Seojun looked entirely satisfied. Great, we solved the issue with money and we now get to eat good food. With a wide grin and a dramatic pose, he pulled out his phone. Shall we do some shopping? He declared, ready to burn through his newfound wealth at the Transcendent shop. A holographic image of the Lance of Longinus pops up on his screen. Well, the cost of Lance of Longinus is $100,000, he observes, but a problem quickly dawns on him. I don't know the cost of the free pass, he thinks. Perhaps, the moment that free pass ends, will they use causality to determine the price again? His face contorts in sudden panic. Waiting too long turns things to shit. In other words, saving up money now will only uselessly increase my causality, right? He realizes, breaking into a cold sweat. Frustrated, he swipes through the Transcendent Shop app. If it's going to be like this, I might as well buy another piece of equipment, he decides. The store lists mythical copies, including Excalibur and the Lance of Longinus. He scrolls past the copy Kesto's Hemas, the belt belonging to Aphrodite, which is known for charming the opposite sex. He also checks out copy Gleipnir, the legendary unbreakable rope used to tie down the wolf god Fenrir. For the weapon, I think the Lance of Longinus would be the best, he ponders, tapping his phone. But what else should I buy? The suspiciously low prices really bother him. Items that should cost tens of millions of dollars are going for only about 1 to 200,000 each, he notes. He deduces that even if they are only copies, given how strict and cruel causality is, there is no way they should be selling for such bargain prices. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. There is a very high chance that the prices will rise each time I try to purchase an item, or the free pass and causality calculation triggers, he reasons. Although there is a chance that isn't true, there's nothing bad about being cautious. Another glaring problem is the vague item descriptions. Since the shop doesn't provide the effects of the items at all, I can only make a rough guess at the effects based on the mythology the items originate from, he thinks. Seojun groans, pulling his hair in frustration. For items from obscure myths, he would have no clue at all. I can't just look into every single myth since it'll be too time-consuming. What to do? Suddenly, his eyes widen as a brilliant idea strikes him. Maybe there is an item review or something on the community board, he exclaims. He navigates to the freshman's talk board. For some reason, he hasn't been assigned a user ID yet, preventing him from posting or commenting, but he still checks it occasionally to kill time. A flashy post catches his eye. 100 different Transcendent gear item reviews with personal recommendations. It insists it is not some clickbait ad, but has real item reviews. Oh, Seojun gasps. The post is from a user named 2700 Years of Being Solo. The user boasts about having a good spot for farming causality and rating 100 experimental items out of 10. Seojun is amazed. Wow, he's used 100 pieces of gear, though he admits the cute dog emoticon the user posted looks a bit iffy. The first review is for the Aegis shield. The reviewer boldly calls it a hot piece of garbage and warns buyers not to even look at it, mainly because a weird Medusa head is attached to the shield. The reviewer explains the head turns anyone who sees it into stone, including the user, and there is no off switch. Calling it trash in its purest form, they give it a low score, unless gifted to a close friend, which warrants a 10 out of 10. Seojun stares blankly at the screen. Seojun bursts into laughter, rolling comfortably on his hospital bed. This person must have actually purchased 100 items. Look at the scroll length of the post, he cheers. He finally reaches item number 87, Kibises. The reviewer swears aggressively by it, claiming the entire post was written just to recommend this one item. It is described as a subspace pouch with space expansion, weight reduction, image memorization, and time-stop magic. The reviewer urges purchasing it early to take advantage of it before stacking up exorbitant causality prices. Because it is made with adamantium, its durability is supposedly amazing. As it is only a copy, the weight isn't completely nullified, but it still reduces weight by at least 70%, and the space is plenty wide. Giving it a perfect score, the reviewer demands the reader buy it. Seojun leaps up from his bed in realization. Kibises. He remembers the name from Greco-Roman mythology. It was the pouch that the hero Perseus used to put Medusa's head in after he hunted her down, right? He recalls. Intrigued, he searches for it in the Transcendent shop. Should I check the price? He wonders as the system begins calculating the cost based on his causality. The interface dings, revealing a price of $100,000. Seojun blinks in pleasant surprise. Huh, the price isn't bad. He imagines the sheer convenience of owning it. He could stuff an entire monster body in it during a raid or use it for luggage. It is a bit unfortunate that the weight reduction isn't perfect, he thinks, but then he pauses. Wait. His face lights up with manic excitement. Isn't this mad convenient for doing squats? He yells at his screen. Without the corpses flopping around, exercising while carrying something heavy is possible. Pumping his fist with absolute joy, he declares, absolute purchase. 3 days later, Seojun stands outside, proudly holding his newly purchased magnificent lance of Longinus. Wow, now that I look at it in person, it's actually insane, he beams. He checks the small, unassuming pouch tied to his waist. Although I need to check out the abilities on Kibises, the aura on the item is pretty amazing, he notes. But reality strikes hard. A dramatic tear rolls down his cheek as he looks at his depleted bank account book. Though I have to say my bank account only has dust left in it, he cries. He had expected it, but the price of Kibises had skyrocketed immediately after his first purchase. Well, this causality bastard hates seeing me gain anything. I just need to save up money again, he sighs, putting his hands on his hips. A familiar voice calls out, Mr. Seojun? He turns to see Soyeon approaching. She looks at him with genuine concern. Why are you going on a dungeon raid right after you've been discharged from the hospital? Wouldn't it be better to take a rest? She asks. Seojun shrugs casually. What would be the point of resting when I'm completely fine? I should be earning some money quickly. You have the prize money you received this time, she points out. Seojun replies without missing a beat. Oh, I used it all. Soyeon is absolutely flabbergasted, taking a step back in shock. What? You used it all? You used up all $400,000, she stammers. What did you use? She stares intently at the incredibly shiny and majestic spear in his hand. No matter how you looked at it, it screamed new and expensive. I see you are super excited to try that out, she comments dryly. He nods happily, clutching the spear tight. Inwardly, she sighs, recalling how picky and sad he was when she had previously offered to purchase a weapon for him. Well, it's Seojun's money, so I can't tell him what to do with it, she thinks helplessly, looking up at the sky. The two enter a dark, imposing 4-star dungeon. Soyeon stays alert. Please be careful. I will be stepping in if something dangerous happens, but you can never be too sure. Seojun simply nods in agreement. Inside, towering statues of demonic gargoyles line the ancient stone hall, guarding a treasure chest in the distance. Suddenly, the stone begins to crack. A low, monstrous growl echoes as the statues peel away their rocky exterior. Is it a gargoyle? Seojun mutters, spinning his lance expertly with a sharp whoosh. Among the 4-star monsters, its defense is definitely near the top right. One of the gargoyles leaps from its pedestal, lunging at him from above. It's the perfect target for testing out Longinus's pure power, he thinks, launching himself into the air to meet it. Preparing to strike, he decides, first, I'll attack without using power to uproot mountains or magic power. The beast roars viciously, diving right at him. No matter how high the gargoyle's defense is, this is the lance of Longinus. It should at least be able to land a hit, he figures, thrusting the glowing spear forward. With a swift, fluid motion, the lance cleanly slices the gargoyle in half midair, its heavy upper body crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Both Seojun and Soyeon stand completely frozen in shock, staring blankly at the cleanly bisected stone monster. Seojun mumbles. What? What just happened? Soyeon demands, completely dumbfounded by the display. Why are you asking me that? Seojun retorts, just as clueless as they stare at the shattered remains. Soyeon smiles nervously to herself. Now, I wouldn't be surprised by all of the weird circumstances and occurrences involving Mr. Seojun. Or, that was what I thought. Seojun begins mercilessly hacking away at the other gargoyles, easily slicing through solid stone with effortless, rhythmic swings. What kind of gargoyle gets chopped up like tofu? She thinks, watching the absolute carnage unfold. Do they make gargoyles out of soy instead of stone these days? Once the dust settles, Seojun holds out his small brown pouch. It seems I collected a lot. Should I try putting it in? He asks. Soyeon raises an eyebrow. A pouch. It can barely fit a fist inside of it, so what is he trying to put in? She wonders. To her utter horror, Seojun casually shoves an entire, massive gargoyle arm straight into the tiny bag. He lifts the pouch, testing its weight. Maybe it's because there's only a 70% reduction, but it's heavier than I thought, he notes, dropping it to the ground with a heavy, resounding impact that makes Soyeon flinch. He casually dumps the rest of the massive gargoyle pieces into the bag. I should probably take it all in one go after the raid is finished, he mutters. Soyeon can't hold back her questions anymore. Mr. Seojun, I'm just asking because I am genuinely curious. Was the prize money for the contest 400 million instead of 400,000? She asks. Seojun blinks. No. Then how did you buy all those items? No, more importantly, where did you buy all these items? She presses, grabbing his arm. Seojun sweats nervously. Actually, I purchased it at some hunter shop that I just happened to hear about. He lies smoothly, laughing awkwardly. Soyeon's eyes sparkle with immense excitement. A hunter shop? Where is it located? Where is that obscure back alley? I want to go there too, she insists, completely convinced the shop sold godly items for mere pennies. Seojun waves his hands frantically to stop her. If we go there now, it will be gone. When I went to purchase this, the owner was already preparing to close down the store. He said he was going on a journey, he fabricates. He flashes his most innocent, glowing smile. Does this look like a lying face to you? He asks boldly. Soyeon stares at his extremely suspicious expression. Well, since Mr. Seojun says so, she relents, looking defeated. Inwardly, Seojun bows apologetically. I'm sorry, Miss Seojun, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a sharp, echoing sound reverberates from deeper within the dungeon, cutting their conversation short. Seojun turns, his expression hardening instantly as he senses the incoming threat. A massive horde of gargoyles with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows of the castle gates, swarming the hall. Well, this place looks a little bit dangerous, Seojun remarks calmly. Soyeon steps forward, quickly drawing her blade. I'll take care of this myself, she offers, but Seojun reaches out. Wait. I just want to test something out first, he says, stepping confidently in front of her. He looks down at his glowing lance, marveling at its potential. The sheer power of the Lance of Longinus was far beyond what I expected, he notes. It was to the point that a casual swing could slice the gargoyles up like tofu, he recalls, watching a gargoyle bare its fangs aggressively. He takes a low stance, gripping the spear tightly with both hands. Then, what would happen if I applied power to uproot mountains and the mana I learned from Merlin, he wonders. He activates the skill, and a brilliant blue energy erupts from the lance. Power to uproot mountains. The energy intensifies, swirling violently around him like a storm. Momentum to overturn the world, he shouts. His eyes glow with fierce, unyielding determination. Pierce. He unleashes a devastating, sweeping wave of pure azure energy that tears violently through the dungeon hall. Soyeon watches in utter awe, the intense light reflecting brightly in her wide, shocked eyes. The lance radiates overwhelming power, vibrating with energy. Or a sword, she gasps softly in disbelief. The horde of gargoyles charges forward mindlessly, their red eyes blazing through the darkness. But Seojun's sweeping attack meets them head-on, the colossal wave of energy slicing through the air with a deafening roar. He swings the lance with everything he has, transforming into an unstoppable force of destruction. A massive, blinding pillar of light erupts from his strike, vaporizing the stone monsters instantly in a glorious flash. As the light finally fades, it reveals the massive iron doors at the end of the hall cleanly sliced open, with debris raining down around them. Soyeon stares at the sheer devastation, her jaw practically on the floor. My word, she breathes. The entire dungeon ceiling cracks open above them, massive chunks of stone falling as lingering lightning arcs across the massive fissure Seojun just created. Seojun stands quietly amidst the falling debris, his lance lowered, as the sheer magnitude of his power leaves the ancient dungeon in absolute ruins. Well, that's all for today. If you like this video, then give it a big thumbs up. And yeah, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Bye.